issues and matters are solved through discussion, through openness. And this has not been the case with us, the people of South Sudan. Things are very clear to us. I sit here mindful. If it wasn't for the circumstances that I have been through myself, I don't think I would have a voice, or I would lend my voice to the million silent voices in our villages, in our towns, back home in South Sudan. But being a child of this struggle itself placed me squarely within this circle to not look the other way, even though these circumstances have afforded me opportunities where I could just, look down and focus in making money and, try to chase luxury, as is the case with the rulers of our country back home. They have forgotten the struggles of our people and focus their attention in extracting our resources. Not the cause that many of our ancestors have given their life for. So for us, there's a duty, and we are duty bound as people of South Sudan, wherever we are found, to be the voice of our people. Being lucky to be away with our sisters, with our mothers, with our daughters, with our sons, being shielded from the atrocities of rapes, killing, and maiming, we should not take it lightly. And this in itself should not really give any of us the pass to look the other way or lie down or pay attention to petty divisions that are personal. The issue of our country is beyond individual issues, is beyond individual ambitions. This is a struggle that has claimed many of our own blood relatives, all of us who are here. We pay dearly for this. And for that reason, I'm not pleading, but I ask everyone kindly to really be mindful, not just to bow down to uncles, to aunties, to relatives, to generals, because we are related to them. Anyone that is not taking the path of justice, is not standing upright for the people of South Sudan, is the enemy of our people. And we should line in one line. We should stand unified to remind them and to hold them accountable and hold each other accountable. So I'm very pleased that we have in this town hall meeting with our leader, General Thomas Cirillo. He himself fought for this country to be where it is today. And looking through the injustice and the atrocities that had taken place, forced him to also leave the luxurious, and that he was afforded by his position in the SPLA and in the movement, and chose to stand up for the people of South Sudan. So I welcome him among us, and I welcome everyone that is in this room. No matter how we differ, we must respect each other. We must be mindful that everyone has a role to play. We've all played our roles, and we are going to continue to play these roles until we are no longer in this physical form, And many of us are going to continue to fight this is spiritual, spiritually, if need be. So I welcome him. Let's not demonize each other. Let's not forget, everyone has a role to play. So stand and play your role, and do not just stand by and be just a blamer who's holding others accountable when you giving yourself a pass, not doing anything. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, people of South Sudan, and our struggle continues for a just country for all its children. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Joe. So now I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Amin. Brother Amin, welcome. The mic is yours.
Pam, can you give me a few minutes?
Pam, maybe you can check your DM.
Okay, 1 second. Teresa, I sent you a message in your messenger. Can you check it, please? Yeah, okay. Welcome, General Thomas Cirillo is with us. So I would like to welcome you among us. We would like to thank you for coming and honoring our invitation to come to the rally teams and the youth's town hall meeting. I think I'll give the mic again to our chairman, Abraham, to welcome the chairman of the NAS movement, Thomas Cirillo. Before we can begin, Abraham, go ahead. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Pam. Just want to thank special thanks to General Thomas Cirillo for accepting the invitation. And I understand it's a critical moment, but I appreciate that you make time from the initial message that was sent out that the youth are asking for a town hall meeting with you, and you respond to the call, and I appreciate the quick response as well. You are welcome in this forum. This is an open discussion where we get to know you a little bit better, and I understand there's a lot of misconception out there, and we would like to learn from you and also understand that the state of our country, and how can the young people also play a role moving this country in the right direction of our country. So I welcome you. Feel at home, and we will open the room later on for a few questions from the audience. And I ask all the audience down there, please be respectful, so we can have a productive conversation where all of us can learn. Once again, I thank you. And I thank all the moderators for your presence, and also Sister Teresa for your presence as well. And I yield the mic back to you, Pam.
Thank you, Brother Abraham. General Thomas Cirillo, the chairman of NAS movement, we would like to welcome you to our podium once more. And we're just going to go ahead and start the town hall meeting so that we don't take much of your time. So to begin with, we just would like to know a little bit about Thomas Cirillo. So the first question that we have for you is, who is... Okay, before we go to Thomas Cirillo, Sister Teresa, go ahead. Do you have something to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, let me thank you, the team of the rally. I want to let you know that we are playing this show here as well. I mean, this meeting right now live on Facebook, just for your information, for the benefit of the other people on Facebook, that they will also listen. That's what I want to tell you. And thank you for letting me here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sister Teresa. I'm glad that you actually are doing this in Facebook as well, so that our audience in Facebook can listen, because not everyone in Clubhouse. So we are grateful for that. We are very appreciative. General Thomas, we want to welcome you once more. And then just to start this meeting, we want to go in the beginning. We just wanted to know a little bit about Thomas Cirillo. So in the beginning, we wanted to know, who is Thomas Cirillo? Just in few words, like what interests you to get involve in politics, or to get into the Kuliya Harbiya. So I'll go ahead and then pass the mic to you. General Thomas, your mic is closed.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, our sister, and the rest of the moderators in this meeting today. Let me first greet all of you, our brother Abraham Lolik and his colleagues for the rally in New York on the 16th, and all our colleagues here and all the youth who are attending and women who are attending this conversation.
it is an honor for you to invite me. I feel honored really to be in this meeting, invited by you, for us to discuss about issues pertaining to the existence of our country, survival of our people, and future of our people too. Myself, I'm Thomas Cirillo. I was in Sudanese army when the SPLA started. That was the year that found me already in the academy, the military academy in Sudan. And of course, as a student by then, we started talking about future of our country because we felt that our fathers who fought the war of Anyanyawan did not complete the struggle to the fullest in terms of us achieving our full freedom. So as young people, we started thinking about a revolution, that unless there is a revolution, again, for South Sudanese to free themselves, we will not really be free human beings in that country. So I decided to go to the military academy in Sudan. I graduated from there. Then I was posted in Port Sudan in the air defense unit. I became air defense officer. And of course, now we are kept very far from South Sudan when the war started. And in 83, we were still in the college when it started. Then from there, we graduated when the war was already on. And of course, all of us are now thinking of how do we join the struggle. Of course, the system in Sudan did not allow us to go to South Sudan until 1998, when conditions of our unit now forced these people to allow us now to come to South Sudan. And that was the year we thank God and we said, that is the chance. And myself, when I was leaving for Sudan, I told my colleagues, some of them are already, they joined us in the SPLA later on. And I told them, I'm going home now. This is a great chance for us. And if I don't come back home, that's it. Because our dreams was to struggle and free our people. So we came in 88, and of course, you heard that we organized a revolution inside the country. And in 92, we started fighting the oppressors of Sudan, and we left the country and we joined the struggle outside. And even during that time, when the SPLA split it into two groups, what they call Torit faction and then Nasir faction, we continued to write to John that we must do everything possible to unite the struggle and the people of South Sudan so that we are able to free our people. Otherwise, Khartoum will use this division to really continue colonizing us. We sent one of our martyrs, that is Yohanna Job, was a major. He's from Nasir. We sent him to Malakal to see the situation. And then he came back and reporting to us that, yes, our people who are being led by Riek Machar are already working with Khartoum. So we have to continue with the program inside the country. And of course, until 92, we have now to stage the struggle inside the country, and we left the country and we joined the struggle. So we were there in the SPLA. I became a senior commander in the SPLA. I led different fronts in different places. I participated in different campaigns to liberate our country. My last position during the struggle, I was posted to the desert, to the Eastern Sudan. Took over the command from our colleague who is now leading Nuba Mountains struggle, that is Abdulaziz Al-Malhilu. And I took over the command in Eastern Sudan front. I was there for almost 6 years in the desert with the forces that you have flown and landed there in that desert, and we fought there. I think you people, you heard the work that the SPLA forces under us really accomplished there. From Port Sudan to Kassala, and almost up to Gaddafi. And we were planning now to push ourselves to Khartoum. And Dr. John was telling us that the fish rotten from the head. So he was telling me when he was briefing me in Asma, when I was getting out the field in the eastern Sudan front, was saying, if we remain in South Sudan, fighting here like fighting the tail of the fish, or in a local language, like you are fighting crane with the hardware. So we need to go to the head of the enemy, and that is Khartoum. And so he said, General Thomas, by then you are commanders, that Commander Thomas, we are giving you this strategic task for us to really to shorten the time of our struggle and really to hit the enemy hard. And I was there for all these years until the agreement was signed in 2005. And then I became the first commander of the Joint Integrated Units. I was commanding 40,000 men and women, 20,000 from South Sudan, and which is at the SPLA, and then 20,000 from the North. It was not an easy task because you are bringing Mujahideen on this side and you are bringing the SPLA on this side. Then we have to work hard really to lead these people so that they don't fight, because Khartoum was trying to find a way for us to fight so that this agreement collapsed. That was the strategy. But we worked very hard with our colleagues in the headquarters of the SPLA, Dr. Vuya Dengajak and Joseph James Oz and the rest of colleagues, for us really to be patient and not to respond to the provocations for Khartoum, so that our forces start to fight and to destroy the agreement. So we are there until later on, after in 2009 to 10, then I was transferred to the headquarters. And later on, I became Deputy Chief of Staff for Training and Research. And there, I got a chance also again let us try to work out a strategy to create a national security sector, national defense sector that represents the people of South Sudan. That all South Sudanese must really see themselves there. And I was very conscious that unless we have a strong national professional security and defense sector, we are going to be in a problem, given the nature of our situation in South Sudan. And of course, we know very well that if you don't establish a national security sector, our politicians and tribal leaders will utilize some of these forces for their own political gains, tribal gains, personal gains. And I was very conscious about that. And in fact, we worked very hard. We developed a strategic transformation document for all the forces that came home, from the SPLA and our militias who are under us, SPLA forces, those who are supporting us in the villages. At the same time, also our brothers and sisters who are being called by then, other who are being called armed groups from Sudan, who are under Sudan government. They came home. And we said, from all these forces, let us create a national security sector. That reflects all of us. Because I was briefing our commanders when we developed that strategic document, that we need to do it very fast. Because given this political situation in the country, if our politicians started to fight themselves, wrangling over positions, over whatever political things, and if we are a nationally formed and established, nothing will happen to South Sudan. We'll continue to keep security of our country, defending it from any external aggression, and at the same time protecting the people inside the country. And if there is any fighting, of course, these politicians or these tribal leaders will not get any chance to use us, for their benefits, to use us against, each other. What will happen? I was explaining to the people in Bilfam that if our politicians, like what happened in 2013 and other times, we just send our delegation from the headquarters and tell them, you are our leaders, you sit down, resolve your political issues, form a government, and then we'll continue to support the government that is of our people. So with this strategy, I think if we are to do that, from the very beginning, from 2005, I believe that South Sudan was not going to be in this problem. Yes, it is natural that our people can have political problems, political differences. It's natural. But of course, they will continue to debate in the parliament, wherever they debate, and then they come up with a solution that is accepted by our people. And the security sector will defend what our people are for. Unfortunately, Salva Kiir with his group, they were against a strategy of really establishing national security sector because they want to use, the army and the other security apparatus for their own gains, which is now clear that they are using all our forces, men and women, in uniform to stay in power and destroy the country and use it for their own kind of ends. So I was there, we developed that, but of course it could not go ahead because it was just thrown out. People are against that. So that was what we were seeing that time, and we worked very hard really to do something that can rescue us from what we are in now. So later on, after the war, when the war broke out in 2013, I was the deputy chief of staff, and we saw that the country is now breaking to pieces. We tried to talk even to the president himself, but he was not listening. He was totally carried away. With this kind of tribal kind of situation, and South Sudan got itself totally lost. There was no responsible government now to keep our people together, to keep our country together, really to resolve the reasons of the war, so that we bring peace quickly to our people. So I discovered that that there is no any way only for South Sudanese to struggle again, because the system under Salva, the SPLA leadership betrayed the people of South Sudan. They left the vision of the SPLM and they turned it to something different. So South Sudanese are suffering now more than any time in our history. And I believe that unless there is a revolution, unless there is another struggle to liberate the people of South Sudan, really to make them free and live as dignified human beings in that beautiful land, we are not going to have a future. So myself and many other colleagues, we were convinced about this path, and we decided to stage a revolution, a movement. We call it National Salvation Front. The abbreviation, we did not put it NSF, but we made it NS. We call it NAS, and that is the people. We said this time around we must have a revolution. We must have a movement of the people, and must fight for the people. This is why we call ourselves NAS. So we are still in this struggle. We are struggling hard in order to really rescue the country called South Sudan and our great people, so that we establish this new country, and we develop it so that our people can prosper and live a happy life, happy, dignified life. So this is in short, dear colleagues, brothers and sisters. You're welcome.
Thank you, General Thomas. I would like to take you back to your days in the liberation movement. So can you please tell us what was it like being a freedom fighter, and what was your experience like being in the the liberation movement, SPLM? And was it different then? What was the movement different then than it is today?
Of course, the SPLM had its own manifesto, and of course it was fighting for these noble ideals and objectives to free the people of South Sudan from this long colonialism by the North, and for us to establish a country that is really to be for the people of South Sudan, and allow the people of South Sudan for the first time in our history to take charge of their affairs and their future, and to establish a government system that is to serve them and not to loot them, not to destroy them, not to kill them, not to rape them, and then they take care of themselves and decide what is best for them as people in that country. So there is several objectives of the struggle, but these are the main, I think, objectives. This is why it was called liberation movement, for us to liberate ourselves from the yoke of the colonialism of Sudan and to establish our own country and to prosper, develop and prosper. That is the aim, of course, of life itself. So unfortunately, after the peace agreement in 2005, we thought that our leaders, our political leaders of the SPLM, were going to sit down and discuss widely, consulting all sectors of our people, so that ask ourselves that now you have a country of our own. How can we coexist? How can we live together? How can we build this country? How can we build strong foundation for this new country, so that the coming generation can come and build on it and go ahead? People did not ask questions like this, and I think our political leaders decided to go astray, decided now to cocoon to their own tribes, and even not even a tribe, but even to their clans, and they started, looting the resources of the country. They started mistreating whoever stand, like stumbling block, whatever that they want to do. And of course, this tribal situation came up in the country, and South Sudan was forgotten. The people were forgotten, and here we are in a very devastating type of wars in this continent called Africa. Welcome.
Thank you, General Thomas. So my next question to you is: we all aware of the discrimination and mismanagement of resources and all the atrocities that's going back home. Yet a lot of our leaders chose to stay and still serve this regime, even though they know that this regime have failed us. Why did you precisely choose to leave that regime and stand against it instead of just staying there and enjoying luxury of being there?
I think as a person, I have a belief that if I'm to stay saving that regime, which is destroying South Sudan today, which is killing our people, destroying everybody, it will be a betrayal. It will be the betrayal to our people. It will be a treason against our people. And I put my life from my young age, when I was in mid-20s. And up to today, I think that we cannot fight, even from our forefathers, when they started fighting against colonialism to free the country. There was a lot of sacrifices given to this freedom, or to this. In fact, we don't have freedom up to now, but we liberated South Sudan. South Sudan is liberated, but the people of South Sudan are not free. So I felt that if I'm to continue with this system, we turn to be predators against our people. I feel that it will be like a treason. It will be like a betrayal to our people, dreams and hopes in life. So I decided to dedicate myself to continue this struggle until we really achieve what our people really want in life, which is their aspirations in life. So I don't talk to other people, but I'm talking to myself that I have to continue this struggle with the rest of the people of South Sudan who are ready to sacrifice for us to see a need done to our people, so that our people, for the first time in life, will live a dignified life and to smile, to be happy.
Thank you. What do you think is the way forward to rescue our people from the mess that we are already in, like all the atrocities and that is happening? and from this regime, the current regime in Juba?
In fact, when National Salvation Front was established, we decided to take a peaceful resolution of this conflict, this war. We talked to Juba that we better resolve this conflict peacefully, so that there is no too much suffering for our people who have been suffering throughout their lives. But Juba refused to accept what the people of South Sudan want. So we were left with no option, only to take up arms to protect the people of South Sudan and to fight to freedom. So this is the situation we are in, and but again, the room for peaceful resolution of the conflict is open. If Juba at any time is ready to dialogue, for us to find an acceptable solution to this conflict, we are ready. But if they continue to block every peaceful means to this conflict, then the South Sudanese people, including ourselves, our movement, will find itself only with one option of fighting the regime militarily. Rescue the people of South Sudan.
Thank you for that. So, General Thomas, as a person who joined the military at a very young age, I believe it was at the age of early 20s, and what advice do you have for the South Sudanese youth of today who are even in their mid-20s or even in their early 30s, but yet believe that the responsibility of the country is not theirs? Like they have nothing. There's nothing that they can do to be able to help the situation back home. What do you think what advice do you have for them, and what can they do to help rescue our country? What roles can they play?
Yeah, thank you. In the first place, let me say this. The situation of our youth today is very, really miserable. Our people are living a very difficult and miserable life. And they don't deserve to live this life because we as a country, for our country, we have everything. We have all the resources that can make our people, our youth, really to live a happy life. This is a time where they're supposed to go to school to get education and gain education capacity for them to be able in different fields, for them to be able to build a country and build their nation for themselves, for them to prosper and for them to live a happy, dignified life. But unfortunately, the regime of Salva Kiir decided to destroy the country and, of course, destroying the youth. As we talk today, there is no education in the country, only for few people, maybe for those who have money. But 90% of our young people are outside there without education. And this is going to be a really lost for us as a nation. So our youth are suffering. And I think that we need to work hard, all of us as South Sudanese, to stop this war so that we avail opportunities for our young people really to get education, to get stable, so that they concentrate on building their lives and the life of our country and the nation itself.
Okay, thank you, General. I just want to let the audience know that in a little while we will bring people to ask questions. So once that time comes, we will open the hand raise button, and then you guys can ask your questions. But meanwhile, we're just gonna ask General Ian Matthew a couple of questions before we give the chances to the audience to ask their question. My next question to you, General Thomas. General Thomas. Joe, can you close your mic? Thank you. General Thomas, my question to you is, do you think that this rally that the youth in America are coming up with, do you think that this rally can help the situation in our country back home? Would it have an impact in like changing things back home?
Definitely, this rally will have an impact to all of us as South Sudanese and the rest of the world who are interested in South Sudan. Let me say the friends of South Sudan, who think that South Sudan don't deserve the suffering that we are in today. Number one, I really urge our youth to come out, especially those who are in the US, to go for this rally. Because inside the country, there is no freedom of speech, there is no freedom of assembly, there is no freedom of all these kind of freedoms. And our people cannot say anything. Our people are under terror of the government in Juba. So we who are outside here, who are an opportunity to express ourselves, I think this is a time for us to go to this rally, tell the people of South Sudan and the world, what we are really thinking about South Sudan. You see, in terms of, this war going on, in terms of destruction of the country, in terms of all this miserable situation in the country, and what we want for the country itself. So our youth, our people generally must come out, must go to this rally and express, their opinion, so that people also know, because the outside world, if the people don't come out, if the people don't speak out, of course, the world and the rest will not know what the people of South Sudan want. So I think that at this juncture, where there is a lot of developments in the country, where Salva Kiir decided to extend their government against the will of the people, I think it's time for our youth, for our people in the US, really to march to New York and to express, our ideas and our opinions about the country and what we want for South Sudan. So I think that this rally is going to have an impact on the political map of the country.
Thank you, General Thomas. My next question to you is, should the people of South Sudan have faith in the alliance of the opposition, in another word, the round table? And if the outcome did not come positively, what will be the alternative?
Yes, of course, these are all means of us to get a solution to the conflict in the country. Be that negotiations like what we did before, be that now the roundtable conference that we are thinking is another way of finding a solution to the country for us as South Sudanese to sit together and to discuss peace of our country. But in the event of Juba is not responding to the call of the people through this roundtable, of course, this will not stop the struggle of the people of South Sudan. The struggle will continue. The struggle will be on until South Sudan become free human beings. South Sudanese become free human beings. Until our country is liberated from this type of regimes, which has destroyed everybody in the country and the nation itself. So this is a struggle for freedom. Whether this roundtable succeeded, or let me say, if this roundtable did not succeed, it will not stop the struggle of the people of South Sudan. This struggle will go on in different ways until we become free human beings from this system. Yes.
Okay, thank you, General General Thomas Cirillo. My next question to you is, what is your message for the youth of South Sudan in diaspora and South Sudan back home? How can they help the opposition overcome the regime in Juba?
Yes, of course, for our people, for our youth, and the women, I think that there is an important roles for them really to play at this time. out of other obligations for them as youth to play in terms of them really to educate themselves. To find out a way to educate themselves despite the difficulties that they're in, because they are the backbone of the society. They are the backbone of our country. And therefore, education is important for them to acquire knowledge. And this knowledge will help them tomorrow to build and establish that new country. So education is important for them. Really urge them. I know there is a lot of difficulties facing them, but when there is any opportunity, somebody must really work hard to get educated. This is one. Number two, of course, unfortunately, our youth of today, they find themselves in this great challenge of our history, where there is a very devastating big war in the country. So I think the priority is for us to struggle, to come together, to struggle, so that we free our people and free our country from the regime self-care. And this require our youth to join the struggle in different ways. Our youth must join the struggle. When I say struggle, you have different fronts of the struggle. And so it's important for our youth to join the struggle because they have the energy and they are really the vanguards of every struggle. And therefore, it's important for our youth to start thinking of really joining the struggle of the people of South Sudan, so that we quickly liberate ourselves and have peace in our country and have a responsible government that gives services to our people, including, of course, education to our young people, and we go home. So this is my first advice to our young people, including the women. And the other role, that the fabric of our society is now destroyed by this regime, and the unit of the country is already at stake. So it is an important role for our youth to come up with social programs wherever they are, in order for them really to bring our people closer to each other, to rescue the unit of our people, for them to come with programs that should not allow us to hate themselves. They must come up with programs, social programs that must bring our people closer to each other and really to stand against anything that is dividing us. So the youth have the capacity, they have the capabilities of doing that, and I think this is very important role, because fabric of our society is very important for us as a nation, and therefore it is a role of the youth to come up with this kind of projects and programs to keep our people united, because it's only with unity that we'll be able to overcome the challenges that we are facing. The other point, I think our youth need to promote our culture, because it is through our culture that we are called South Sudanese. Our cultures are also getting affected because of this war, and therefore it's important for our youth, wherever they are, to create programs that promote our cultures, that really make our cultures live in the life of our people, especially those who are now outside the country, so that we continue keeping these cultures and take it on to the coming generation. It is important. At the same time, we think that our young people at this time should really think of what we can do at this time to support the struggle, especially those who are outside. you should not be aloof, from what is happening now at home. You need to be part and partial of this struggle in different ways. If you cannot do other things, you do what you can do. What do you think that you can do to advance the cause of the struggle of our people? There's a lot of problems, of course, happening at home, and we need also to work very hard so that we bring like those tribal conflict among our people to an end. Also, the youth can also play a role in that, because the people who are now fighting themselves at home, these are the young people, these are the youth. So we need also to work very hard so that we help, bring those kind of conflicts among ourselves to an end and bring our people together. These are some of the important, I think, issues we think that our young people should play at this time. But again, while we do this, if there is an opportunity for those who can get education, I think it's important for them to continue also getting this education to prepare themselves for tomorrow's task in the country, in terms of building the country to prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas Cirillo. I have a question from one of the audience. Oh, sorry, Pam.
Bambi, I have two more questions. Let me finish, and then you guys will ask questions. And after that, we will give the audience a chance to ask their questions, because I think some of the team members also, they have questions for General Thomas. So General Thomas, I have two more questions for you, and then I'll give my team members a chance to ask you a question. My next question to you is, people tend to say, like, as we see in our country, tribalism is a big thing. Tribalism play a big role in South Sudan. And we see oppositions, and even some of the government supporters are saying that in order for us to save our country is that we need to be united. My question to you is, how do you think that the people of South Sudan can be united to save the country? Is it true that we need to save the country? If it's so, how are we going to how can we get the tribalism out of our country to be able to unite the country?
Yes, we are. This is a very challenging situation for all of us as South Sudanese. To unite our people who are totally fragmented intentionally by the government, it's not going to be an easy task. The regime in Juba is using policy of divide and rule. It's pitting clans, communities, groups against each other. And in fact, as we talk, the regime of Kir met the issue of bringing our people really united a very big task to all of us. Because now our clans are made to hate themselves, our tribes are made to hate themselves, even groups within clans are made to hate themselves and kill themselves. And of course, when people are made to reach to this level of killing themselves and committing this kind of crimes, I think it's not going to be easy. So we need to work. We need to put our ideas all together of how do we bring our people together. But of course, in the first place, in the presence of the system like of the SPLM in Juba, I don't think that it's going to be an easy task for us to unite the people of South Sudan. Because that system is the one working hard to continue dividing our people. Because the more they divide our people, of course, we will not have a formidable united force against the system itself. So that we really remove the system, we put in place a system that can really bring our people together. So this is why unity of our people at this time in time is going to be a very difficult task, because Salva Kiir will continue, to divide our people and fight it. You can see now, like in Upper Nile, they managed to divide the Kitgwang group, and they're now fighting each other. And in different places, like in Bantu, you have one clan even is fighting each other. In other places, you go to Tambura, you go to Eastern Equatoria, you go to the rest of Upper Nile and Bargazal. our communities in Lake State, they have been bleeding all this time from 2005. They did not rest at all. They continue to kill themselves. Mura against Mura, and Salva Kiir is watching. You go to Warab even today as we talk. Our people are suffering there in Warab. They are left to kill themselves. And this is a strategy for Salva Kiir to continue in power, because they will, of course, by doing so, they will be sure that these people of South Sudan will not be able to come together, to fight this regime and rescue themselves, because they have already created this enmity against ourselves. You see. So this is the task that we are facing, and of course, this is a struggle. We will continue to work very hard, reach out to our communities, the grassroots, sensitize them, make them to understand that we should really stop this type of wars against ourselves, because this is the making of the regime for them to stay in power. And we continue uniting ourselves in whatever way and continue the struggle until this system is changed in South Sudan. So by the time now we have a right system, governance system in place, most of these conflicts will just go off. And the deep-rooted one, people, of course, will sit down with this responsible government. They will help the people resolving the conflict among themselves. And here we'll have the unity of South Sudan back again. So this is what I would say about this issue of unity of the people of South Sudan at this time.
Thank you, General Thomas. So my last question for you is: earlier you said that if it need to, the Juba regime will be forced out militarily. My question to you is: if it comes to that point where all other peaceful means do not work, and we might have to force the regime out militarily, do you believe that the opposition have the manpower to be able to take the government in Juba out, knowing that there are alliance with Uganda and its military force? And if it's so, are you concerned about possible collateral damage that a lot of the South Sudanese citizens will be killed in crossfire?
You see, when I say that if the regime refuse for us to sit down peacefully and resolve the conflict in the country through peaceful means, through peaceful political means, the South Sudanese will use every means of the struggle to free themselves and remove that system. So that, it means a lot, whether you use the power of arms or even you use the power of the people, like in other countries. You remember our neighbor Sudan, Bashir was locked inside the headquarters in his house by the people without arms until he was taken to the prison. Salva Kiir think that with arms that they have, they will continue to terrorize the people of South Sudan. But I believe that that time will come when the people will say, enough is enough. And our people will give every sacrifice that are needed until Salva Kiir is removed. If he refuses, to resolve the conflict in South Sudan peacefully. So there is a lot of ways. Our people will use arms. Our people will use other means like demonstrations, protests, until the regime is removed. So it is not a question of that it must be guns. But our people, yes, they are now terrorized. They are under a terrible fear. But time will come when the people of South Sudan, like any other nations, when the people will say, enough is enough. If you want to kill thousands of us today, let him kill. But at the end of the day, we reach to J1 and we remove them. That also will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas Cirillo. I would like to thank you for answering all the questions. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Bambi. Bambi, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, before we go to your last, to the other colleague, I want to say even the force is now under Salva Kiir. These forces are under Salva Kiir and they're in pain. You have the SPLA revolutionaries who are really betrayed by Salva Kiir. They are watching. Even those who are cutting trees, making charcoal to survive, those who are still in uniform, even those who become old, they are still watching. And even this force is now being mobilized from villages to come and defend the regime. They are also watching. These are human beings. They know that they are fighting, defending the regime, but they're not even benefiting. They're suffering like anybody. Their children are not going to school. They're dying. There's no medicine in the country. They don't have salary. They're also watching. Also, the possibility of these forces one day to decide and say, Salva Kiir, you have to leave also is there. You see. So, because they are part and parcel of the society of South Sudan, they are also suffering like us, despite the fact that they are forced now to support the regime, or they are forced now to continue protecting the regime, but they are suffering. The time will come when they will also say, enough is enough, Salva Kiir will not continue protecting you against the will of our people. So that's a lot of ways that Salva Kiir at the end of the day will go. Thank you.
Thank you. Bambi, go ahead and you can answer your question.
Welcome, General Thomas Cirillo. Like we stated earlier, it's truly an honor to have you today. We understand it's late at your end, wherever you are, or maybe early, we don't know. But regardless, we're happy to have you here, and we're happy that you're answering all our questions very thoroughly. I have a few questions for you. Question number one I have for you is, with everything that is going on in South Sudan right now, I understand that because the government have refused for any peaceful resolution with the NAS organization, which has forced the NAS organization to pick up arms. Now, my question is, what do you think is going to happen? Let's say if they lift the arms embargo, because with the graduation of the unified force that is happening right now, and I believe that they're going to be lobbying for that, which we worked so hard to lobby for that to be extended when we did the rally in DC, and we wrote to our senators and representatives. So now our fear, it's not really a fear, but our question is, what can South Sudanese that are back home do to also help to make sure those kind of policies not lifted, like the arms embargo?
Yes, Cuba is working very hard to paint a picture that they are implementing the agreement after they have decided to extend their tenure in power. And they made this scenario of this graduation of the forces, which they call them unified forces. In fact, the people of the world are not blind, and I want to be clear here to the people of South Sudan tonight that this graduation of these forces is a kind of scenario really to deceive the world, to tell the international community that you have been urging us to have a unified force, and here we have a unified force. I want to tell the people of South Sudan tonight, I want to tell the international community tonight that what happened in Juba, in terms of this graduation of this what they call unified forces, is not really a true unified forces. These are people, some of them are militias, and also they're also dominated by one community, and they were brought together and they are put in this new uniform, and then they were shown to the world and to the people of South Sudan that now we have a unified force. this is not a unified force. This is only a force that really to deceive the world so that they get support to this government, so that the arms embargo is lifted, so that they get more arms to kill, to continue killing our people. But in essence, this is not a unified force. This is just a drama that they created in Juba and made everybody to think that maybe, for those who don't know, that this is a unified force. This is not a unified force. I was a key member of the security sector discussion and negotiation during this negotiation in Addis Ababa until we went to Khartoum. And this is not the way that we want this force to be organized. We went deep and we say that first of all, we need to create really training centers outside, not this one, because if you remember, these people really brought these opposition forces, those who signed agreement with them. They were down in this what they call training centers, or the areas that they started to assemble people, and these people were left without any service. They were left without food, without anything, even without training, in fact. Because if you assemble people in the morning and just make few drills and then leave them to go, this is not training. This is not training at all. So these soldiers were left of the opposition, were left just to go their way, to go home and to go to their places, and there was no training. Now, under this pressure of international community especially, now Juba decided to assemble whoever there, put them in this new uniform, and say this is a unified force. This is not a unified force, because we as a country, after this disaster, after this conflict, we said let us have a really training place. We bring forces that represent all our communities in a very balanced way. We put them in the training. After we screen them, those who are capable, we take them there, we train them, we mix them, and then after we deployate them properly, in fact, in terms of orientation, national orientation, for them to know their national duties. Then from there, we bring them under good command. They take over the capital from this force from South inside you. Be that national security, be that or be that whatever, they take over the capital, this new force, which is really representing the people of South Sudan, which cannot be used by any tribal or any political leader. And from there, we continue to train more of them and take over capitals of our states. And at the same time, we continue and take over what we call, civilian centers. You see, because most of the civilian centers is occupied by these tribal forces in the country. So this is how we want what they are now calling unified national forces. They are not unified national forces. They are just trying to deceive people. And the regime of Salva Kiir will continue controlling the country by his tribal militia. So the people of South Sudan and international community must know this. So we are not going to give any credit or any recognition to the force which is graduated recently, because in fact, as we talk now, even some of them have gone to their villages, because there is no organization, there is no salary, there is no food, there is no anything for them other than maybe this uniform, the new uniform that they brought it to them to show to the people that there is a new force. There's nothing that they gave to these people. And many of them, of course, all of them graduated, most of them graduated with sticks, you see. And there's a lot of guns inside the country. But Salva Kiir don't want to arm the opposition forces who signed the agreement with them, because he want to continue keeping the balance of force under his control. So this is important for me tonight, I think, to tell our people and the international community that what is happening in Juba in terms of this graduation of what they call the National Unified Force is just a drama. It's not a real thing that meant to really bring peace to the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have a question that from the audience from Joanna, and I thought it's a very important question, so I wanted to ask you. She said, "What makes your movement different from SPLA And why should SSPP believe on the movement looking at your background of SPLA? And how can the PP and SS contribute to achieve new leadership according to NAS?
Yeah, yes, National Salvation Front is totally different. Number one, National Salvation Front aim and objectives and vision is for the people of South Sudan. We are aspiring to have a country of all of us. We are aspiring to establish a democratic society. We are aspiring to develop South Sudan as a country and the people themselves to prosper and to live a happy life, dignified, happy life. This is one. We are committed to these ideals. We are committed to these objectives of the movement, and we are totally for the people. This is why we call ourselves NAS. That means we are people and we are for the people, not for ourselves as individuals. And this is why, if you remember, during Addis Ababa until we went to Khartoum, when people were forced to sign this agreement, and they were, given this different kind of positions, National Salvation Front was totally out, and we said we are not here for positions. I want to repeat this here to our people tonight and to the international community. I want to reiterate this position again, that National Salvation Front is not for this kind of petty kind of interests, be that political positions, be that resources that can be given to the leaders of NAS, and then we forget the people of South Sudan and we go home. No, we are totally for our people. This is why we refuse to sign this agreement that sold the people of South Sudan out, that made the people of South Sudan to live as slaves in their own country, that made the people of South Sudan to live a life which is not dignified. So we refuse to sign all these kind of agreements because we are struggling for the people of South Sudan. We want the people of South Sudan to take over their country and to decide their future. This is what National Salvation Front wants, and this is why we are different. I can say we are different from other movements, or let me say we are different from the SPLM in power. We are totally for the people of South Sudan. This is why we refuse anything that can be given to us as individuals or groups within the movement, so that we betray the people of South Sudan. So National Salvation Front will not surrender under whatever situation, even if the government even if like what you are saying, that the arms embargo will be lifted, and of course Salva Kiir will have a lot of arms and all this. No, this will not stop National Salvation Front to continue the struggle until South Sudanese become free human beings in their own country. So this is how National Salvation Front is a different kind of movement at this time in history. So we'll continue to pursue what is good for our people, but not individual interests, as some of us are doing inside the country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for answering the question. I just have two more questions, and then I'll move on the line. All right, my second question is, you mentioned earlier that you are open to a peaceful resolution with the regime in Juba. What are your terms and for that peaceful resolution? What are the terms that you require for them to provide or to agree with that meets your standards or the NAS standards for you guys to be able to even agree for a peaceful resolution?
Of course, South Sudan is not for Salva Kiir. South Sudan is not for a tribe. I think South Sudan is for all of us. And when there is a problem, when there's a conflict like what's happening in the country, I think we need to sit together as South Sudanese without discriminating ourselves whether you are in power or not. We need to sit down and then discuss, the issues that brought about the war in the country in a genuine way for us to rescue the country from this destructive war. Yes, the option for us to sit down with the regime to discuss the problems in the country and achieve peace is open. and it depends on the regime. If the regime is really have a patriotic heart to bring about peace to our people who have suffered a lot, I think Juba should accept the South Sudanese to come together. This is why, after the fail of this agreement of theirs, which did not achieve anything in the country other than destroying the country more and more, we are now what we call ourselves the like-minded opposition groups, civil society, women groups, and youth. We are saying that we need to come together. Now this agreement, which was flawed, did not achieve anything to our people other than causing more suffering to our people. Let us, instead extending that tenure in power, let us come together as South Sudanese in a roundtable conference and discuss, the conflict properly. Let us discuss the root causes of the conflict, like what we are saying in National Salvation Front. That let us discuss the root causes of the conflict, find out a solution for these reasons, so that you have a genuine, sustainable peace really for our people. And this is what National Salvation Front is advocating. So it depends on Salva Kiir. If at a given time or a certain time they started thinking about South Sudan, they started thinking about our future, the future of the people of South Sudan, then NAS and the like-minded groups in the country are ready to sit and discuss genuinely for us to achieve peace, genuine peace to the people of South Sudan. Otherwise, of course, we'll continue to use every means of the struggle until we free the people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for answering. And this is my last question. Now, I understand that NAS is a movement for all South Sudan, and they believe in unifying South Sudan and fighting for all South Sudan. But I'm speaking for myself as an Equatoria, and our team also, we believe in unity, and we believe in the unification of all 64 tribes working together to achieve a peaceful South Sudan. But we also can't ignore the fact that Equatoria is bleeding really, really bad right now, whether it's Central, Eastern Equatoria, or Western Equatoria, with all the killings. As somebody said in a different room earlier, that if you go to places like Numule or KGKG, you barely see the owners of the lands there because they have been chased, they have been killed. Land occupation is happening rapidly in those areas. Now, and Equatorians are very angry and they're very disappointed in the government, but also they're disappointed with their neighboring tribe. What are some advice can you give to the Equatorian people that are very hurt, have this, I don't want to say hate, but they're hurt, and they might express it in a very extreme manner, and it pushes them to even at some point to be radicals, and rightfully so, because they feel hurt. What are some advice can you give them as a leader for such a big movement, and also as an opposition who is fighting for all of South Sudan?
Yes, thank you to the people of Equatoria. I think the whole country is bleeding. Yes, Equatoria have suffered throughout this time. Not even now, even from the SPLA era, SPLA struggle era. Finally, Equatoria become the theater of operations of the SPLA until the peace agreement was signed. Of course, when there is war in your house, of course, it will affect the people who are in the house. So the Equatorians have been suffering throughout this era of the liberation war of the SPLA. And after the peace agreement, when they were to come home, of course, this war also happened. And also, they have to go to leave the country. Many of them left the country to exile, those who are in displaced camps. And a lot, of course, of sufferings really took place in Equatoria. Other areas also in South Sudan, the rest of our two regions also suffered. Though, like in Barghazal, there was no serious wars there between the opposition and the government. But again, the tribes, the way the tribes, our people, our communities in Barghazal are left to kill themselves, also mounted to a very serious suffering for people over there. And when you go to Upper Nile, also is worse. I think people are seeing now, are hearing now what is happening to our people in Upper Nile. That region is totally also demolished, let me say destroyed completely. And the people are scattered. The worst of it is that even our communities are totally divided to the extent that groups and clans are really fighting themselves in a very serious way. So because of this, serious suffering of our people, the Equatorians are suffering, of course, because of all this situation also on them. And now all the people of South Sudan, have moved where the government is, which is Juba, and of course everybody is suffering there. The only salvation to the people of Equatoria is a struggle. There is no any other way for us to sit and say that the liberation will come to us, when we just sit. There is no way for Equatorians. There is no way for South Sudanese, be that in Upper Nile or Barghazal, for us to be free, for us to have peace, unless we struggle. So Equatorians must come together, must join this struggle of national salvation front. All of us unite. The people of Upper Nile to come and join National Salvation Front. The people of Barghazal to come and join National Salvation Front. All of us unite, and in no time we'll be able to liberate ourselves from the yoke of this system in Juba, and then we establish a system that will be of the people and for the people. So my advice to the people of Equatoria is that there is a very serious suffering taking place in Equatoria. The people of Equatoria have suffered a lot, and the only way for us to liberate ourselves from this suffering is for us to stop. It's for us to unite ourselves. It's for us to join National Salvation Front, in big numbers, so that we are capable to end the suffering of our people as soon as possible. So I think this is a small advice to the people of Equatoria, that the only way is for them to unite and stop and offer every sacrifices that are needed for us to be free. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move the line along to Sister Sarah. Sister Sarah, go ahead and ask your questions, and you can pass it on to me.
Greetings to General Thomas Cirillo and our audience. My question to you, I believe we are more than 64 tribes in South Sudan. And also, I believe that the only tribe making South Sudanese are right now, and grabbing people land, I think is one tribe, and also killing our civilians is a regime in Juba. My question to you, why the other tribe cannot unite it and fought the regime in Juba, for example, or for example, to unite against that tribe that grabbing people land, So that's my first question, and I will come with the second one later when you answer that. Did you guys hear me?
Yes, General Thomas, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. I'm here. Yeah. Are you getting me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Yes. What I will say here that the situation of our unity, the unity of our people, as I stated earlier, that the regime, this is the making of the regime. The regime is the one pitting our people against each other, as you know. And of course, the regime is very sensitive to see that our people are united, to see that our people are together, to see that our people are trying to unite to liberate themselves. So the regime will not sleep. The regime will continue to divide our people. So the only way is for us to work hard and come out with policies and strategies to unite our people. Of course, under Salva Kiir regime, we will not unite our people 100%, but at least we'll be able to bring. You remember during the war against Khartoum, the war of liberation under the SPLM, Khartoum played the same games of dividing our people. But despite all that, the SPLM continued to work very hard, applying policies that at least can bring our people together to fight the war of a struggle. So we also in South Sudan today, under Salva Kiir, we are being divided by this system, and there is no way for us to unite our people unless we work very hard. We create policies and mechanisms and strategies for us to go into the midst of our people, sensitize them, and tell them that they should not continue fighting themselves because the reason is the Juba regime. And therefore, this situation of us getting divided and fighting ourselves, is a situation that is not the creation of our people. This is a creation of the regime in Juba, and therefore it is important for us to work very hard to fight so that we stop this division of our people, which is made by Juba.
My last question will be, what the message can you give the South Sudanese people in diaspora, especially in America, those people who don't believe that rally cannot make an impact, So what the advice that you should give them at this moment? Because especially I feel like the separatists, our goal is one, we fighting regime, but they don't believe in rally, What kind of message that you need to give them? Thank you.
In the struggle, people use different kind of ways to struggle. For those who don't believe in rallies, they are also free to use different ways of the struggle to free themselves. And for those who believe that rallies, demonstrations, and other means, fighting, whatever, can achieve what they want, also let them use whatever that they believe that can free them. So the option of means of the struggle are there. So it's up to everybody, every group, every party to use a means that they feel can achieve what they want as soon as possible. So the question of the rally in New York, we are not saying when our people go to New York to demonstrate there, immediately Salva Kiir will run from Juba. No, we need to talk out. We need to voice out our concerns to the world. Let the world know how we are suffering. Let the world know how Salva Kiir is destroying the country, killing our people, raping our women, looting our resources, selling the country out. Our people must say it out. We should not be silent. You see. So talking out, speaking out to the world, to anybody, to know our suffering is also another means of struggle. We are sensitizing even ourselves as South Sudanese, of what is happening in the country. So this is very important. This is very crucial. You see, while others who think that this type of rallies and demonstration, whatever, cannot do anything, they are also, we also urge them to work very hard and they use the means that they believe that can free the people of South Sudan. Let them continue to use it. So means of a struggle are different. So everybody is free to use whatever that they feel or believe that can really free the people of South Sudan. Yeah, but I think that from my side, I believe that rally, demonstrations, all this kind of thing is part of the resistance against the system. So I urge our people, those who believe that it is important for us to tell the leaders of the world who are going to be in New York to know what is happening in South Sudan. It is very important because also South Sudan is trying to fool the rest of the international community, is trying to deceive the international community that everything is fine in South Sudan and therefore give me everything. So if you don't talk out, if you don't speak out, if you don't expose the regime will continue to fool the world and get the support from the international community to continue destroying and suppressing us. So it is important for us to continue, speaking out to the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Cirillo, and I'm so honored to have you as a guest honor here today. And I do appreciate it for your time today, honestly. Thank you so much. I will pass the chance to someone else. I'll give it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Sarah. So I see Queen, you blinking your mic. I'll go ahead and give you the mic.
Yeah, I was blinking because I think Bambi said it's my turn after Sarah. Yeah, thank you, Pam. Thanks, General Thomas Cirillo. It's an honor to have you among us. I have actually two questions. One of the questions have been asked by Sister Bambi a bit earlier about the recent graduated forces in South Sudan. But I just wanted to attend the other question in regard of that forces. What do you think? I have two questions to ask. One of them is this one coming up. What do you think about these forces graduated in South Sudan recently? What I understand is when people graduate as a major general, colonel, those are supposed to be trained in like a kulia harbia. But those people have been just trained like, I don't know how to put this together, but I just have bit doubt on it. I want to see your view on that. That's the first question. The second question is, due to my respect to all men who understand the suffering of women and they feel our pain. In South Sudan, we have been subjected, targeted by this system or by this regime. What is your message to our mothers and our sisters back home, all around South Sudan in the all three regions and like Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, Equatorial region? Women have been targeted, killed, displaced, raped by this system. What is your message to you wanted to tell them at this point of time? And those are my two questions, and I will let you answer it. Thank you.
Yeah, the first question, in fact, about these unified forces, the so-called unified forces in Juba. I want to say it in Arabic so that most of our people really get it. أنه القوة اللي بيسموه unified forces اللي اتخرج القريب ده في جوبا. This is not unified forces. This is not unified national forces. دي قوة وطنية مشتركة. ده سلفا كير لأنه هو تحت ضغوط من international community من شعب جنوب السودان عشان هم ينفذوا الاتفاقية عشان هم ينفذوا الاتفاقية. سلفا كير لقى نفسه في ضغط كبير جدا وهم خططوا عشان يغش المجتمع الدولي وخطط عشان يغش الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان لأنه ناس نقطار ما بيعرفوا ذاته تنظيم بتاع الجيش شنو ذاته ولا بتاع بوليس ناس بتاعنا ما بيعرفوا. هم عملوا الخطة ده وجاب اليونيفورم وبعدك لبوا النازل في خلال أسبوع ولا أسبوعين لبوا النازل ولبسوهم الكاكي وما مدربين ما منظمين ما عملوا لهم أي يعني أورينتيشن من الناحية الوطنية في أنه هم يخدموا البلد ويخدموا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ويحبوا الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان والبلد بتاعهم. جابوهم ولبسوهم الكاكي and then عملوا لهم التمثيليه انا بفتكر انه ده التمثيليه اللي حصلت في جوبا، انه في قوه وطنيه مشتركه اتخرجت، لكن ده غش للجماهير بتاعنا للشعب بتاعنا وغش للمجتمع الدولي. وانا اقدر اقول الكلام ده هنا عشان الشعب بتاعنا كله يفهموا الكلام ده، انه جوبا يعني حيستمر يغش الشعب بتاعنا والمجتمع الدولي. لكن انا متاكد الشعب بتاعنا شايفين الناس بتاعنا حتى في داخل البلد بيتكلموا، في داخل العاصمه بيتكلموا، عارفين انه ده غش، هم عايزين يغشوا الناس. انه في قوه مشتركه زي ما انا قلت قبالي، اننا كنا في اللجنه اللي عملت المباحثات حول السكيورتي القطاع بتاعت الامن، فيه الجيش والناشونال سكيورتي والبوليس سجون كل الناس دي، واننا كنا واضحين انه عشان جنوب السودان يكون له مستقبل، يكون له استقرار، يكون له سلام، العمود الفقري للكلام ده هو القطاع بتاع الامن اللي بيتمثل في الجيش والبوليس وكل الناس. فاننا قلنا ما لم اننا نكون قوه وطنيه حقيقيه يمثل كل كوميونيتيز بتاعنا بتاع الجنوب، واننا ندربهم مع بعض ويلخبطهم، اننا ما بيكون عندنا مستقبل، لانه القوه دي لسه بيكون يعني تحت تاثير بتاع الزعماء السياسيين والزعماء القبليين، وفي كل وقت اي زول كان شالوه من المنصب بيمشي توالي للقبيله بتاعه بيجيب القوه توالي ويشكل ويحدد الحكومه عشان يرجعوه. شفت الكلام ده لازم يكون واضح للناس بتاعنا. الحاسب في جوبا ده غش. أنا هنا من منظور وطني، أنا هنا من الناس اللي كان حاول فأنا أقول أنه يكونوا القوات الحقيقة الوطنية حتى قبل الحرب، وحتى وكده الحرب ذات انطلعت، هنا بذلنا مجهود عشان نعمل الكلام ده. وأنا أقدر أقول الكلام ده بالواضح هنا في example أننا عملناه، وأنا كنت تشيف بتاع تريننج اند ريسيرش، وكنت ديبيتي تشيف بيساوي في تريننج ريسيرش قبل الشكل في 2013 2012. انا قلت نعمل نموذج مصغر للقوه الوطنيه بتاعت الدفاع بتاعت الجنوب بتاعت الجيش، واننا دربنا القوات بتاعت الكوماندوز كتيبه واحد فقط، لكن وقت اننا لقينا التصريح بانه اننا ندرب هذا الكتيبه this battalion, what we did I wrote a message. أنا كتبت إشارة لكل الديفيجن كوماندرز في كل 10 الولايات بتاعنا by then، وأنا شلت العدد المطلوب لهذه الكتيبة وأنا وزعته لكل الولايات بتاعنا بالتساوي، وأنا عملت information بتاعت الإشارة بتاعتي my message also to the governance of the states. وبعد ذلك العدد اللي أنا وديناه لكل ستيت أنا وديت توجيهات أيضا لقادة بتاعت الديفيجنز أنه العدد الماشي للستيت يقسموه أيضا للكاونتيز، because في الكاونتيز في الستيت عندنا different communities، وبالتالي العدد الماشي للستيت لازم يقسموه للكاونتيز so that I'm sure على أساس أنه الناس بتاعنا are represented everywhere. القادة بتاع الديفيجنز عملوا الكلام ده، they did that with the information to the governors، وأننا نقلنا القوة دي كله في جوبا، وكده القوة دي وصلت كله في جوبا. أننا عملنا screening، عملنا medical screening and other physical screenings. بعد ذلك أننا جمعنا الناس خدناهم في رباط وديناهم في نيو كوش، عندنا مركز بتاع التدريب كان هناك بتاع التدريب بتاع القوات الخاصة، وجابوا مدربين من الخارج، وأننا دربنا القوة ده. هسه القوة دي من كل الجنوب، من كل الستيتس بتاعنا، من كل الكاونتيز بتاعنا. I want to be very frank for our people to know how we are intending to build our national force. ما يكون دومين، ما يكون حاجة بيستخدموا الزعماء القبليين ويستخدموا الزعماء السياسيين في الجنوب لمصالح بتاعتهم، ويستخدموهم الآن عشان يدمروا الجنوب. أننا بدأنا نشوف الكلام ده وبدأنا نكون القوة ده. الكتيبة بتاعت ولا الخاصة بتاع الكوماندوز تم التدريب بتاعهم في نيوكوش، لخبرناهم كله من أي حلة من أي ستيت من أي كاونتي، ودربناهم تدريب وطني. أول هم يحبوا بعض كأبناء وبنات بتاعت الجنوب، واتدربوا بداك بروفيشنال تريننج، والتريننج انتهى. ده في نهايه بتاع 2012 وزمن ده جيمس اوز بقى رئيس الاركان. وانها بعد ذاك قاعدين ننظم عشان احنا نمشي نخرج القوه ده في نيكوش كاول قوه نموذج وطني اننا بنخرجه بعد السلام في 2005 وبعد الاستغلال بتاع الجنوب. وانا عملت الكلام ده مع الزملاء اللي كانوا معنا في هيئه بتاع التدريب لانه كنا شايفين الخطر الجاي. الشكل بعد ده وقت حدث الحرب وقت بدأت في 2013 كان في مشكله في منطقه اسمه جوجام في شمال بتاع بور، وكان ما في قوه في يد بتاع رئيس الاركان جيميسوس عشان يرسل القوه للانفورسمنت عشان تمشي تساند القوه الموجود في جوجام. فرئيس الاركان طلبني وقال يا توماس القوه بتاعت القوات الخاصه الموجود في نيو كوش اننا عاوزين القوه ده ما في داعي للتخريج لانه عندنا وضع في منطقه بتاع الشمال بور واننا ده ننقذ القوات الموجوده هناك. بعد ذلك اننا رحلنا القوات دي لجوبا واننا سلمناه لرئيس الاركان. وبعد ذلك ناس العمليات ناس مرحوم جيمس اجونغو شالوا القوه وشالوها شمال بور. القوه ده زي ما انا قلت لكم من كل الكوميونيتيز بتاعنا، من كل الكوميونيتيز بتاعنا. القوه دي ما شكلت مع بعض. عندنا نوير كان موجود في القوه ده، عندنا دينكا من كل المجموعات بتاعت الدينكا ونوير كان موجود في القوه ده، لكن ما شكلوا مع بعض، ما قتلوا بعض في داخل القوه، لانه اننا نظمناهم كقوه وطني وكل من كل القوميات بتاعت الجنوب. ده النموذج اللي كنا عاوزينه للجيش الجيش بتاعنا في الجنوب. اذا كنا عملنا الكلام ده من 2005 وبدانا نشتغل في الكلام ده، انا متاكد ان السلفا كير والسياسيين كانوا يبداوا يشاكلوا في مناصب في الجهد الحاصل في جوبا، لكن كان ما هيقدر يشيل عسكري واحد عشان يستخدمه ضد اي زول، ضد اي سياسي ولا ضد اي مجموعه في داخل الجنوب. اننا كنا هنقول له يا سلفا كير وانتم السياسيين بتاعكم ناقشوا ولا في البرلمان ولا تدقوا نفسكم في عصايات بعصايات، في النهايه اقعدوا في الوقت وكونوا لنا حكومه. نواصل في السيطره تهبط ونامن الشعب بتاعنا وكل زول بيمشي الشغل بتاعه ونخليهم يشتغلوا في داخل البرلمان. كان ما بيكون في حرب. في النهايه هم كانوا بيكونوا مجبورين عشان يقعدوا في الوقت وبعد ذلك يعملوا نقاش سياسي سليم وبعد ذلك يكون لنا حكومه. والجنوب كان بتمشي قدام. دي الرؤيه بتاعنا نكون عايزين ننقذ البلد بالطريقه ده. لكن اوف كورس سالفا كير كان بيجي استراتيجيه انه هم يسيطروا عشان هم يسيطروا على البلد ويستمر البلد. حصل. وكلام ده مشكله. هنا في شرق السودان اثناء التحرير when I landed Eastern Sudan front, when I landed to the desert with all the forces, انا نزلت والقوه دي كان قوه قديمه بتاع SPLA. انا دخلناه ثاني في التدريب عشان يعرف الهروب بتاعت الصحراء والهروب بتاعت الجبال. بعد ما انتهينا من التدريب انا ما نزلت القوه دي في الجبهه كله ما وديناهم شيء يبدا يشاكلوا. انا يوم وديت تعليمات ان كل القوه كان ديفيجن بتاع almost 4000 جندي. انا قلت كل القوه ده انا دايم صباح في التمام. انا مشيت في التمام وانا كلمت للقوه ده لانه دي قوه بتاع ثوره وطنيه لكلنا، وكنا شايفين المشاكل بتاع القبليه الجايه في الجنوب، وكنا عاوزين نبدا نحل المشاكل واننا لسه موجودين في غابه عشان هنا نرجع نجي للبلد اننا بنقدر نامن البلد ونامن الشعب بتاعنا، وما نخلي السياسيين يخلي القوى بتاعنا يتم استخدامه للمصالح الخاصه. هنا طوالي كملنا التدريب واليوم انا الصباح وده للتاريخ انا كلمت لكل القوى بالضباط بتاعه 4000 جندي اولموست. انا قلت لهم يا جماعه اننا كملنا التدريب لكن اننا ما بننزل للمعارك في شرق السودان لانه العدو بتاع الاول هو القبليه الحسن موجود في النص بتاعنا كجيش ثوري بتاع SPLA. انا قلت اذا اننا قدرنا نحزم القبليه الموجود في النص بتاعنا العساكر بتاعنا مرات بياكلوا كوم قاعدين كوم اذا حزمنا الكلام ده في النص بتاعنا انا قلت لهم العدو بتاع خرطوم ساحل will be able to liberate our people as soon as possible. وانا اتكلمت معهم كلام كثير وانا بقول كلام ده للتاريخ، وانا داير كل زول يسمع، كل الجنوبيين الموجودين هسه في الخارج. انا قلت لهم يا جماعه after all we as South Sudanese we came now we are in the desert. جايين من القرى بتاعنا المختلفه. أنا ذاته ما بنعرف نفسنا. مرات انت بتسمع انه ولا في قبيله الفلاني بتاكم بتاع الجنوب، لكن انت ما بتعرف القبيله ده. وعندنا تابوس among ourselves. أنا بنخاف نفسنا ذاته، يقول لك قبيله ده بياكل ناس، ده بيت لما مرفين بالليل، كل الحاجات دي موجود في نص بتاعنا كقبائل في الجنوب. وأنا بنخاف من بعض. الآن أننا قوة ثورية وطنية موجود هنا. وأنا قلت له أننا لازم نلقب النفس عشان إحنا ذاته نعرف نفسنا. كل زول في زمن بتاعه بتاعه انت تسال زميل بتاعك هايدوا قاعدين كيف في البلد بتاعكم، انتوا بتاكلوا شنو، النقاره بتاعكم، كالتشرز بتاعكم كيف بتزوجوا، وكيف ويكون في وفاء، انتوا بتعملوا حاجات بشكل so that we know ourselves as people of South Sudan within this force. فانا اتكلمت كلام كثير. الحاجه المهم انا كلمتم انه يا جماعه اننا في حرب التحرير. الابهات بتاعنا والامهات بتاعنا خلانا عشان هنا نجي نضحي، ضحوا بينا عشان هنا نحرر البلد. But this doesn't mean انه اننا نقفل الابواب بتاع الاسر بتاعنا، لانه جزء من المجموعات بتاعنا جايين خشم بيت، قوه بيكون خشم بيت ذاته، تلقى خالي هنا وابوه هنا كله قاعدين في فصيله يمكن ولا في سريه واحد. معناه اذا حصل وقع صاروخ في النص بتاعهم معناه الاسره دي بيكون انتهى، بيكون البيت ده بيكون قفل. وانا كلمتهم لهم اننا جايين نقدم كل ابناء بتاعنا عشان احنا نتحرر من العبوديه ونكون احرار ونعيش حياه كريمه. لكن ده ما معناه اننا جايين نقفل ابواب بتاع الاسر بتاعنا. عندنا فوق كلام بتاع انه القوه بيكون قاعد خشم بيت، ده كلام ده غير ethical وغير انساني. It is not human. Because اننا عاوزين اليوم الجميل ده that beautiful day of our people, of our nation, of our country. اننا ممكن نحرر البلد. اننا عاوزين على الاقل في زول فضل في خشم بيت بتاعنا كله عشان هم يشوفوا نتيجه بتاع التضحيات بتاع ابناء بتاعهم، عشان هم يشوفوا نتيجه بتاع الدماء بتاع ابناء بتاعهم، عشان هم يفرحوا معانا، يزغردوا معانا ويغنوا اغاني بتاع الحريه والكرامه معنا سوا. وبالتالي اذا اننا قفلنا خلينا القوات بتاعنا قاعد بخشم بيت في الحرب ووقع قنبله والخشم بيت بيكون قفل، دي بيكون جريمه انسانيه وانا ما بقبل الكلام. انا كلمت كلام كثير مع الشباب ده وكل الضباط، بعد ذاك هم قبلوا انه القبليه هو اكبر مشكله بالنسبه لنا. بعد ذاك انا قلت طيب what can we do عشان نحن حسب في ميدان ده نحن نكون قوات وطنيه. انا قلت لهم الزول القاعد جنبك ده اخوك ده ابوك ده اختك، اذا انت مت هو يبت في المعارك، اذا تعوقت هو اللي بيرفع، هو اللي بيجيب خبر لاهلك انه فلان الفلان مات وانضرب ولا استشهد في مال الفلان ولا كان عيان ومات. الزول جنبك ده it doesn't matter، ما مهم لازم يكون اخوك ولا اختك ولا ابوك ولا اي زول، لانه في ثوره كلنا رفاق، كلنا اخوان. الاخوه بتاعنا اقوى من حتى من الاسريه. This are the values، دي القيم اللي كنا بندخلوا للجيش بتاعنا في الفتره داك. وكده انا كنت بجيب في شرق السودان وانا لقيت الفرصه عشان احنا نكون هذا النوع من الجيش اللي بيحب البلاد بتاعهم ويحبوا الناس بتاعهم ويحبوا نفسهم. بعد ذاك هنا وزعنا القوه كله، قلت كل مجموعه يجيب براو، كان ده قبيله يجيب براو، ولا الناس جايين من تون يجيب براو، والجاي من يجي براو، والجاي من بيبور يجيب براو، والجاي من بور يجيب براو. الكلام ده بدأناه الساعه 7 صباح وانا داير الجنوبيين to record this our vision for us to establish a national institution of defense and security to our people which cannot be used by any political person or group or even tribal group عشان هنا نقدر نأمن المستقبل بتاع هذا البلد الجميل. بعد ذلك هنا بدأنا التكوين بتاع القوة العسكرية من ال من ال من ال 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 الأساس بتاعته. القوة العسكرية بتبدأ من الجماعة ومن الفصيلة والسرية وانت ماشي لغاية اللواء لغاية الفرقة. وهنا قلنا الجماعة الأول شلنا الجماعة الأول 11 نفر، بنشيل من هنا ومن شو ده بكل هسه كوميونيتيز، بنشيل من هنا وهنا 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 11. الجماعة الثاني الجماعة الثالث ده فصيلة بنشيل من كل خشم بيت. ونبدأ بدأنا الفصيلة الثاني، الفصيلة الثالث عملت السرية الأول، السرية الثالث عملت كتيبة، الكتيبة الأول والكتيبة الثاني والكتيبة الثالث عمل اللواء، واللواء الأول واللواء الثاني واللواء الثالث عمل الثالث. أنا عملنا هذا الشغل في الصحراء، وبعد ما نظمنا الكلام ده أنا وصلنا لدرجة زور كان شاف خال بتوع في فصيلة بيرفع يده يقول يا جماعة عندي قريبين أشيلوا بعيد، أنا ما داير، لأن عندنا مفاهيم قيم جديدة بالنسبة للسواق في الصحراء. أننا كنا ما بنقدر نقعد سنين دي كله في الصحراء إذا ما عملنا هذا الشغل الوطني، عشان هنا حقيقة to be really revolutionaries. بعد ما عملنا الكلام ده بعدين أننا بدأنا نغني أغاني بتاعنا الثورية عشان نمشي للميدان للقتال ضد العدو. وأنا كلمت للجيش أنه الآن بعد هذا النوع من التكوين والتنظيم أنا جاهز للمعركة عشان ننزل للميدان. وبعدين نزلنا للميدان وانتوا سمعتوا أبناء بتاعهم عملوا شنو في شرق السودان. And we are almost going to push the capital into Adbara hatta after we attack Kassala and other towns in Central Sudan for the first time in history of our people. Fadikana Namuza, this is our dream, this is our vision for us to have a national security sector that protect us, that protect our nation, our land, our integrity. Muja حصل بيقى بيستخدموا ضد الشعب بتاع الجنوب، أهانوا الشعب بتاعنا، دمروا الشعب بتاعنا، اغتصبوا النساء بتاعنا. Where is nationalism of this force now? Where is it يا شعب بتاع الجنوب؟ ما يخشون بحاجة بيسموه whatever force اللي خرجت قريب من جوبا، يدخلوا قوات قبلية غير مدربة زي الميليشيات، ما في تدريب ما في أي تنظيم، والقوة ده حيشتت لأنه سلفا كير ما حيديهم أي سلاح ما حيديهم أي أكل، والآن ما مدرب القوة ده هيبدأ يواصل يقتل في شعب بتاع الجنوب ويدمر الجنوب لغاية ما كلنا نقيف ونتوحد ونحرر نفسنا من هذا النوع من النظام ونقوي القوة الوطنية زي ما أنا بقول. شكرا لكم. السؤال الثاني concerning our mothers and sisters. الأمهات بتاعنا والأخوات بتاعنا قدموا تضحيات. أول نقطة أقدر أقوله في كل النضالات بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب من أجل الحرية، الأمهات بتاعنا والأخوات بتاعنا قدموا تضحيات رهيبة. من أين يوان؟ الرجال في معارك يكون شردوا عشان مشاكل بتاعت الأمن، لكن النسوان بتاعنا والأخوات بتاعنا our mothers are the one taking care of the children. الأبناء الوصلوا بعد ذلك طلعوا بقى SPLA والأسد طلعوا National Salvation Front and therefore they will continue to fight. النازل it is these mothers who brought them up in a very difficult situation. ونحن عارفين حتى في السودان يوم ده نعرفين الأمهات بتاعنا بيعملوا المرايز بيعملوا أي نوع من الشغل عشان يقدر يربوا هذا الجيل عشان يدخلوا المدارس. الليلة عندنا الدكاترة عندنا المهندسين عندنا professors. This is because of our women. This is because of our mothers. قدموا تضحيات ده يمكن أكثر من الرجال. يا الرجال بيكون قدم تضحيات في الميدان، لكن الإنسان اللي اتبنى في الجنوب، الإنسان اللي تعلم في الجنوب في الفترة دي كله ده كان بفضل بتاع أمهات بتاعنا، بفضل بتاع أخوات بتاعنا. وفي ده الليلة أننا الشعب بتاعنا والأمهات بتاعنا تعبانين. الحكومة بتسالفة كيف دمروا النساء بتاعنا، دمروا الكرامة بتاع النساء بتاعنا. واحد كان سمعنا القصة في جوبا، واحد من أعوان بتاع السالفة كيف من القيادة بتاعه كان بيقول يا أخي، قال إن شاء الله الجنوبيين بيقول يا أخي منفصل في حكم بتاع الجنوب، لكن الحمد لله they managed عشان هم يغتصبوا ينوموا من النسوان قتال جدا. يعني ده كانوا إنجاز، ده كانوا achievement. When they rape our women, we sleep with them, and for those who are poor, they're using their money, you see, destroying integrity of these women of ours, these mothers of ours, these sisters of ours. They think that this is like a victory. هم ما عارفين أنه هم بيرتكبوا جريمة إنسانية رهيبة للكرامة بتاع هذا الشعب. أمهات بتاعنا وأخوات بتاعنا أنتوا تعبتوا كثير. During SPLA when we are commanders, أنتوا يا قاعدين في خطوط الخلفية، أنتوا واقفين معانا في جزء منكم كان حتى في معارك. أنتوا تعبتوا. العيال اللي أنتوا ربيتوا من 83 في آخر معارك الكبار بتاع SPLA الأولاد دول يتربوا وجو يتدربوا بقى في ميدان. ده الناس اللي قدموا التضحيات الأخيرة لغاية ما الجنوب طلع. دي الشباب ديل ودي كم من فضل بتاعكم في دي كل ما يحترموكم ما ودوكم الحق بتاعكم ما ساعدوكم كأمهات كأخوان وانتوا يا نوابت المجتمع زي ما بيقول المثل انه اذا انت ربيت انت ربيت بلد. ده هذا وين؟ لانه الام بتاعنا بقى مجاهده، لانه الاخ بتاعنا بقى مجاهده تعبانه عشان كده بلد بقى تعبان. اليوم على ان احنا بنوقف الام بتاعنا والاخ بتاعنا نساعدها نوقفها نحترمها and we develop her. This is where South Sudan will stand. فانا بقول انتوا تحملوا معنا، عندكم روح طويل جدا بالتحمل، ما تتعبوا، اقيفوا مع ابناء بتاعكم مع فلسات بتاعكم والفرج ان شاء الله قريب. الشمس بتاع الحريه بتجي، هتكون عندكم حق take care of you and it will make you to feel real human in your country and live with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas Cirillo. That answer was really good, and thank you for expressing the importance of women and girls, especially of South Sudan, and how we need to uplift our women and respect our women. Renee, I see you're blinking your mind. Did you have another question before I ask the question from the audience?
No, I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you because I know in our NAS movement, we do have a respect for women and we treat women the same as men. So the level that Magal Zek بتاع جنوب السودان ده نسوان 35 نسبة بتاع ولا كم ولا 25 I don't know, and it's not even been given freely, but they have to abuse you. They have to use you first before giving you that opportunity. So in National Salvation Front is totally different thing. That's why I wanted General to express his feeling in regard of how we've been treated in South Sudan. That's all what I have. So thank you, General.
Thank you, Renee.
A small point. And in the National Salvation Front, we believe that all of us are equal, men and women. We want to establish a society that is equal, women and men. The National Salvation Front will continue to work very hard, to struggle very hard, to bring our women up, to develop them. عشان هم يكونوا متساويين معانا. كلام بتاع 25 ولا 3% ولا 10%. For National Salvation Front, we are saying all of us are equal. And therefore, our women deserve equal opportunities with men in South Sudan. For them to reach that, we need to give a lot of efforts for us to develop our women, to educate our sisters and our daughters, to compete with men in any position, in any type of work. And we must really assist them by availing all the opportunities that they deserve. عشان إحنا نرفعهم من التعب اللي هم موجودين فوق. So National Salvation Front will continue to endeavor very hard, even during this struggle, for us to bring our women up. We believe that the women are half of the society, the important part of the society. بدون المرأة ما بيكون في مجتمع ما بيكون في بلد. So we will struggle very hard. We know that our women are double oppressed. Our women are double marginalized. You are marginalized. Our women are marginalized as women. وكمان marginalized كSouth Sudanese. شوف التعب اللي انتم موجودين فوقه. But at the same time, as National Salvation Front, as a movement, continue to struggle for our women to come up. We are also urging our women in South Sudan, in National Salvation Front, to also struggle very hard. They should not just stay there and say some people will come and liberate them. Some people will come and really give them the rights. You as human being, you have a right also to struggle in different ways. It's up. Is no, you have to stand up. And I urge all our men to support our women to stand up and get all the rights like us. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas Cirillo. I also want to remind everyone we have the GoFundMe up there, and the GoFundMe is to support with any causes for the rally. And also, we do have t-shirts in black and gray. If you're still interested in ordering your t-shirt, please go ahead and follow me, Bambi, and back channel me. I will be able to ship it to you. Otherwise, I encourage everyone, go ahead and donate for this movement that we're doing. And we will truly appreciate. No amount is too big and no amount is too small. All the expenses, all the donation will be used towards the expenses of the rally, making the banners, and also even if you're not going, please go ahead and donate. You will be helping anyone who is interested in going to the rally, and maybe they do need a hotel or something like that. We will be able to provide that for them. I just want to also remind everyone, please be respectful in the comment section. You don't have to agree with everyone's opinion, but respect is vital. And I feel like we all need to be in the same boat and be respectful. All of you should, anyone that has a question, write it on the comment section. Any of the moderator will be able to read it out loud and ask General Thomas Cirillo your question. The podium is pretty full right now, so go ahead and write your questions and we will ask him and he will be able to answer to you accordingly. I am gonna go ahead. There was a question by Chief, I believe, and his question was, give me 1 second. I have to go back and look at it. Okay, his question was, General Thomas says to others he says to the others that are holding divergent political views to NAS, but still in opposition to the regime. What will General Thomas Cirillo say to others who are holding divergent political views to NAS, but still in opposition to the regime?
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see, in the first place, National Salvation Front believe in our diverse opinions. And therefore, we respect opinions of our colleagues, be that movements or individual groups, about National Salvation Front. But of course, we want to assure them that what they're saying about National Salvation Front is not in place. National Salvation Front is not what they're talking about. National Salvation Front, some of our colleagues, for their own reasons, they want to change our image. Like National Salvation Front is a tribal movement, it's a regional movement. These are separatists. They want to separate Equatoria just because the leader comes from Equatoria. I think this is not in place. National Salvation Front is a national movement committed to the liberation of the people of South Sudan, to the unity of the people of South Sudan, and to establish a country of all, for us to develop it and for us to prosper and live a dignified life. Otherwise, of course, any human being is entitled to his opinion and ideas, and we respect that. But of course, what they're saying, this is not National Salvation Front. National Salvation Front is what we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, General Thomas. So for now, I'm going to give the chances to the people in the podium that have questions. And then for now, Bambi, we're not going to read the question down there. We're going to give chances for our moderators to ask questions, and then we'll open the hand raise button and bring at least 3 people up to come and ask their questions. So Sarah, I see you keep opening your mic. Go ahead if you have a question.
I don't have a question, but I think Brother Isaac want to ask question.
Yeah, we're gonna go give them. We're gonna give each person a turn to ask a question. So, Isaac, go ahead and ask your questions, and after Isaac, we're just gonna keep letting people know. Whoever have a question can ask their question. Isaac, go ahead.
Okay. I know you. I'm gonna say thank you for all of you guys. Thank you for this moment. Thank you, General Thomas. First time to hear about your background and all this question you answered. And thank you for the people downstairs listening. I'll be honest, there's a lot of people listening and a lot of young people listening too. Thomas Cirillo, I have a question for you, but this question is going around this platform, Clubhouse, and it's really making people, argue every day. So we need to have a stop to that. There is a Numuli Road. We've been having a shooting. I don't know how many times, but you've been blamed for it. I'm just trying to figure out if you never talked about it at all, but I'm just had to have that question because this question needs to be stopped, and we need to know who's really doing this attack. So Numuli Road. Yeah, go ahead and answer that question, but I have another one for you, and might be the last one too.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Isaac, for this question. I think this is a good question. Nimule Road is a highway for South Sudan that bring most of our goods through the road. Several times when there is an attack on vehicles on the road, immediately the government will jump and say this is National Salvation Front. I want to be categorically here clear that we don't have presence in that area, that place. The only presence during the IO war with the government was the IO forces. And after this flood agreement in Khartoum and Addis Ababa, I think IO become inactive there, though they still have forces. But National Salvation Front, up to now, we don't have presence there. But of course, the government, for their own reasons, this is we are in a war, and the government, of course, will use every way to make a propaganda so that National Salvation Front reputation is destroyed, so that they cause hatred between the people of South Sudan to hate National Salvation Front and not even to join National Salvation Front, and for many reasons. And to the extent they want to call National Salvation Front is a terrorist organization. I think these are all war propaganda that the government is waging against National Salvation Front. No, National Salvation Front is not there, but our people must know. There is a lot of forces there.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Sorry,
Isaac. Let me just finish. I think my hand touched this one. There is a lot of forces there on the road. Number one, Isaac, زي عارفين أنه بلد يتشتت. الجيش بتاع SPLA ذاته يتشتت. كله في غابات بسلاح بتاعهم بيقطع في خشب بيعملوا فحم عشان يأكلوا. وجزء منهم من الزيل they're causing a lot of problems to our people because they are not under control. نمرة اثنين سالفة كيف درب ميليشيات كثير جدا في البلد. والناس يقولوا بدون ما هي بما فيه الجيش المنظم. As we talk now, انت بيشوف لواء في جوبا ولا عميد بيشيل عربيه كبير لوري بيفتش جاز ويمشي في غابه بعساكر بدوا يعملوا معسكر بتاعت خشب ويعملوا فحم. بعد كذا يوم في داخل المعسكر يعملوا فحم كويس ويجيبوا يبيعوا في السوق عشان هم يقدروا يعيشوا ويعيل ويعيل الاسره بتاعهم. We have IO forces اللي ذاتهم ما رجع. other opposition groups اللي ما رجع للسلام الحسن موجود قال موجود في البلد ده في الاتفاقيه بتاعهم. وهم زعلانين because اتجدوا وهم لافين. عندنا ال كتل حدث. عندنا مواطنين بتاعنا لافين بالاسلحه وماشيين ورا بقر بالسلاح كله بمدافع. هم كمان موجودين في داخل الغابه. عندنا مجرمين بالسلاح لانه البلد كله بيقى عنده سلاح. عندنا كوميونيتيز كله بالسلاح. الناس كله لافين بالسلاح. وبيرتكبوا اوف كورس جرائم لان they are fighting against each other. وبينتقموا من بعد انتقام قبلي. Tribal kind of revenge. All these kind of things are happening. So, but بالنسبة للحكومة, National Salvation Front is a big problem to them. كان حصل أي حاجة, طوالي بيقول the National Salvation Front. And if you remember, when the two sisters were killed on the road, في يوم بتاع احتفالات بتاع كنيسة في لوا, Salva Kiir did not take a minute. Salva Kiir became a press secretary بتاعه نفسه. وتوالي عمل بيان الرئيس بتاع الجمهورية. I think his supporters or his people in the office advise him على أساس Salva Kiir ما دي فرصة كويس جدا أنه أنت ذاتك كرئيس بتاع الجمهورية تعمل الستيتمنت ده أنه the National Salvation Front ياو ضرب العربات دير وقتل السيسترز عشان يجيب مشاكل ل National Salvation Front for us to have a problem with international community and the people of South Sudan. ده كان الخطة بتاعه. But it was not correct because we are not there. الكلام المعروف أنه في الاحتفال بتاع الكنيسة الرئيس سلفا كير ودى يعني دونيشن بتاع قروش للكنيسة وجزء من عساكر ديل اللافين بدون ما يقدر كان قاعدين في الاحتفال والمعلومات الاستخبارية اللي عندنا هم قالوا يا أخي ده كيف سلفا كير يجي يودي قروش للناس بتاع الكنيسة وهم تعبانين وضربوا تليفونات لنفسهم وعمل أمبوش للعربية اللي فاكرين كان فوق القروش وضربوا السيسترات وهم ما كان سميت القصه بتاع جزء من السيسترات اللي كان ما ماتن فاتوا طوالي للبيكات بدون يفتش في البيكات يفتش في القروش. لكن سلفا كير of course for that reason there is a جريمه برا ميراث بدون يكون the National Salvation Front and other incidents that took place on the road. National Salvation Front ما موجود في المنطقه ده كلاك ايضا. شكرا.
Okay, this is well said. Thank you for this answer. My other question, is it's not going to be polite, but it's going to be the same time. I hope you understand me as a young man.
Feel free, Isaac.
Yeah.
We are open to our people. We are fighting a genuine struggle for our people, and therefore we don't fear any question. Be free, ask any question.
Okay, because you know maybe you don't know me good, but I am. My name is Isaac again, and I am one of those kids that we came Mosquito React Must Go Red Card movement. Where we came with when we say the React Kid Must Go. We're saying all the generals that they need to be retired, all of them need to leave us for us to remain and take care of our country. For us to move forward, I wish for you guys, if you guys are our counselors, and I don't know if you will do it once we remove Okir and we change the country. Are you willing to retire for us to take over the country, or what do you think?
Thank you, Isaac. And this is what we are struggling for, Isaac. Now, into Al-Shabaab, we take over the country. بالنسبة لنا بنفتكر أنه but this time if we are not to be forced to come back to struggle and to suffer again for our people, why we subject ourselves to continue suffering throughout our life, Isaac? لو كان ما الظروف الحاسة that أجبرتنا تاني to come and to fight and to struggle for our people to be free. أنا متأكد by this time we'll want you people to come and take over. This is why if there is somebody listening من البيت when I was the chief of training and research أنا مشيت في كلية عربية كان في وينجبول and I was telling them that we need to train them, to train you very well so that you take over from us. عشان أنا هنا إذا ربنا وداك عمر أنت بيكون قاعد في المحل بتاعك وأنت بيكون شايف أنه في ناس في شباب استلموا البلد and they are very responsible and taking care of us in the country. And this is all our hope, Isaac. إذا قدرنا to remove self-care and we create a condition into take the استلموا البلد بتاعكم بالمسؤولية and to have a good government a system that بيخدم الشعب بتاعنا وحقيقة يدافع عن الشعب بتاعنا ويوحد الناس بتاعنا ويخلي البلد يكون استقرار عنده سلام and to allow our people every opportunity the talents بتاعهم to come out for them to prosper. I think Isaac it is time even we are so late even to go and retire. But there's roof الأجبرتنا الآن يا Isaac to come back again to continue suffering because of our people. Otherwise أننا كنا مدينا الكلام بتاع access ومشينا فتزنا position هناك وأننا بكون قاعدين Isaac. But we refuse all this because of our people. And we will continue to refuse this to the end. Yeah, Isaac, until we see our people are free. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Cirillo. That's it. I'll be honest to you. Thank you for coming to us as youth. And I'm not even youth now because I have been fighting over this for a long time with the youth. But thank you so much, and thank you for the team. Thank you for everybody downstairs. Please, my people, let's focus for our country. Let's focus for tomorrow. The young people is waiting for you. Yeah, the oldest, we waiting for you guys to come together. Please, my people, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you very much. And thank you, General Thomas. I will go to Boss Lady. Boss Lady, if you have any question, you can go ahead and ask General. If it's possible, if we can limit it to one question so that we can give chances to some audience to come up. So, Boss Lady, go ahead. The mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, General Thomas Cirillo, for coming. Thank you for your time to come and talk to us. My question to you is that you joined SPLA when you are a very young man, and I know that you are a man of people. A lot of people like you or like to follow you because of the way you respect people, youths, women, and elderly, disabled, and all of that. I know most of your soldiers up to today still have respect for you, even those who are still in government. And now that SPLA soldiers are the one killing us, raping our women, and doing all this crime in South Sudan, do you regret joining SPLA? That is my first question. My second question, my second question is, what do you tell some of our Equatorians that their land are being grabbed from them? They don't have place to live or to put their children. What is your message to them? Thank you, and good to hear from you today.
Thank you very much. Number one, I will never regret joining the SPLA. Because I think that it is the endeavor, all the sacrifices that we gave with the rest of the people of South Sudan that made us to have a country today called South Sudan. So the effort and all the sacrifices that we gave with the rest of the people of South Sudan, I think that brought about us to have a country today. So I'm proud of that. That I'm part of the people who liberated South Sudan and become a country. Regardless of where the SPLA is now, what is happening, أساساً هو خيانة من القيادة بتاع الحركة الشعبية بتاع سلفا كير والجروب بتاعه، هم خانوا الشعب بتاع الجنوب. الجريمة الحقيقية ده بتاع سلفا كير والمجموع بتاعه حسب الحكم. هو if Salva Kiir was to be a really nationalist leader أنا متأكد الشأن بتاع الحركة الشعبية كان بيكون عالي، كان ما خلى الحركة الشعبية to deteriorate to become a tribal kind of movement, to become movement بتاع المجرمين looting the resources of our people. خلى العساكر بتاعنا هم اللي خلوا العساكر بتاعنا كتار بقى مجرمين بتاع الحركة الشعبية والجيش الشعبي. ده سالفا كير ده هو خلى الجيش يشتت، والجيش الشعبي ذاته حسي يشتت. I want to say here our colleagues who are listening to me and انتوا ضباط والعساكر الكفروا من اجل التحرير بتاع الجنوب يا nowhere. الجدات بقيتوا كلاب في الجنوب، بقيتوا عبيد في الجنوب. سالفا كير جابوا ميليشيات القبلية and they replaced the SPLA forces with الميليشيات القبلية. It is this الميليشيات القبلية, most of them are the one now killing our people in the country, defending Salva for no reason. الجيش بتاع SPLA were not respected by Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir ما احترم الجيش بتاع SPLA، العكس اشتغل عشان يدمر الجيش بتاع SPLA for his own reasons and made these forces to be frustrated. أنا دير أعاهد الجيش بتاع بقية الناس الموجودين في الخدمة وحتى ديل المشتتين في القرى والتعبانين. أنا دير نعهدكم أنه the time will come and we urge you to join this struggle عشان التطهير بتاعكم ما يمشي ساكت. التعب بتاعكم سنين كله عمركم كله ما يمشي ساكت. We must put our hands together and we remove this dictator that destroyed South Sudan for Salva Kiir and his government. والباع بلد بتاعنا برا وسلم البلد بتاعنا للأجانب. أننا عاوزين أننا to reverse the situation. الناس الحسا في النظر بتاع الجنوبيين بقى ناس بطالين ده they were good people. هم كان أبناء بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب اللي قدموا تطهير عشان الجنوب، لكن عشان سياسات بتاع سالفا كير دمرهم and they become like criminals. This is because of Salva Kiir. I don't regret to be an SPLA soldier, but I say to be an SPLA soldier is stopped where I decided to leave SPLA because it is not the SPLM-A that I was part of it. I can't وقف عشان شعب بتاع الجنوب وكافة عشان شعب بتاع الجنوب، لأنه SPLM الحسن موجود under Salva Kiir في SPLM مجرم ما شغال الشعب بتاع الجنوب. And therefore, I will not accept to be part of that. And this is why we form National Salvation Front. This is why we believe that شعب بتاع الجنوب عاوز مركب جديد عشان يقتحم البحر لشواطئ بتاعت الحرية والكرامة. شكرا.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Abraham. Brother Abraham, if you have a question for General Thomas, go ahead.
No, thank you so much, Pam. Thank you, General Thomas. We kept you for quite some time with us. We know the time difference, and we also appreciate your leadership. My question is that South Sudan right now is in life support because of the issues that go on in our country. My question is, why there's not a prominent leader that is stepping up and show leadership so the people of South Sudan can rally behind him? Why there's a lack of, what's this word I'm trying to figure out? Because apparently Salva Kiir and the regime, they are doing everything in their power to remain in power. Why there's a lack of appearance of leadership within South Sudanese? Is it because there is a resistance among us? In your own opinion? And also, what is your message to the people in Juba? What is your message to the people in IDP camps? What is your message to the people in the neighboring country, the refugees who don't have access to listen to this message or to hear us live? And that's my question.
Shukran, Brother Abraham. Yes, indeed, South Sudan is in life support. Of course, that's because of the situation that the regime of SPLM today put that in. The question of the leadership in South Sudan, in a polarized society, in a divided society, in a tribalized society, don't expect one leader to be supported. Now some people may not even want to join National Salvation Front. Not because National Salvation Front does not have a national message, a national aims, a national objective. But for tribal reason, they will say, well, we are not joining National Salvation Front, only for tribal reasons. And therefore, and so forth and so forth. So if you want a bit at al-Mujtama al-Muqassam, Taqsim Qabali like ours, you don't get people supporting one leader. This is the tragedy that we are in, but of course, as a struggle, these are issues that always happen. But of course, National Salvation Front, as a national movement, will continue to mobilize our people to rally behind it. And of course, you don't expect that, all the communities of South Sudan, or all the people of South Sudan will continue to will come and support National Salvation Front, even in a democratic situation. In a democratic situation, you go to Britain now, they're failing even now, they not that is still working hard to form a government, even within a party, they have a division. They are not following one leader. You see, leave alone our societal mugassam بقبلية في المجتمعات المتقدمة في العالم المتقدم even within the party they don't follow one leader, dear Abra. So we should not worry with the issue of that. We need to have one leader, then all of us just follow them. If you go to many struggles, especially for the leaders who are really pioneers and big and great leaders of the struggle for freedom for their people, you go to China, to Mao, the Chinese were not all supporting Mao. You go to Vietnam, they were not all supporting Ho Chi Minh. And you go to Cuba, they were not all supporting Fidel Castro. You come to the SPLA, South Sudanese all were not supporting Dr. John. And this is why during the struggle we have a lot of tribal wars. And then Akhwan Bitana decided, to join the government and fight against Dr. John. This is because of the tribal reason, not because they don't love South Sudan. They love South Sudan, but because of the tribal regions, people divided, and so forth and so forth. The examples are very many. So we should not really worry when we don't have one leader in South Sudan supported by all South Sudanese. And this will not happen, whatever the case may be. This is the nature of the human being. Hatta kan jibta lezol, asil uleben kulli yom. People say, honey and milk is the best food, whatever. Lakin human beings, you blow asil uleben kulli yom. يمكن بس بعد أسبوع يقول زارو ما داير أسل ولبن بتاعك ده وزارو ما داير, and you are very bad because you are bringing him milk and honey كل يوم. You see, this is human nature. So we should not worry, Brother Abraham. I think the people of South Sudan are there, and we don't expect them, of course, to rally behind one leader. But of course, they're there supporting the leaders that they believe are really struggling for them.
Ustaz, you have to come through the
Thank you.
Clubhouse and ask a question.
Amin,
I'm here only just airing the video.
If you have a
I'm not
question
part
for
of the
General
rally
Thomas,
team.
you can go ahead and ask
I'm
him.
only airing this through live show here.
Thank you, Sister Pam. And sorry, I'm not gonna be making a lot of little background noise, but I want to salute General Thomas for standing consistently about the root causes of the conflict in South Sudan must be addressed in order for us to have a peace, a real peace, not the peace of Sulta or Sarwa, Taksima Sulta or Sarwa. I honorably salute you and appreciate your time, taking time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. And my question to you is, I know you're the first person actually to call out, actually to walk away from the 2018 peace agreement, because you say you're the first person to say that this peace didn't address the root causes of the conflict. My question to you is, if any discussion or peace talk comes across, would you compromise even if, let's say, address 80% of the root causes of the conflict? Would you go to Juba? I'll stop here. I'm sorry, I apologize. I have a lot of background.
Yeah, thank you. This is a very good question. We in National Salvation Front, we believe that unless the reasons of the war, which we call them the root causes of the conflict, are really resolved, we will not have peace in the country. Our people will continue to fight against themselves. So we'll pursue this path. My brother will continue to work hard in order for us to resolve this root causes of the conflict. But of course, during the negotiations, we'll continue to work hard with all our allies, with the like-minded people, to make sure that really the root causes are resolved. But if we can really resolve, the issues that we feel are really the real cause of the problem, you have other things that on the course of implementing maybe the peace agreement, it can resolve as a result of us committing ourselves to resolve the root causes of the conflict. For instance, the issue of management of our resources. We are pursuing the path that, of course, the resources of the country is the resources of the people of South Sudan. And therefore, it cannot be left في بتاع زول زي سالفا كير براو يجيب القروش ويقسموا من المطار في بيوت. You see, and the National Bank in South Sudan got Surah Sakit. So when we come now to establish a proper system to govern our resources, manage our resources so that it's geared towards, our people, development. This is not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen that like we sign an agreement today and tomorrow everything will be fine, because it's going to be a process. So these are issues that you can say, okay, we must agree on this, and we must put a mechanism to see to it that at the end of the day, our resources must be managed, in a very transparent way, so that the benefits really go to the people of South Sudan. Because when you go in, you are going to build, establish good financial system, temshil and immigration, Jamari immigration, their proper system, all this takes time, you see. So if we agree on the principles, on the real issues, and how it should be resolved, and the clear mechanism that is transparent, of course we'll accept. And we'll say, okay, now we go in and all of us, as South Sudanese, create this clear mechanism, transparent mechanisms, and we started to build, all these mechanisms so that at the end of the day, we have a very fair, a very transparent system that can really use the resources, that can make us use the resources of the people of South Sudan to the people of South Sudan. You see, so you have those fundamental issues, like security sector. Security sector is not going to be built overnight, but we must agree that we must have a national security sector that represent all ethnic groups of South Sudan, and they must be professionally trained. They must be tribal. They must not be tribal. They must not be or let me say affiliated to any political, any group or party. You see, then we started building these forces, and it takes time, but we must see into it that everything that we are doing is really going to make us have this national security sector. These are kind of things that take time, but we as South Sudanese, all of us must agree that this is what we should be doing. Not like now. People don't want to commit themselves to what can bring really justice and equality to our society, to our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas. Brother Joker, you there? The mic is yours to ask a question.
Thank you, Sister Pam, and many thanks to you, General Thomas. جوكودين بود معك هنا. شاكرينك كثير لخدمتك لوطننا، خدمتك في النضال ومواصلة بتاعك. مرات General Thomas, frustration sets into the people, particularly our people. And in the midst of frustrations, we get to a point, مرات منقرر to discredit، يعني منجرد الناس من الخدمات اللي قدموها لأوطانهم. التعالم كله العلم أكثر من أي زول فينا هنا، يعني في طلوعك وانضمامك للموفمنت، ظروف اللي انت طلعت فيها atrocities that had taken place after you left. وأنا بشكرك كثير لأنك صامت، وأنا متأكد أصوات زملائك في بالك وكده. أتمنى إنك تعلق في الحتة دي، لأنه ناس مرات بتجرد. يعني أنا أحب ما مسألة إنك تدافع عن نفسك، تاريخك speaks for itself. Like, I would like you to just touch on that area of looking back and remembering the sacrifices that you have given and the sacrifices of your comrades in the struggle and those who've fallen victim, because you've decided to join the struggle of your people. السؤال أنا هسأله برضو عندنا إشكاليات في كل حدود جنوب السودان لحد اللحظة دي. We have not done anything about that. ومنشوف حتى ما في كلام ولا في فوكس يعني في ساحاتنا، رغم إنه في مشاكل وعالمين إنه في مشاكل. ده برضو ما أعذر يعني الرجيم إنها ما تتكلم في الحتات دي. فمنشوف إنه حكومة قصرت اهتمامها بس لجوبا وحتات، يعني بيدافعوا عن مناطق بتاع البترول، لانه دي الحته اللي بيجوا منه قروش، والقروش عالمين كله العلم يعني ما موجه لخدمه شعوب جنوب السودان. ده برضه شيء انا اتمنى انك تعلق عليه. لكن رجوعا لمساله بتاعت حدود، انا اتكلمت في المسائل بتاعت حدود تحديدا منطقه ابيعي. هي اشكاليه لحد اللحظه دي. الاشكاليات اللي فيها معروفه لك. And you visited during your leadership to join was it JIU? Yeah.
GIU أيوة.
Yes. انت عالم كل العلم. فانا اتمنى يعني بضاعك الليله بذكرني لايف مع ثوار ان بتعرف اهميه بتاع الاعلام جيدا، وانتم نجحتوا الوقت ده انكم تستقطبوا كل شباب جنوب السودان. Why? Because there was this media and our leaders' voices were arriving and getting to us wherever we were residing. هسه نفس الحالة. الميديا اليوم يعني متوفر. أنا من الناس أنا بطالبك وبطالب كل غادة بتاعيننا المركزين في خدمة قضية بتاعت شعوب جنوب السودان إنكم تتوفروا لنا وتتكلموا بالأسلوب. أنا متأكد قاعدين نستمعوا في اللحظة دي في مناطق كثيرة، يعني عبر فيسبوك و Clubhouse and many other social media sites. I would like you تعلق يعني في الإشكاليات اللي حاصلة في منطقة أبيعي. وهسه أنت بتسمع إنه في proposal that is there. proposal ما بيغير، يعني ما بتبدل أبيعي protocol أو أبيعي ما بغير اتفاقية أبيعي بتاعت نفاشة. لكن نتيجه للركود والسكوت اللي حصل للفتره الطويله دي مواطنين منطقه دبي هم بيتشاوروا في اللحظه دي what is there for them to do لانه في encroachment in northern part of the land of Nine Ngok Dinka chiefdoms, and this is a matter of concern to our people because we are South Sudanese, and without our land, we do not just bring the human capital. We would like our land to be preserved and reserved with all its resources for our people. أنا أتمنى إنك تعلق في الحتة دي. شكرا لك كثير لوجودك معنا، وعايزينك يعني تتوفر بنفس الطريقة عشان الناس تسمع من قائدهم مباشر. General Pagani is doing similarly, and many other activists are doing their part. شكرا لك كثير لوجودك معنا. بقيف هنا.
شكرا شديد. الأخبار مشينا؟
جوب كولدن بود.
جوب كولدن شكرا لك جوب للأسئلة بتاعك الكويس يعني. نمرة واحد خيانة بتاع الدماء بتاع كل شهداء بلدنا بتاع النضالات بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب بواسطة سلفا كير. ده واحد من الأسباب القوية اللي دفعنا تاني to come and struggle يا جو، لأنه أننا كنا غادة كبار أثناء حرب التحرير. We were the one mobilizing our people, but we were the one mobilizing our young people and everybody that you come and accept to die for us to liberate our land, for us to have freedom, for us to have a dignified life. And the people accepted our call, and they came really, and they gave everything for South Sudan. They left their families, they left their parents, and they perished in different parts and jungles of our beautiful land. Their job. And هنا اتوقعنا انه انت كزول سائر you're not struggling عشان يدفعوا لك حاجه، لكن انت بتتمنى انه الدم اللي انت بتكبه وحياتك اللي انت بتقدمه نتيجه بتاعه لازم يكون في بلد وانت تشوف شعب بتاعك حقيقه احرار وكرامه في بلدهم. This is what كل الثوار الحسب بيقوا معفشين الوضع قدامنا. يمكن اننا محظوظين ما متنا زين ديل الحسب بيقوا معفشين ديل. But I still remember in different battles اللي انضربوا لسه ما ماتوا ومعوجين تعبانين بيقولوا لنا يا جماعه انتوا الفضلتوا يواصلوا الكفاح لغايه ما الشعب تاني يتحرروا ما تجيفوا. These are the messages to us who did not die. أننا لهذه الأسباب أننا بنفتكر أنه سلفا كير وعوانه خان دماء هؤلاء الشعب، خان دماء بتاع الشعب بتاعنا. عشان كده بالنسبة لنا بنفتكر أنه if you don't continue to struggle عشان إحنا نعيد كرامة وأسباب الخل النزل يضحوا بحياتهم أننا بيكون عملنا خيانة للدماء دي. Me as a person, I felt that I should not betray blood of our people and blood of these comrades whom we mobilize to fight for our nation and for our people. عشان كده جوب أني هنا تاني دماء بتاعت الشهداء ديل والتعب بتاعهم وكل التضحيات بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب دفعنا تاني أنه لازم نوصل النضال عشان إحنا نقدر نحقق الحاجة اللي خلى الجنوبيين كله اتفقوا الدماء بتاعته أمورهم كله. We never had freedom before. مما حاجة اسمه الجنوب اتخلق لغاية يوم الليلة أننا ما لقينا الحرية. صح ممكن يكون أننا حررنا أرض اسمه الجنوب لكن ما عندنا حرية، ما عندنا حياة كريم. العكس الليلة أننا عايشين عبيد في داخل الجنوب عند القيادة بتاع الجنوبيين، وده المؤلم بالنسبة لنا كله. أننا بنستغرب أنه سلفا كير وعوانه يتغيروا لتشينج، وبقى غول وبقى جريمه وبقى مصيبه بالنسبه للشعب بتاع الجنوب. وهم شافوا كيف الجنوبيين وقفوا من زمن بتاع هراب، من كل ده، كل العصور ده الجنوبيين وقفوا. كانوا بقى في اسلحه ناريه، لكن الجنوبيين كلهم كانوا واقفين ضد الاستعمار، ضد الظلم والاضطهاد. And they did not surrender at all. Those of Salva Kiir become part of this struggle from Anyanyawan and all this. And they saw the zeal of our people really to fight and struggle and do everything for them to be free human beings. So you wonder, الحصل شنو للنازل وهم يقلبوا ضد الشعب بتاعهم ذاته ويستعبد الشعب بتاعهم ويدمر البلد بتاعهم. Even those who are talking about tribalism ودينكا ومار والكلام ده، يا جو دينكا ذاته وين هسه؟ وين دينكا؟ يا جو دينكا ذاته وين؟ So what is happening today in Warab, where Salva Kiir is coming from? شعب بتاعنا تعبان بيموتوا كل يوم زي الكلاب زي الحيوانات. ما في حكومة. الناس دول وينه؟ وين سالفة كريزة قبلية؟ اتمنينا لو كانت قبلية كان نشوف الشوارع والمدارس والمستشفيات والأمن في وراب ولا whatever. كان نقول يس قبلية اتحد بقى القبائل، لكن اتليست قدر يحافظ على القبيلة بتوعه ولا خشمباب بتاعه يعني. Where is Warab today يا جوب؟ لهذه الأسباب جزء منها اندفعوا تاني عشان يواصلوا الكفاح لغاية ما الشعب بتاعنا الحقيقة يتحرروا. يعني أنت هتدفع الدماء بتاعت الناس دي بشنو؟ ما لم أن نحقق الحرية الحقيقية. الأسباب اللي خلى الشعب بتاع الجنوب يواصلوا التطهير والكفاح ده كله عشان يحققوا الذات بتاعهم. So to my colleagues, what is still there? التراضم والبقى خطاب بيقطع في خشب والبقى شهادين في شوارع. أنا بقول لهم أنه الأمل لسه كبير. دماء بتاع الشعب بتاعنا، دماء بتاع كل الشهداء ديل وهم في القبور بتاعهم. الدماء ده will continue to haunt all of us. الما ماتوا ديل. Blood of our martyrs will continue to haunt all of us, the people of South Sudan. لأنه ماتوا من أجلنا نحن ومن أجل كرامة وبلد ده. Yes, in every struggle ما كلنا هنجي في الغابة. Those who are inside the country, they are struggling in the different ways. زي زمان في زمن جلابة الجنوبيين اللي كانوا في الداخل بوصلوا الكفاح بطرق مختلفة. من ضمنهم الأمهات اللي أنا تكلمت عنه. كافحوا وبيجلدون كله في خرطوم بيخطون في السجون، لكن لسه بيطلع من سجنه ولسه بيمشي يعمل المريسة عشان يخط الأبناء الحسة بقى دكاترة بقى بروفيسور زي من أجلهم هم. So تعب بتاعت النازل والدماء بتاعهم will continue to haunt us. job وكلنا هننطفئ، هتيجي اليوم كلنا هننطفئ. ده ظرف بتاع زمن. It's a matter of time. I'm addressing those people who are in Juba in power, Salva Kiir and the rest. It is a matter of time. Where will all of us, الناس المساكين اللي هسه بيغشون باسم القبلية باسم خشومبيت ده، they will come and discover أنه هم كانوا بيدافعوا عن المجرمين وهينقلبوا عليهم. They will turn against them and unite with the rest of the people of South Sudan. And we will معلش يعني التخويف الحسن حاسي والسلاح والسجن والقتل بتاع الناس والسجون. That time will come. Some of these people will turn against Salva Kiir and his regime. That time is coming. And we are urging our people, all these forces, أنه أنتوا وقفوا اتحاد بتاع الشعب بتاعكم، ما تسمعوا تعليمات بتاع الناس ديل اللي دمروا البلد بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب. Let us continue to put our efforts together. أنتوا في الداخل ونحن في الخارج. We continue to coordinate. وده ما يصير until لازم يمشوا ونسلم البلد اسمه الجنوب للجنوبيين، للشعب عشان هم يختاروا النظام بتاع حكمهم دايرينه وينظموا البلد بتاعهم. ويوقف الحروب القبليه ضد نفسهم. زي انا قلت الحروب القبليه ده ما بيجيب كله ما دام سالفا كير لسه موجود في السلطه. Coming to ABA, of course, we really pity conditions between our brothers and sisters. شعب بتاعنا في ABA. The Dinka Ngok قدموا تضحيات مع بقية الجنوبيين من أجل الحرية بتاعنا والكرامة بتاعنا. لكن اليوم what is happening أساسا أنه سلفا خير خان الشعب بتاع بيه لأنه هم السلطة هسه موجودين. أسناني باشا الاتفاق ما كان واضح بشأن بتاع أبيه. سلفا خير decided not to stand behind اتفاقية بتاع أبيه عشان الشعب بتاعنا في منطقة بتاع أبيه يقدر يلقى الحق بتاعهم بتاع البلد بتاعهم. لكن سلفا كير الأسباب بتاعه for survival in power decided to betray the people of Abia by not even giving any them, by not even giving any attention to the resolution of the problem of Abia according to Nevaja agreement. ده الأزمة أساساً اليوم. لو كان عندنا حكومة مسؤولة من 2005 أنا كنت متأكد أن الشعب بتاعنا كان ما بيعانوا هذه المعاناة اليوم. هم almost فاقدين البلد بتاعهم وطاردينهم. أنا كنت موجود several times في أبيه حتى مرة أنا اتكفلت هناك في معارك and I was almost losing my life داخل أبيه. When we went as in Nihna to stop the fighting which was going on in town, the whole town was all burned and many people were so killed. أنا شفت البلد وأنا شفت معاناة بتاع الناس بتاعنا هنا. So المسألة كله الآتيو هو النظام بتاع جوبا الباع البلد بتاع الجنوب. Now they want to sell out everything in the country. So I feel that, in my opinion, is that all of us let us come together as South Sudanese. عشان نحن نشيل الرجيم الباع الجنوبيين برا وخان الشعب بتاع بيه بقية الجنوب so that we have a country, so that we have a government that can really work, defend us and defend our land and our people, wherever they are. فده يمكن إجابة قصيرة للسؤال بتاعك my brother Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas. Before we move to the next person to ask their questions, I just wanted to let the audience know that after we give chance to Brother Deng and Sister Achol to ask their questions, we will bring 2 or 3 more people up. And I'm also going to ask the moderators, please do not bring anyone up. We're going to leave that responsibility to Bambi only because we have been watching the chat rooms, the chat section, and anyone who have been disrespectful in the chat section, we will not bring them up to ask their question. We want to keep this room as positive as possible. So before we go to Brother Sister Teresa, I was supposed to come to you to ask a question, but I would like to excuse from you because Brother Deng has somewhere to go. So I will skip you, then come back to you. Brother Deng, you may go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I do have 2 questions. One basal Arabic, General Thomas Cirillo. Ana clear kida ganta smani?
Your voice is clear.
Thank you. General Thomas Cirillo كنت في جوبا وانت جنرال وانا جيت في مكتبك مرات كثيره انا عارف لكن السؤال بتاعي بيجي في ناحيه بتاعت الحرب بتاعت 2013 ده سؤال نمره 1. هل كان انت عندك علم كشيف اوف ادمنستريشن او ديبوتي شيف كان عندك علم انه هيكون في قتل بتاع 1 ترايب او في قتل بين 2 ترايبس؟ هل كان عندك علم في المكتب بتاعك انه هيستخدموا جيش باقي الجيش بتاع الجيش الشعبي؟ كان عندك علم فوقه؟ وكان عندك علم بين الجيش اللي بيضربوه في جبل لوري كان عندكم علم فوقه؟ انت وشيف اوف ستاف عندكم علم انه في جيش بتاع دودبان قاعدين يضربوا فوقه لسبيشال ميشن؟ ده سؤال بتاعي نمره 1 الماشيين سوا كله. نمرة 2 أنا دايما أقول لك أنا زول بتاع ريفنج، أنا ما زول بتاع أي بارتي. أنا كنت في أسفل ما كرباغ مرتب منهم لأنه أنا زول بتاع ريفنج. أنا ما زول الجاي في وحدة بتاع جنوب والجنوب بيكون سوا والجنوب بيكون سوا والجنوب بيمشي شارع. أنا ما عندي ذنب بتاعي في ريفنج لأنه قتلوا الناس بتاعي في نو ريزن. بس يعني كده أنا سألتك السؤال ده، هل كان عندك علم ولا كان ما عندك علم؟ وشكرا.
شكرا لك دين للأسئلة بتاعك. نمرة 1 يا دين، الحرب اللي حدثت من 2013 بعد ذلك استمرت للآن. You know very well كان بقى في توترات في داخل القيادة بتاع الحركة الشعبية. حصل التوتر في داخل القيادة بتاع الحركة الشعبية، مسألة بتاعت الخلافة جات وبقى في صراع على السلطة، وسببت يعني التوتر السياسي نزل للقبائل، وخاصة المشكلة بتاعت رياض مشارين سالفا كير was a big problem. وده أدى لأنه كل مجموعة داير يقف ورا زول بتاعه من الناحية القبلية. بالنسبة لنا كان في داخل الجيش الزمن ده خلاص almost الجيش بقى ما بيشتغل شغل وطني بالطريقة المعروف. كان بقى في مجموعات داخل الجيش عند سالفا كير بيعملوا اجتماعات بتاعهم الخاصة القبلية، ما بينادونا ذاته، ما بينادونا، بيجتمعوا براهم، بيخططوا براهم، وبيشتغل شغل بتاعهم، ما بينادونا ذاته فوق. أنا من الناحية أنا قررت أنه ما أخش حتى أفتش كلام الاجتماعات بتاعهم، لأنه it is a tribal situation now. Salva Kiir مجموع بتاعه started to conduct secret tribal meetings for their own reasons وما بيكلمونا ذاته. so التوتر حدثت، حتى كلام بتاعت النوير والدينكا في داخل البلد، ومش أننا في داخل الجيش، لكن حتى المواطن كان بيقى عارف أنه بيقى في احتكاكات بين النوير والدينكا، وكلام بتاع سالفا كير ورياض مشار بيقى في كلام بالشكل ده. والناس كانوا بيتكلموا في البلد انه يا جماعه الاحتكاك ده هيجيب شكله بعدين، الناس هيشاكلوا مع بعض. كل زول كان عارف ده اذا كان هنا داخل الجيش ولا حتى اي مواطن كان موجودين، بالذات الناس الموجودين في العاصمه. فيوم بتاعت الشكله في 2013 وبعد المشاكل السياسيه الثقيل، كنا عارفين انه اذا ما حصل حل سياسي للمشاكل الموجود داخل القياده بتاع الحركه الشعبيه بيجيب شكل قبليه، لانه الناس اساسا حتى في الشارع الناس اتقسموا. الكلام القبلي ده كان موجود في الشارع يا دين، وكنا عارفين انه اذا حصل الشكل ده بيكون شكله قبليه، كل مجموع بيقف ورا الزول بتاعه. and this is exactly what happened. وقد حصل انفجار يوم هذاك في المسا في جوبا، توالي كل الناس الصراع القبلي ده بقى واضح، وحصل شكله بعد ذاك قبلي في داخل جوبا. ده ادى الى انه الناس بدا يقاتلوا نفسهم قبليا. ما في كان شغل وطني هناك كان حصل في داخل جوبا. فكلام بتاع انه شكله جاي ده كان معروف للناس كله، انه طريقه سالفا كير بتدير بو قياده بتاع الحركه الشعبيه والحكومه في داخل الجنوب، وبدا يقسم الناس في شكل القبائل، ده هيجيب حرب. وحقيقه وقد حصل هذا النوع من الخلاف وحصل احتكاك في داخل الجيش، immediately الناس اخذ هذا الخط القبلي وحصل شكل القبليه، وناس قتلوا نفسهم قبليا. فهذا يقول لك على اساس انه علامات بتاع انه هيكون في شكل في داخل البلد كان معروف. علامات بتاع انه هيكون في شكل القبليه بالذات بين النوير والدينكا كان معروف في الشارع، خلى ان احنا موجودين في داخل القياده بتاعت الجيش. ده يمكن الجواب بتاعي للسؤال بتاعك الاول. اما السؤال الثاني بتاع انه هل انه كنا عارفين انه في وحدات بتدرب تدريب قبلي، ان هنا وقد جيمس اوسبيغا رئيس الاركان ده للتاريخ immediately الاتجاه القبلي ده كان بيبقى واضح. ناس سالفا كير ودى توجيهات لبعض الغادة بما فيه سنتينو تيم وول اللي حسب موجود رئيس الأركان وفتح مركز تدريب في أويل. فتح مركز تدريب في أويل وكان فوق 11,000 جندي، وده كله من ناس يعني قبيلة واحد من الاجتماعات. إذا في ضباط هنا القيادات هنا موجودة نزلوا معاشر وطردوهم ولسه موجودين في الخدمة، بما فيه وزير الدفاع. في بالفعل أنا قمت وأنا كنت ماسك التدريب وأنا اتكلمت بشدة وأنا قلت يا جماعة ما ممكن أن هنا ندرب 11,000 جندي بتاع قبيلة واحد. الكلام ده بيكون خطر على الدولة، الكلام ده ما صح. إذا أساسا في تصديق في أن الدولة من خلال وزارة الدفاع والقيادة بتاع الجيش تدرب 11,000 جندي، 11,000 دي يقسموا لكل المناطق بتاع الجنوب، زي ما أنا عملت في الكتيبة بتاع القوات الخاصة وعملنا نموذج بتاع قوة وطنية بالنسبة للجنوبيين. وأنا داير أقول الكلام ده الليلة هنا للتاريخ. أنا وقد عرضت الكلام ده بشدة في داخل الاجتماع داخل بالفم في القاع. رئيس الأركان هو جيمس أوس قام فوق وقال يا أخي حتى إذا كان تربوها قبيلة وماله، إذا في النهاية بيجي بدافع جنوب السودان. ده رئيس الأركان قال الكلام ده، وأنا داير أقول الكلام ده للتاريخ وخلي كل الجنوبيين يسمعوا الكلام ده. أنا توقعت رئيس الأركان يقول الكلام ده ما صح ولازم ندرب قوات وطنية، لكن جيمس أوس هو كرئيس الأركان أرادني وقال يا توماس حتى إذا كان بيجي قبيلة واحد وماله as long as the fight for South Sudan ما في مشكلة. فأنا كنت أعرف أنه تدريب بتاع النوع ده من الجيش ده ما تدريب عشان هم يعملوا شغل وطني، ده عشان هم يعملوا شغل قبلي. وقبل ما نطلع في قوة اتدربت في لوري، جابوا قوة من بحر غزال وكلهم دينكا اتدربوا في داخل لوري. وقد جاء التخريج أنا كشيف بتاع التدريب ما نادوني زاروا في التخريج ولا جيمسون زاد ورئيس الأركان سلفا كير وماريال تشانوم اللي هو ماسك القيادة كان بتاع تايجر ديفيجن، هم فاتوا وخرجوا القوة بدون ما علينا نتدخل فوق، ما نادونا زاد. So you will know here أنه الكلام ده بيجي قبلية واضح، بيجي قبلية واضح. إذا كان أنا شيف بتاع تريننج بتاع الدولة كله بتاع الجيش بتاع الدولة ورئيس الأركان زادوا اللي هو جيمسوس ما نادونا في التدريب ده في التخريب بتاع القوة ده. هم اشتغلوا الكلام ده براهم هناك وضرب القوة وسلفا كير زاد وفاروا وضرب القوة وخرج القوة براهم وشالوا دموه لتايجر ديفيجن وتيفا. So the situation was like that, brother Deng. أنه سلفا كير بدأ يمارس القبلية بطريقة واضحة وقفل الباقي الناس كله برا. فأنتوا لازم تعرفوا الكلام ده كجنوبيين. اللي كان حاصل شنو؟ أنه سلفا كير بدأ تخطط للمشروع القبلي ده من فترة بعيد الناس بتاعه. شكرا لك.
أنا نتيم بس حاجة بسيط معلش. جرالتها من شيريلو أنا سألت كده ليه؟ أنا هنا كقبيلة نوير أنا بقول لك بصفة عام أنا عندي شو اسمه motivation and awareness زي ما أنت شايف فوق كده أنا كاتبه في اللوجو حقي. عندنا إشارات كتير أنا قاعد نقول للناس إنه كلام اللي بيقولوه ما صح، بيقولوا إنه تعمل شيريلو وأسمع كلامي ده كويس ده نوير كل وأنا ما بقول لك يعني ما 90% لكن قول 80% بتاع نوير. That's why some of them they never join ناس كتير ما بيمشوا لناشونال سيلبريشن army أو ناشونال سيلبريشن موفمنت. بيقولوا إنه تعمل شيريلو يا هو مشى جاب ذخيرة ويا هو مشى ويا هو كان بتاع لوجيستيك ويا هو جاب ذخيرة لحكومة بتاع كير ويا هو كان يستقبل قوة بتاع يوغندا لما جو في نايدا. بيقولوا تعمل شيريلو كان مسؤول من الحاجات ده. فده حكومة بتاع جوبا في جوبا بيقول إنه تعمل شيريلو يا هو مسؤول من اللوجيستيك اللي كان جابوا بس أسلحة ودبابات عشان يشاكلوا به نوير. ونوير بيقولوا زول كان في اتجاه بتاعنا إنه يقتلونا وحتى لو مرق الليلة إثبات شنو إنه تعمل شيريلو ما هيقتلنا ما زي ما قتلونا دينكا. فهل أنت كنت صحيح يا هو لوجيستيك اللي جبت حاجات ده كلها أسلحة اللي جاك شاكلوا به في نوير دينكا جاك قتلوا به نوير وأنت جبت يوغندا لجنوب السودان؟ شكرا.
شكرا دينك. The answer كويس for us even to know this. أنا نقول لأخواني وأخواتي من community بتاعنا بتنوير أنه كل الكلام ده كله باطل كله كلام غلط. دي فبركة بتاعت النظام لاسبابه لانه انا حسب وقتهم ضد النظام فهم ممكن يجيب اي كذب ويقولوا عشان النوير ما يجي لناسيونال سالفيشن فرونت. ده السبب بس. زي انا قلت اذا كان التدريب بتاع القوات ده حتى 11000 اللي اتضربت في بانتي في اويل انا وقفت ضده. وجيمس اوزي هو قال يا اخي حتى اذا كان ضربوه 11000 من قبل واحد ماله انا ادري الكلام ده فور هيستوري. والناس اللي كانوا موجودين معنا في قاعه عارفين الكلام ده من قيادات من ابناء الجنوب اللي كانوا موجودين في بلشام. انا قلت لكم ثاني كمان في لوري القوات اتضرب الزر في التخريج بتاعه ولا جيمس اوزي ولا انا زادوا نادونا فوق. كان الكلام بتاع القبليه كان بقى واضح. The other point is that الزمن ده وكده الشكل بدأ في 2013 زمن ده اتنقلت من هيئة بتاع التدريب بقيت ديبلي تشيف اوف ستاف فور لوجيستكس وانا كنت the immediate ديبلي تشيف اوف ستاف بتاع الارمي باي ذن. انا وكنت جيت واستلمت اللوجيستكس فضوا اللوجيستيك كله وانا اقدر اقول لكم الاوراق موجود يعني حتى في كل المخازن بتاعت اللوجيستيك بتاع الجيش. هو من الامثله المخازن بتاعت التعيينات سلموا لي ما اقل من 50 سؤال ذات بالنسبه للجيش بتاع الدوله كله. فضونا قالوا انا ما بيعرف وبيجا بيجيبوا اللوجيستكس بتاعهم ثرو تايجر ديفيشن وبيشيلوا للجبل. الحته بتاع لوريد ما بزول بيمشي هناك يقول حاجات ان ديفيشن والقصر الجمهوري. الناس بتاعنا لازم يعرفوا هذه الحاجات. 2013 قبل الشكله انا كنت ماشي الصين. كان في مشروع في انه ناس الفقير خططوا جيمسوس زمن ده كان رئيس الاركان عايزين يشتروا سلاح من الصين بقيمه بتاعت almost 2 بليون يو اس دولار. المشروع ده اتعمل الكونتراكت ده وانا كنت زمن ده في التدريب. ما كلموني ذات ماذا يوم في واحد من الاجتماعات مع وزير الدفاع اللي هو كوال مانيان جابوا كلام بتاع الكونتراكت ده. بعد انا سمعته في الاجتماع ما كلمونا رئيس الاركان زادوا ما نادونا فوق قالوا جيمسوس. وانا لقيت في الكونتراكت في باكج بتاع تريننج بتاع 500 ضابط وعسكري بتاع اس بي ال المفروض يتدرب في داخل الكونتراكت ده. وانا سالت في داخل الاجتماع انه يا جماعه انتوا ما كلمتونا انه في الكونتراكت ده كنا ما سمعنا وحسه سمعنا في اللي في الاوراق ده وفي الاجتماع انه في 500 باكج بتاع تدريب بالنسبه للضباط وعساكر بتاع اس بي ال. انا زول المسؤول عن التريننج. why I'm not informed why I'm not put to be involved. فهم خجلوا وقالوا لي خلاص يا توماس ما في مشكله واننا بدك تشيل المسؤوليه بتاع التريننج وشوف الناس اللي بيمشي الصين حسب الكريتيريا ذات is needed. فبعد قلت اوكي جهزوا ماموريه للديليجيشن عند وزير الدفاع كوال مانيان عشان يمشي للصين التنفيذ بتاع الاتفاق ده. فاليوم المفروض الناس يقوموا فوقه. I think it is unfortunate for them. كوال مانيان كان موجود في واو في زيارة كوزير دفاع وهو ياو ليدر بتاع الديليجيشن. Given my seniority as deputy chief of staff أنا بقيت the second immediate deputy بالنسبة للديليجيشن الماشي الجاي للصين. فكوال مانيان في واو ما قادر يجي وقال لي الديليجيشن let the delegation go ahead. So by the virtue of my seniority, I become the leader of the delegation. And this is where I'm going to know all the secrets about the 2 billion US dollars يشربوا السلاح. وانا داير الناس اللي يسمعوا الكلام ده كويس بالذات اهلنا من كوميونتي بتاعت نوير اللي اتغشوا بوسط المجرمين الموجودين في جوبا ان الناس توماس او جابوا السلاح عشان يقتلوا النوير. بعدك أننا من نزلنا الصين في بيجين وقبلنا الشركة وبعدك شالونا لزيارات في مدن مختلفة عشان نشوف المصانع بتاعت السلاح في دبابات متقدمة من حتى 72 and other artilleries ناس 155 and others. For those who don't understand this, these are strategic kind of artilleries and other weaponaries. يا دوب أنا مشيت شفت الكونتراكت في الصين. I was deputized by Malik Ruben by then. أنا كنت في التدريب ومالك روبن كان deputy chief of staff for logistics. So he became my deputy in that delegation. أنا وقت شفت the contract in my room in the hotel, I was shocked because أنا لقيت الكونتراكت كله float وفوقه corruption تقيل جدا. where السير بتاع السلاح حتى بتاع مسدس يمكن 3 مرات السير بتاع كلاشينكوف. I was not happy about that. But معنينا عملنا after we toured all these towns and we saw all the whatever that we want, including trucks, vehicles, and so forth, we came back to Beijing and we started discussing about this. أنا كلمت delegation أنا قلت يا جماعة we cannot continue with this contract. This almost $2 billion ده موارد بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب. And we should not just play with it like that. I did not know, and within my delegation, people reporting what I was doing to Juba immediately to the headquarters and to Salva Kiir, maybe, of course. And then I got into Beijing, والجيران في جيش مولع. نازل عليه شديد جدا, and people started saying, يا أخي زول اسمه توماس ده يخلوه يمشي تشاينا كيف؟ انتوا عارفين الزول ما دير corruption ما دير الكلام ده حسب عمل مشكلة في بيجين. He's questioning even the contract. وأي زول بيعرف الكلام ده الناس اللي كانوا موجودين معنا في delegation. بعد ذلك there was meetings. أنا اضطريت أنه نحن نواصل تنفيذ بتاع الكونتراكت. وصل مشكلة كبيرة جدا. I caused a big problem in Beijing. لدرجة أننا طلبنا السفير بتاعنا والملحق الأمن الموجود في سفارة بتاعنا في بيجين. أنا قلت لهم كل الناس اللي يجوا في اجتماع. Because it's a national issue. $2 billion. We cannot just play with that like that and sign this type of fake contracts. وده موارد الشعب بتاع الجنوب. ناس بتاعنا تعبانين ما عندهم دواء ما عندهم أكل ما عندهم مدرسة. And here we are playing with all this money. We expect this kind of. أنا اعترضت على الكلام ده. واليوم البعض جبنا السفير والملحق الأمني تابع للناشونال سيكيورتي was there. ونحن ناقشنا الكلام ده وقلنا ما بنمضي الكونتراكت ده ما يستمر وقلنا للتشاينيز تعالوا في جوبا and review this contract again. Of course, I'm sure the Chinese were not happy. والناس اللي كان reporting against me within the delegation ناس سالانين شديد في جوبا. So في النهاية I told the Chinese كلام مع الأخوان مالي group قالوا أوكي that is fine that
في تذبذب في الصوت.
director of procurement.
في تذبذب في الصوت. في تذبذب في الصوت.
في النهاية we decided هسه كيف؟
هسه بيجي كويس.
هسه كيف؟ Are you getting me clear؟
هسه بيجي كويس.
في النهاية هم يتفقوا معنا وحتى السفير مرحوم موجود and then والمركز الأمني اتفق أنه هنا ما نواصل مع المشروع بتاع الكونتراكت ده and we have to go back to Juba. And I told the Chinese company اسمه نورينكو أنه هم يرجعوا لجوبا عشان هم يراجع الكلام ده. And I refused to sign. Even when we came to the end of the meeting قال خلاص الChinese قال يا جماعة هنا let us have a small communique. We said okay you put the projector دير نشوف الكلام ده يكتبوه. فكتبنا الكلام. في آخر يوم هنا راجعين للبلد عزمونا للعشاء. جزء من الناس الموجودين معنا في الكوميتي والتشاينيز غيروا الصيغة بتاعت الكلام. وخدت $20 مليون في ورقة هنا ما اتفقنا عليه حتى في الودي. When we went for the dinner for us after that to go to the airport في واحد من أولادكم من النوير كان مولانا كان مستشار قانوني بالنسبه له ان نسيت اسمه اللي وزير الدفاع. immediately he came to me وزول ميدل وقال لي يا اخي جنرال انتوا خليتونا ورا to print out this document انه we met in Beijing to see this contract whatever for these reasons we decided انه الناس يرجعوا لجوبا تاني عشان يعملوا مراجعه للكونتراكت. وقال لي يا اخي ورا هنا الجماعه دي دخلوا 20 مليون دولار. سالنا 20 مليون دولار دي بتاع شنو؟ قال يا اخي في حاجه ممكن اعملوا مجلس الاركان وشنو في 20 مليون دولار دخل اللي بس الكلام بتاع this small communique that you are in China, we discuss about this contract and so forth. Behind us there, they inserted $20 million. فمستشار بتاعنا القانوني ده قال لي كلام ده فانا قلت له okay, if they have changed this document, I'm not going to sign this document. We just eat and we go straight to the airport and we go back. I will never sign anything that is going to to exhaust, let me say, يسرق في الامكانيات بتاع الشعب بتاعنا. And after the dinner, we gave all those diplomatic kind of words تشكروا بتاع ورفضنا نمضي الورقه ذاته دخل فوق 20 مليون دولار. انا رفضت نمضي الورقه ده ورجعنا لجوبا. لقينا جوبا قايم كله غبار. Why you send this man called Thomas? You don't want this kind of things to happen. ولخبط الشغل ده. ومن يوم ده يا دين انا ما شفت المشروع ده تاني. منشالوني بار وشغل شغل بتوعهم بتاع البلد هنا. I did not see it again. جابوا يعطونا من السلاح جابوا شنو تاني لجوبا انا ما شفت. وانا بقول كلام ده للتاريخ ولكل الشعب بتاعنا. وعندي كوبي بتاع this almost 2 billion US dollars contract موجود معي. And time will come, we'll bring it out. عشان المجرمين اللي يبقوا في امكانيات بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب هم يتحاكموا. فانا ما شفت حاجه اسمه سلاح يا دين. Until I left the country, I decided ذاته نازل نفسي ذاته من كل الحاصل ده. انا بقعد في المكتب بشرب شاي كان في جريده بقرا وبرجع البيت. اليوم كنت شكله حصل في 2013 انا كنت في البلد. انا كنت في القريه. جيمسوس كان جاي من برا استقبلته ده كان يوم السبت. انا قلت جيمسوس انا لانه I came from the village to receive him وكرس الاركان وانا رجعت بالليل حصل ضرب. انا كنت بسال جيمسوس what is happening وزار بيقول لي ما بيعرف في شنو حاصل. In the morning I could not even go crossing the bridge because I live on the eastern side of the Nile. في الرجاف I could not even come because there was a lot of shooting. كلام ترى رسل لي جوا عشان يشيلني دخلنا القياده. They could not do that until الساعه 1 بعدين جيت دخلت جوبا. So I was not there then. And throughout all this time we decided not to be part of that tribal war that led to the death and killing of our people. وده للتاريخ. أي زول عارفه. They were not just happy with me. I could see because I refused to be involved in this fighting. And everybody knows this. So we don't want to talk about ourselves. The government will make a lot of propaganda then. And I think community bitana bitanwer may show. We dedicated our lives to all our people. Bidun anina menefis nas bigabila or bikashumben. And we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas, and then thank you, Deng, for all your questions. Now we will move ahead, and I'll give the. I just want to everyone knows that everyone that we bring up, please limit your question to one question, so we can be fair, so other people will be able to ask their question as well. So then I will put you down. Everyone that asked a question, once their questions is answered, we will put them down to make room for someone else. Sister Ashol, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, before that is part of the question with Adeng, Kalamita, Uganda forces. Anina guidance to be built from Yadeng, Anina Marifin, Uganda forces in Jajef. The Tertibat bit a self Fakir wal Hakuma bitom, Hakuma bit at Uganda. And suddenly, in a Shubnano, Figua Ja, Ubada Yatari, Figua bit at IO, Itija bit a board. We didn't know. You don't even see them. We didn't know who brought them. Everybody knows this. Nagadi people from Semena Figua Jabum in Uganda and they started fighting the IO on the eastern side of the Nile. But Juzubin in Jabum Chubna, Tahtalu Matar bita Juba. Nagadi Kaduyu Yadeng. So these people were having that separate operation room. One Kalamtele diplomacy in Juba. Many ambassadors they came to Juba and I told them everything. And I told him what is happening now, we are not part of this. في غرفة بتاع عمليات قبل شغال بنزل نفسهم بنزل شغلهم براهم. دي المعلومات بتاعكم. شكرا.
Thank you, Jamal. Sister Ashol, go ahead and ask your question, please.
All right, nice to see you.
See you. Yeah, we can hear you, but you have background noise. Okay, while we're waiting for Sister Ashol, we can move on to Mama Nyatiling. Mama Nyatiling, you may go ahead and ask your question.
أنا بسلم عليكم كلكم ناس الفوق وناس التحت وأنا عندي سلام خاص لمناضل الكبير جنرال توماس شيريلو فرحان إنه أجوب في أسئلة السالوم أنت قدرت تجاوب لهم لأول مرة باقين نسمعه بس أنا سؤال بتاعي لك ليه كنتوا ما كنتوا حاسين بالوضع العام من ما جيتوا جوبا في 2005 إنه ما في ود كده بين الناس وتاخدوا حذر من وقت الناس التاني يحموا نضال الناضل تباو زي ما انت حكيت قبل انه كنت في سعراف 6 سنة لأنا أول مرة وصلت جوبا ده 2009 قبل انسيدنت بتاع استاد في ملكال في 3 يوم لما وصلت
أنا كنت موجود هناك.
يس أنا سؤال بتاعي كان لجنرال باغان قلت للناس عندهم حراس في البيوت بتاعهم لأنه في حامية بتاع ملكال في زمن حرب بتاع SPLA مع حكومة أنا ما شفت بيت غايب بتاع جيش بتاع ملكال فيه يمكن أكثر من 5 عساكر في بيته ما في كان لكن لما وصلت جوبا أنا حسيت بكده وغلقني شديد يعني وده حاجة اللي أنا بحملكم كلكم أنتوا شباب المشيتوا غابة وأنتوا ما جيل بتاع قرن أنتوا جيل اللي في النص أنا جيل اللي بوراكم يعني أي زول عنده حس وطني أي يحس إنه في خطورة في البلد ده دي من 2009 لما أنا وصلت جوبا حسيت بكده ليه أنتوا ما عملتوا اجتماعات مغلقة زي ما عملتوا موبلايزيشن بالقضية بتاعنا ومشيتوا غابة وخليتوا حاجات كتير بوراكم لأنه لو أنا متأكد لو كنتوا عملتوا استعداد ده كان قدرتوا تعملوا انقلاب داخلي قبل ما يصل 2013 سؤال بتاعي شنو اللي خلاكم تكونوا يعني ريلاكتن إنه ما حاسين بخطورة ده دفعنا الثمن هسه لما جنوب وصل للدرجة الما أصل إنه أهلنا يعملوا displacement فوقهم زي ده أجي ده كان واضح أي زول عنده حس وطني كان ممكن يحس به شنو اللي خلاكم لأنه معظمكم هسه أنتوا برا من الحكاية ده يعني بلدنا هسه ده حكومة اللي كان في شمال السودان يا هو قاعد يتحكم فوقه هسه ده يا سؤال بتاعي يعني وأنا بشكرك كتير بس أنا عندي إضافة بسيط للناس اللي قاعدين يكتبوا في شاتنج روم ده نازل فوق اللي انتوا شايفينه ده السكند رالي في يونايتد ستيت هنا ما في قبيلة ما سمى به لأنه أغلبية بتاعكم مريض بقبلية وحاجة ما عنده موتو خالص من قبل قاعدين تكتبوا هنا إنه ده ناس إكواتوريا برامي أو فوق هناك وحاجة ده no all of you saw me that day when I walk in the rain فوق الغانتا مولودة ما في قبيلة أسمى تعبان في جنوب السودان. سميتوا قبيل من كلام جنرال، ولا تقول لي تانكا ولا تقول لي نوير ولا تقول لي سلفا قاعد في الكرسي هناك عشان أهله ما عنده أهل، بدليل ما في أي حاجة في أوان كان. في دليل يال بتاع زملاء بتاعه يا غاني يشهدوا في مطاعم في جوبا. بالدليل الشاب الجابوا راجل اليوم داقل المجوعة قد زاروا في بيت ما لول قرقوت. زول ده كان تعليم جبتان في بيلفان مرمية هنا في بيت تاني في جبل شكله ذاته ما في زول بضرب صدره كان انت بقيت شلكاو ولا دنكاو. So please stop it. خليك نبدأ الوطن اللي في جواق المادة ينبض إنه اللي في جوا ده ما بمثلنا. That's what I want to say and thank you.
شكرا my sister. شكرا للسؤال بتاعك الكويس. أول أنا أضيف صوتي لصوت بتاعك نداء للأخوان وأخوات بتاعنا اللي بيكتبوا ضد الماركينج في نيويورك and all this. Of course they have الحق بتاعهم، لكن أنا اللي أقول لهم عنه البلد بتاعنا اسمه الجنوب ده في محك. أننا بين either في جنوب ولا ما في جنوب. Our people must know this. All of us must know this. I want to be very open and sincere with you. أننا عندنا one option للسرفايفل بتاع جنوب كبلد كدولة كشعب، أنه كلنا نجي مع بعض والحكومة عند السلفة كده لازم نشيله، لأنه الحكومة ده ضرر أي زول يا جماعة. وأننا بنقول بالواضح الحكومة ده ما بدين كبراو. بتلقى إسرائيل موجودين في الحكومة ده، بتلقى الناس برغزال بخشم بيوتهم فوق والناس علنين موجودين فوق، رغم أنه الرئيس بتاعه دينكاوي ومسيطر على الدينكا، لكن الحكومة ده عذب كل الناس يعني زي كلامي جبال يعني. فأنتوا يا جنوبيين أنا بقول لكم أنه أنتوا عندكم خيارين. خيار بتاع أنه ننقذ الجنوب عشان ما تفرتك، وأننا نلحق البلد بتاعنا ننقذ البلد بتاعنا كلنا مع بعض، أو نمشي في الكلام القبلي ده وبعدين الجنوب يكون انتهى. الجنوب هيفرتك وبالغباين والكراهية الموجود في قلوب بتاعنا. إذا الجنوب فرتك عشان تلمهم بيكون مشكلة كبيرة جدا، كما يتلم ذاته وكل زول بيمشي دهيلة بتاعه، وده بيكون نهاية بتاع بلد الجنوب ونهاية بتاع شعب اسمه الجنوب. فأنا بقول لكم يا انتوا ممكن تكون عندكم أسباب بتاعكم، لكن أنا بفتكر أنه هو ما صح. أننا ناخد قلوبنا مع بعض كشعب بتاع الجنوب. الحكومة انت كان دينكاوي، الحكومة الموجود عند السلفة كده ما بيخدمك، انت زاد التعبان. انت وين هسه؟ انت زاد الدينكا دي وينه؟ الدينكا يدمروا كمان. سلفة كده خلى الدينكا زاد يدمر نفسهم عشان هو يكون موجود في السلطة. وين الناس دي؟ فانت ما تدافع لك نظام بيدمرك انت نفسك just because هو زول القبيلة بتاعك والزول اخوه بتاعك، انت تدافع عنه بس لانه زول بتاعك. لكن ده زول بيقعدوا بتاعك. اذا زول بيخلي البلد بتاعك تتدمر ويخلي عيال بتاعك بيموتوا، ما في دواء، ما في اكل، ما في مدرسه، والدوله ذات بتدمر. خلانا بنقتل في بعض 24 ساعه. البقر بيجي ناكل وزاره غير انا نقتل بعضهم، ده بكره يشيل من ده يقتل الغريه الفلانيه، بكره يمشي للغريه الفلانيه يقتل يشيل البقر. البقر جاري في نص نظر ما بياكلوا. دي اوصل فقير ده كان بيجا اخوه ما بيخدمك، قاعد يقتلك وقاعد يدمر وقاعد يدمر البلد بتاعك. فانا بوصي برجوكم بنحترم مشاعركم، بنحترم وجهة نظر بتاعكم لاسباب انتم بتعرفوا، لكن بنفتكر انه it is time for us the South Sudanese to come together and to rescue ourselves and our nation. This rally بتاع New York for all of us as South Sudanese to tell the world انه النظام ده دمر الجنوب، ما في اتفاقيه ذاته، ما في سلام في بلد، ما يخشونا بميليشيات يخطون في كاكي يقول في قوار وطنيه، ما في كلام بالشكل ده. We know what is happening inside the country. علينا خبراء بتاع security sector and we know what is happening. عندنا زملاء اللي الان قاعدين كمين برغزال والعلانيين والميليشيات قاعدين داخل النظام بورونا يا جماعه انه ما في اي حاجه، ده كله غش. تابع. هذا ناس قاعدين في جي 1، هذا ناس في مكاتب بتقول الغاده دي. هم تعبانين ذاته بنفسهم، تعبانين نفسيا بس ما قادرين يعملوا حاجه. لاسباب اسريه ما قادرين يتحركوا ذاته، كان في برغزال ولا على النيل ولا الاستوائيه. تابع. وبتمو قاعدين حول السالفه دي، لكن قاعدين والدموع بينزل كل يوم. والدم بينزل في القلوب بتاعهم، تعبانين كمان زينا الموجودين مطاردين برا. فالرالي بتاع نيويورك is very important. انتوا شعب بتاع الجنوب والناس بتاعنا الموجودين في امريكا، forget about this. You go out, tell the world, expose this system that destroyed us. عشان احنا ننقذ نفسنا. If you don't want to do this, if you want to hide behind us rescuing our country, you forget about South Sudan. الجنوب بيفوت من يدنا يا جماعه. زول اسمه سلفا كير والحكومه بتاعه ده بيخلي الجنوب ده بيتفرتك، وده نهايتنا نحن. عشان كده يوم داق المواطنين بتاعنا في لاكس ستيت بيقتلوا نفسهم 24 ساعه، والسلفا كير يقولوا يخلوهم خليه يقتلوا نفسهم لغايه ما يقفوا براهم. ما في رئيس بتاع الدوله مسؤول بيقول الكلام ده. الشعب بتاعه بيموتوا ويخلوهم انه خليه يموتوا يقتلوا نفسهم ويقفوا براهم. ما في زول زي بيقول للشعب بتاعه والناس بتاعه. فانتوا لازم تعرفوا الكلام ده. الزول my sister السؤال بتاع بخصوص انه ليه هنا ما تحركنا بدري عشان ننقذ البلد. انا اقدر اقول لك انه للاسف الشديد القبليه كان بيبقى موجود في داخل الجيش. الجيش اللي بيتحرك بيقوم بثوره بيقوم بانقلاب عشان ينقذ البلد، ده جيش المنظم، ده جيش الشغاء يعني ما قبلي، ده جيش وطني بيقدر يتفق وبيقدر ينقذ البلد اذا كان في خطر من السياسيين ولا في اي نظام ما كويس بالنسبه للشعب بتاعنا ولا للشعب بتاع اي بلد. لكن الزمن ده القياده بتاع الجيش والغاده زاروا القبليه دخل هناك، كل الناس بقى براو، وبالتالي انت ما بقى تمشي لزول ثاني من يجي من القبيله الثانيه تقول يا جماعه البلد ما تمام، يعني الفكره عشان ننقذ البلد، لانه في راسه بقى في كلام قبليه في النظام بتاعه، لزول بتاع القبيله بتاعه، وبالتالي ما بيكون في اتفاق في أنا ننقذ البلد. شفتها؟ والسلفا كده اشتغل شديد بسرعة جدا مع مجموع بتاعه ولزل الاس بي ال كله برا وجاب الميليشيات بتاعه، استلم البلد واستلم السلطة. شفتها؟ أننا كنا عندنا إشكاليات داخل الجيش. يس عندنا أبناء بتاعنا من العنين من برغزال من الاستوايا شرفاء كانوا عاوزين عشان احنا في الجيش نقدر ننقذ البلد، لكن للاسف الشديد المؤسسه العسكريه المفروض تنقذ البلد والناشونال سيكيورتي is already tribalized, so it was difficult for these people really to do anything. باختصار my sister. Thank you. And of course within the الفقير الجنة هذا بقى شغال، وبالتالي ايش بن only option أنا بقول البلد يتمردوا سوريا ضد حاجة only البلد يتمردوا يشون سوريا ضد
في قطع في الشبكة، أنا عشان شغال لايف قاعد صوت قاعد كان.
أيوة نعم أي معلش welcome. في سؤال ولا انتهيت يا جماعة؟
Where are you? Thank you. Go ahead, Sister Joel, you can ask your next question.
Hello.
Yes, Sister Joel, can you raise your voice just a little bit?
اوكي، انا عشان لابسه السماعات لكن انا بحييكم تحيه خاصه للمنبر ده، وتحيه خاصه شديد للاستاذ الجنرال توماس شيريلو. بنشكره على زمنه الكبير اللي هو ادى لنا الليله، وجاء عشان يجاوب بكل الاريحيه وبكل الصدق الحاصل واللي احنا سامعينه وحاسينه في الصوت بتاعه. انا ما عندي كلام كثير، لكن I came here to salute you، لانه اي زول بيفتش عن الحريه وبيقول لا للغلط نحن اكيد حنجيب وراه وحنقول يس، لانه احنا عاوزين الصح لبلدنا وعايزين الحاجه الكويس لجنوب السودان. سؤالي اكيد
ما سامعين صوتك خالص.
تمام؟
يا علي صوتك.
دقيقه نطلع السماعات. اوكي، هسه كده كيف؟ الو
تمام
كده كويس كده انا طلعت السماعات ده واي. انا قاعد نقول هعيد كلامي، انه انا بشكركم وبشكر المنبر وبشكر الجنرال توماس شيريلو على وجوده الليله هنا معانا، وعلى الاستفاضه والاجابات بالاريحيه والدبلوماسيه العاليه وبالصدق اللي احنا قاعدين نحسه في صوته. ما في زول الليله بيعرف الزول الثاني، لكن انت من صوت الزول بتعرف هل الزول ده صادق هل لسه. الو فأنا بشكره على وجوده الليلة وعلى أجوبته الصادقة، وده اللي إحنا عاوزينه. نحن هنجيب ورا أي زول بفتش عن الصدق وبفتش عن الحاجة الكويس في جنوبنا الحبيب، لأنه نحن كلنا زي ما قال توماس أستاذ جنرال توماس هسه جنوبين كلنا إحنا تعبانين، أن إحنا دايرين منفذ ودايرين مأوى ودايرين بس بورد زي ما بقولوا سفينة تودينا لبر الأمان. أنا بشكره على كل المجهود اللي هو قاعد يقدمه من أجل جنوب السودان. سؤالي ممكن يكون مكرر على الأنبش اللي قاعد يحصل في اتجاه بتاع نوملو رود. أنا عارفة متأكدة إنكم ما عندكم يد فوقه، لكن يقول إنه نأكد أكتر وأكتر للجنوبين إنه حاجة ده ما بيدنا، بيكوز انتوا عارفين إنه الاتجاه الثاني الحكومة شغالة ما بوسعها إنها تخرب من سمعتكم، تخرب من المجهود القيم اللي انتوا قاعد تعملوه من أجل شعب جنوب السودان. الخطوات اللي انتوا قاعد تعملوها to prevent اول حاجه انه الحاجات دي تحصل دي شنو، والاحتياطيات اللي انتوا قاعد تعملوه لنفسكم ذاتكم to protect yourself and protect الناس السودانيين ده، سواء كانوا من الحكومه او كانوا من المعارض. طبعا دول كله سودانيين، كلهم جنوب سودانيين وكلكم شغالين عشانهم هم. انا داير اعرف ايه الخطوات اللي انتوا قاعد تعملوها هسه عشان يكون ما في مثلا قطع طرق، ولا يكون ما في قتل في الطريق ده، ويكون ما في اتهامات ذاته لناس لقوه. ونحن دايرين نعرف اكثر يعني انتوا قاعد تعملوا شنو وكيف انتوا دايرين تو بروتكت yourself and protect الناس اللي قاعد يحصل لهم الكلام ده كساوث سودانيز. ما عندي كلام كثير اقوله غير الشكر الجزيل لك، وتاكد انه نحن فخورين بك محل انت ما موجود، لانه نحن عارفين انك بتفايد عشان خاطرنا نحن. شكرا لك وشكرا للمنصه.
شكرا لك الاخت جول للسؤال بتاعك. أنا هنا في movement بتاع National Salvation Front, as we say, we are a people-centered movement. We are for the people, entirely for our people. أنا هنا بذلين مجهود كبير جدا عشان ننظم القوات بتاعنا ونفهم كل الموفمنت والممبرز بتاعه عشان هم to behave بطريقة يليق بمقام بتاع هذا الموفمنت العظيم العريض. وهنا بنفتكر أنه لازم نكون يعني جيش بتاع أبناء بتاع شعب بتاع الجنوب. And I remember during the struggle time, one time I was orienting our soldiers. أنا قلت لهم يا جماعة أننا خدام بتاع شعب. We came to the bush because of our people. For instance أنا قلت لهم أننا ماشيين في شارع المامورية ياهو في الغابة الناس ماشيين بالقرآن، وأننا شفنا واحد أمنا جاي من اتجاه المعاكس ولا واحد أبونا بعصاية تعبان. كلام بتاعنا لأنه أنت عندك سلاح عامل فيه تغيان عشان هم يخافوا يخلوا لك الشارع يمشي للغابة وده كلام ده ما تمام، ده ما اخلاق ثوري كده، معناه ان احنا مجرمين اذا ما احترمنا كرامه والناس بتاعنا. العكس، اننا نطلع من الشارع ونخش الغابه في القش، نقول لهم بابا وماما فضلوا، اذا لقيناهم زاروا تعبانين نساعدهم نرفع الحجر بتاعهم للحته اللي غيرهم ماشيين فوق ونوصلهم للبيت ونمشي، عشان احنا ذاتنا نلقى البركه بتاعهم، عشان احنا ناكد لهم انه اننا في الغابه عشانهم هم، عشانهم. وانا قادر اقول لك حاجه، انه اننا شغالين شديد جدا عشان ندخل هذه القيم في الجيش بتاعنا. يس عندنا ظروف صعب، ما لاقيين فرصه كويسه عشان احنا نقدر ندرب الناس بتاعنا، but we continue to talk to them. This is one. نمرة 2، اننا لسه ما عندنا big capacity عشان احنا نقدر ندافع الشعب بتاعنا من عساكر بتاع السلفكير اللي بيدمروا في بلد. لسه ما عندنا capacity. So by the time we get this capacity, of course we'll prevent them عشان ما يعذبوا الشعب بتاعنا. But now because of our capacity of different ways, capabilities لسه ما عندنا كفايه عشان احنا نقدر نحمي البلد كله. Otherwise اننا زاروا كم بيكون دخلنا جوبا وطردنا النظام ده، وتاني ما بيكون في اشكاليه بالنسبه للناس بتاعنا. This is one. Number 2, we are trying to reach out in different ways. The leaders with the communities بتاعنا انه يا جماعه انتوا ابذلوا مجهود. Let us talk to our young people في القرى المختلفه، لاساس انه هم ما يسمعوا على الحاجات الكلام القبل اللي سالفه كير بيعملوا ده، وبيأجج المشاكل بين المجموعات بتاعنا القبليه، وحتى في داخل القبيله الخشومبيوت بتاعنا بيقتلوا في بعض. انتوا لازم تعرفوا انه التعب بتاعكم ده كله سالفه كير والنظام بتاعه، فانتوا ما تسمعوا الكلام اللي سالفه كير بيقول عشان احنا نمشي نقتل في بعض. And now we are doing this underground, whether inside the country or outside the country. We are trying to reach out to our community leaders, to our elders. انه يا جماعه في خطر، اذا خلينا السلفه كده يقسمنا كده ونقتل في بعض الجنوب ده بيتفرتك، لانه الان سلفه كير started even losing control over South Sudan. زي انه عارفين سلفه كير بدا يفقد السيطره على الجنوب، لانه حتى الشباب بتاعنا بتاع قبائل في جزء منه ذاته بقى عنده سلاح اقوى ذاته من بتاع البوليس ولا يمكن حتى بتاع الجيش. احنا شايفين في وراب طريقه الشباب بتاعنا هناك قتلوا الجيش بتاع حكومه سلفا كير ده. You can see now. So شويه كل مجموع كل هله بيكون عنده الجيش بتاعه، سلفا كير ما بيقدر والبلد بينهار ويخلينا في الكراهيه، لانه سلفا كير حتى اذا فات وخلانا في كراهيه ده من الصعب شديد جدا عشان احنا نجيب الشعب بتاعنا مع بعض. And we are doing all this kind of work, my sister, with the hope that we will succeed. But also we will not succeed alone. إننا عاوزين أنتوا كشعب بتاع الجنوب أهلنا نحن كمان نتكلم كتير في السوشيال ميديا، إننا نستخدم السوشيال ميديا عشان نأجج الفيلينجز بتاعت الكراهية ضدنا قبليا. نحن to use this آليات or this equipments عشان نحن يعني نقوم بالتعوية بالنسبة للناس بتاعنا انه الكلام اللي بيحصل ده ما هم، لكن سالفه كير خلاهم عشان هم يكونوا في وضع الحسه هم موجودين فوق. So we are doing a lot of things, my sister Joel, only that لسه ما عندنا capacity كبير الان. We are working very hard. We hope that one day we'll have this capacity and this capability to be able really, to help our people and protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas. I'll go ahead and welcome Uncle John Chung to the podium. I'll pass the mic to you. You can ask General Thomas your question.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, General Thomas Cirillo. It has been a long time, big time.
You're welcome.
Happy to hear your voice today.
Thanks.
General, I'm so much delighted today to hear your voice. And I have been one of the critics really who have been really asking about you. I said, what happened to Thomas Cirillo? Cirillo is throwing us out. We want to hear his voice to give us hope. And the people said one day he will come. So today, I was not aware that you will be around here. So I would like also to give thank you to South Sudan Peace Rally in New York for really hosting you. I was not aware completely. It was just abruptly. I was doing a room regarding this issue of Nemule Road, something like that, in which it has been refilled outside. Who are the people on the road? So then I was pinning people, and one of the members actually pinned me, and then I go inside. I cancel that show. I come inside, and I found you speaking. I was so happy. So, General, I don't have much to say. I just want to ask you 4 questions. Maybe if I will be able to be clear, if I am clear to your side.
Yeah, I'm hearing you clear.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. So, General, you are the son of Equatoria, and you have already come out for the people of South Sudan. You are not fighting for Equatoria. You are not fighting for anybody, but you are fighting for the whole South Sudan. But sometimes charity is always begin at home. Equatoria are being targeted because of you, of your movement. What is your reaction on that? That is question number 1. 2, why you are so silent with so many things that are happening in Equatoria? Instead of giving us hope, coming outside to the people and speak even the atrocities that are happening in Lobanov, Eastern Equatoria, and other part of the country. 4, 3, why you are so much disappearing without even in contact with the ordinary people? Don't you know that your contact with the people, it is a part of mobilization for people to join you? And 4, the last, finally 4, unified forces are being formed. And we had from back home, together with other people, we are in contact with people. The purpose of unified forces is actually to destroy people who have not yet signed the agreement. And Equatoria is going to be the center of the battlefield because sometimes of you and sometimes of the voices of the people of Equatoria. What is your reaction for that? Are you ready? Are you prepared in order for us sons and daughters of Equatoria to join the club in the jungle? Thank you.
Shukran. Thank you, my brother. These are all genuine questions. Zana Kalamta Lekum Gibel, I'll be very sincere with you because we are here in a very serious business of life and death of our people and country. And therefore, I will continue to be true for myself and you, even during the time of the SPLA. People know this very well. السؤال بتاعي نمرة 1 that yes, I come from Equatoria. I'm a son of Equatoria. You said now the people are targeted because of me. What do I say about this? My brother, I think in every situation, when you have a regime like Salva Kiir, they will always do this kind of things. They will target your family, like now. During the struggle of the Anyanya one, I think our fathers who left the country, their families were targeted, their communities were targeted. The same time also during the SPLA, Jalaba did the same, and you know that many people were killed because of their own brothers and sisters who are in the struggle. And indeed, when I left the country, Jalaba did that revenge kind of killing against the people of South Sudan and mainly Equatorians to demoralize us not to struggle. That is the reason. And what is happening now with Salva Kiir, whether they are targeting my family, my community, the region where I came from, the Equatoria, and the rest of South Sudanese supporters of National Salvation Front, this is only to terrify the people not to join National Salvation Front, to demoralize us, we the leaders of National Salvation Front, so that we don't struggle, so that we surrender, my brother. This is the aim of all this. So the question is on us. Hal anehna nestaslim, because so that my family is not targeted. Anehna neslim nefisa عشان نكونوا عبيد. نخلي Salva Kiir ينتهي من البلد. Just عشان الحلة بتاعي not to be targeted ولا my قبيلة ولا my region like Equatoria not to be targeted. نمشي نسلم نفسنا عشان نكون عبيد. ولا عشان كل الجنوبين who are supporters of National Salvation Front and members of the National Salvation Front not to be targeted and their families not to be targeted. I want to tell you no, my brother. Whatever that Salva Kiir is doing, whether they're targeting my family, whether they're targeting my clan, whether they're targeting my community, where I came from, whether they're targeting Equatoria, where I came from, whether they're targeting the South Sudanese who are now members and supporters with the National Salvation Front, we will not surrender. We will not give in, my brother. We will continue to fight. We will continue to struggle. لغاية ما نطلع البلد. ما ده طريقة عشان انتوا تستسلموا وتكونوا عبيد. You know, and this is why it is called a struggle. We are ready to pay any sacrifice that is needed for us to be free human beings in that country. So, al-irhab al-Salva Kiir biyamulu, anybody affiliated to me, whether kan Gabila or Kashumbet or Usra Bitaye or the region Bitaye or the Junubin Kul al-Mana, no, this will not stop us. This will not be continue to struggle. It happened during Anyayawan, it happened during the SPLA, you know, where my family, my community, the Equatorians, and the rest of South Sudan were targeted. Men were killed. And then I'm not going to give. And because of this, and then I'm not going to give. We'll continue to fight. We'll continue to struggle until we become free human beings. This is why I was telling ambassadors Bitaigat, Addis Ababa Yomdag, when I refused and I walked out from that agreement, I came to Addis Ababa. Ismail Wise with all the ambassadors of IGAD, they called me for a meeting with my team, and they were like threatening me, saying, you know, Thomas, you have to sign this agreement. If you don't sign this agreement, you know, we are going to call you like negative force, you know, whatever kind of names, you know. So I was very clear. I told them, Ismail Wise and you, the ambassadors of IGAD, you know what is happening in South Sudan. And you know this agreement is not good for the people of South Sudan. It's going to support Salva Kiir to continue destroying South Sudan and send us out, and I will not accept. Wana gutolom, even you, Ismail Wise, makuna fi Khartoum sawa. Bashir even is not even calling you. Sometimes Ismail Wise will come and ask ya jama what is happening. They are going to be that mufawit yani bitan. Jalabazar ma wadom ay ihtima wale he was not even taken care of. Sometimes they come and ask us what is happening. This is Ismail Wise now in Juba. And this is for history for you people of South Sudan to know tonight. So I told him in Addis Ababa, Anu ya jama, if you think that you are coming here to threaten me, to sell our people out, to sign this agreement which is not for the benefit of our people, I think you are wrong. I told them, I'm mojud kidam bitakum, man de wale ibra fiyet. And my delegation is a witness, those who are with me. And we told them kidam kum, man de wale ibra zato senada febo nefsi even to protect myself. And if you want to arrest me in Addis Ababa here, imprison me here, do it. It was in you want to tie me and send me to Juba to be slaughtered by Salva Kiir to Amolo. do it. But for me to sign an agreement that's going to sell our people out, to leave as slaves, okay, now if you bury it down, after all this long history of the struggle, I will never do this to the end of my life. I want to repeat to our people tonight that we will not sign any agreement that we sell our people out. And our people must know, and everybody must know, be the Salva Kiir or whoever. And you must know that when I was leaving Juba before, I think 3 months, I went to Salva Kiir office. Malong was there, and I told Salva Kiir, Anu Salva Kiir is a decan tariqa, but Anu now you are managing the country and the people, and our people are now suffering like more than any time before. Inter Jumhuriya Gad Gidamak, I'm going to fight again. Ana kalam to Fimaktabu. This for history as Malong. And with the Salva Kiir, I will fight again until I die. Because we cannot allow, after all these sacrifices, and in a neji come intervene Nizam bitagu the Demir of Bali. And I told him I'm going to fight. And I told him that I better die, for the sake of our people to the end of my life, than betraying them. When I come to Sofara Del Bitaigat and Gutolo, it was opportunity Shiluni for Yuba and to be killed to Amolo. Like it to threaten me to sign this kind of agreements that sell our people out, this will not happen from me. And some of them shed tears, in fact, for you people to know this history. If I die today, this struggle is not for myself. This is people's struggle. No. For some of us who are now leading this struggle, if we die, the people of South Sudan will continue with this struggle until they liberate themselves. So, Magisa Bida Thomas or Mono, these individuals, we can disappear. But I believe you, the people of South Sudan, will continue to struggle. After all this, more than half a century, you people were struggling. Ashan to have a country, ashan to be free. You cannot allow after all this. وكتذكروا الدماء أبوهات بتاعكم وأجداد بتاعكم وأخوان بتاعكم في الحركة الشعبية لغير من جنوب طلع الضمير بتاعكم, your hearts, your conscience will not accept that. If we die, I believe you people will continue to struggle. You people will continue to fight until ننطرد النازل ونحرر البلد بتاعنا ونوعي وحدة الشعب بتاعنا ونخليهم يغنوا أغاني الحرية الهوية الحقيقية, أغاني بتاعت الكرامة الحقيقية بالنسبة للبلد بتاعنا والشعب بتاعنا, عشان نحن نكون كبقية شعوب الأرض, نكون عندنا كرامة. الآن جنوبيين زاروا بيخافوا يقولوا علينا جنوبيين في الخارج, في ناس بيدوسوا نفسهم لأنه بيجينا فضيحة. ده عشان سالفا كير. we are not going to surrender, my brother, because Salva Kiir is targeting whoever that is affiliated to me in different ways. I'm not silent. I'm talking to my people, those inside the country. Hatta if displaced camps with the UN secretly, we are talking to them. Al refugees bara, we are talking to them 24 hours since I came. My brother, لغاني ملينا عندنا 5 سنة ما حصل يوم أنا سكت ما وناس مع شعب بتاعنا in different ways. We are talking to our people, we urging them for them not to surrender. This is why the شعب refugees كل شعب بتاعنا لسه قاعدين برا. We are saying they should not go in. There is no peace. ما يمشوا للعبودية بتاع سالفا كير. We must continue to struggle until we get a peace that really honor us, that make us to live as people in that country. So we are talking for is a visual we are talking 24 hours, my brother. Maybe we did not appear a lot in this new thing called Clubhouse and whatever. One of the questions also the purpose of this unified force. It is going to fight the opposition and especially NAS and the rest of the people in Equatoria. Of course, this is a war. What do you expect from your enemy? أنت بتتوقع شنو من عدو بتاعك؟ عدو زي نظام سالفا كير أنت بتتوقع منه شنو؟ They will continue to graduate forces after forces to destroy you. We are also human beings. We'll organize ourselves and we'll challenge this militia al هيخرجوا ده. We'll challenge them. كان بحربات ولا كان ما في زادوا طلقة. We'll continue to challenge these forces. We'll use every means with a struggle. وانينا هنضربهم هندمرهم غير ما نحرر البلد. You know that during Anyanyawan ما أجداد بتاعنا ده كان ما عنده حاجة. من بعد من أستفين ناس بطلة ناس منو جماعة كله. Not even before that. في كم متلتينات ناس كنا نوك وجماعة كله كان بيهرب في بلدنا. ما استسلموا. ما سلموا البلد بتاعنا. كل جنوب السودان. ناس بدوين. بسكاكين بتاعهم في أرض الزندة. They did not surrender. للقوة بتاعت الاستعمار. للغزو الجالي للجنوب. They did not surrender. They continue to fight with whatever weapon they have. مثلا منا الليله لو كان النازل استسلموا لانه ما عندهم سلاح عنده حرب بيس ومار شنو دنگا وسكين الليله كان بيكونوا عبيد في الجنوب. But these great fathers of South Sudan did not surrender us. They did not sell our land out. And this is where we are now. We have a country called South Sudan. It is that spirit of our fathers, of our forefathers, that made us to continue fighting today. لأنه مثلا منا during Anyanyawan كان جلابة كان بيجينوا مدافع الطيران. Anyanyawan ما استسلموا. قاتلوا 17 سنة. حتى إذا كان ما كملوا المشوار بتاع الحرية بتاعنا واستغلال بتاع البلد. They did their part. بالبسيط اللي عنده. And you know this very well. يا أسوأ القطار حس التاريخ ده طالع. How they were suffering. But they did not surrender us. They did not sell us out. During the SPLA era. شوف القوة بتاعت الجلابة بتاعت المجاهدين الجايين من دول مختلفة ضد الشعب في الجنوب ضد النضال بتاع الشعب بتاع الجنوب عند الحركة الشعبية. احنا كنا موجودين هناك. We fought them. في كل الأسلحة اللي كان عندنا. They were more superior than us. بطائرات بمدافع بكل الإمكانيات. But we did not surrender my brother. لو كان هنا we have to surrender عشان جلابة دين وجاب المجاهدين من العالم كله ناس أسامة بن لادن ونازل جوار South Sudan. We fought them. Myself I fought this مجاهدين in mile 40. I was the one who fought in mile 40. اللي انتوا بتسمعوه في التلفزيون بتاع السودان. I was the commander of that battle. For you people to know. الناس قدروا يغطسوا التاريخ بتاع الشعب بتاعنا. And we destroyed them. ومسكنا أجانب هناك حتى عراقيين مجاهدين قبضناهم في mile 40. الطريق بتاعي. You must know this, and many others, African countries who are there, were mujahideen. These people, we did not surrender, shakalnam, and we defeated them because you have a reason to fight. If you have a genuine reason to fight, ما في حاجة في الدنيا دي بيحزمك. أنت ممكن تموت، لكن الناس الجايين وراك هيستمروا في الكلام ده لغاية ما يحققوا الكلام ده. So أنا ما بنخاف في شنو ما الناس اللي في الميدان ده كلهم ميليشيات يا my brother. ديل اللي يسموه يونيفايد فورس ده كله ميليشيات. كان نظام نفسنا ولا بدانجا بنتمروا بنشتتهم. لأنه منو ما هي تعبانين ذاته. فاميليز بتاعهم ذاته ما بياكلوا ذاته ما جاي من البيت بتاعه منو معنويات. لأنه بيخلي يال بتوع في مستشفى ولا مرة بيكون عيان ذاته ولا جانا بيكون مات وقال أمشي مأمورية. ده عسكري بتاع وين؟ You know. القصة ما القصة بتاع سلاح. القصة is who is behind this سلاح. أنت بتقيس الجندي بتاع الدولة ما بالسلاح بتاعه لكن بتقيسه بالمورال بتاعه. الزول اللي ورا السلاح الكبير ده منو ذاته وعنده مورال عنده سبب عشان يقاتل. Do he has a moral obligation for him to die really like us now in the revolution like our fathers in the revolution. الماشين عريانين وجاهزين بيتوا سامين في عنيوان وايد خرطوش وفوقه 15 نفر وراه. الزول الوضع والبار بيمسك. Do you think that we cannot do that? We do this. بيجينا عندنا كالشينكوف ما خرطوش. We'll continue إذا بيجينا عندنا كان يومك عنيوان عنده 10 نفر 15 نفر ورا سلاح واحد. Now at least أننا عندنا نفرين ورا سلاح واحد ولا عندنا 3 نفر ورا سلاح واحد. البياقة البار بيشيل السلاح ده بيستمر في القتال ضد المجرمين الدمر الجنوب. So there is no fear. Can they call them unified force. ده كله بيجا ميليشيات. قاتلنا ناس كانوا منظمين أكثر من ديل حسب بنسموهم unified force. They are not even unified. They are not even cohesive. كله مشاكل القبلية في نص بتاعهم منو ما هي منو أي حاجة. وسالفا كيف is working against the forces with IO against the forces of other opposition groups. That signed agreement. ده بيرو مشان هو يواصل يسيطر على الجنوب. رياض مشروين. Where is Riek Machar now in South Sudan? They are to raise Jumuria Mabegri, Yakhaluish Misalaza, they are to Salam. الرئيس الجمهورية ما بيخليه يطلع ذاته من البيت قاعد مسجون. الرئاسة بتسال فكر لسه موجود في مارس بنيومين. If there is peace, why don't they go home? Do you think that القوة بتسال فكر على اساس مشتت تتابع مبسوطين؟ على اساس بيدمر فوقهم سال فكر ما جيش بدون فعل النيل برغازال تفكروا هم مبسوطين؟ There are South Sudanese, there are people also. They know what is happening. وبس ما لاقين فرصة لأنه هم في ظروف صعبة. So we are not going to fear these, what do you call them, unified forces. Let them come, let them give any name. Can you talk Matianganyor or Dutko Ben, who has a bigger unified force? Let them all come. They will not destroy the will of the people of South Sudan to struggle and free themselves and become human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You have concluded everything that you have given me energy and courage. And this is the same language that always I'm advocating focal on the social media. And you have moved me really so much, very highly. So thank you so much, brother. So what I just want to say, I salute you. And I would like you not to be distant from us. At least maybe every 2 months or how many, you can just come public. Then you can talk with the people. This one will give energy to the people of South Sudan. The people of South Sudan have already lost hope. You are the only hope, plus other people like those of Stephen Rongyang, and you bring people like this maybe because Salva Kiir is not a person who can listen to politics. This is politics of civilization. You are one of the people who carry the stick. So we are hoping on you. And the people of South Sudan hoping a lot on you. So you are the hope of the people of South Sudan. You don't need to be distant yourself from the people of South Sudan. I salute you. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your advice. I will take your advice seriously. And, we are property of the people. We are your property. And whatever that we are doing is for you. And therefore, advice, Bitagum. We are taking your advice. Is a command during the struggle. We are human beings. If there is mistakes that we are committing, tell us. Nano General Thomas, you are doing this and it's not good for us. I will also listen to that. I'm your son and you are servant. Thank you.
So we have nothing actually. General majority of the people in the region or in South Sudan as a whole, they love you so much. The only thing is, General, the only thing is the distance from the people. People are looking for you to hear a voice, at least for you to give a hope. Today, in Uganda, in Kakuma, in Khartoum, all around the globe, people who are refugees, after hearing your voice and the courage that you have given to the people of South Sudan and the determination that you have already given to the people of South Sudan and in the face of the enemies. This alone will give to the people of South Sudan today a sleeping and a hope. So what we need only from you, we need just only you to be close with the people. You have no mistake. You have no mistake at all. There's no mistake for me at my side or the side of other people. There's no mistake. The only mistake only the distance from the people. Be close with the people. Be close with your people, the people of South Sudan. Whoever refuses you, majority of the people don't refuse you. Many people are there waiting for you, even back home. They want to hear your voice. The more they hear your voice, the more your movement will grow day by day. Please, don't be distant from people. This is the only advice I give you. But otherwise, you have no mistake. Thank you.
Thank you
very much, my brother. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle John Chang, for your questions. And my apologies. And you asked very good questions. But we have to move the lines. Ashanfina Stanin are waiting. They want to ask you a question. But I applaud you for all those great questions. Brother Simon, I'm going to move to you. You may go ahead and ask your question. And please, I'm going to ask the people in the audience, it's really getting late for General Thomas. So if we can limit our questions to one question only, Ajama, so we can get out of here. Brother Simon, go ahead. The mic is yours.
Just give me somebody else. I will come after I'm driving right now. I'll be free in a few minutes. Just give somebody.
Okay. I believe Airtime is next. Airtime, go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, moderator Pam, and all the panelists, and all everybody who's done there. So all type of and also, I would like to give a very good appreciation to General Thomas to come around and listen to our voice, the voice of the future of South Sudanese who are here today. I have two questions, like General Thomas, real quick. One is General Thomas, come on, in your, I'll rewind you back earlier because I started listening all the talk that you have been talking, and in a record, in the blueprint of SPLA, you have contributed a lot, and you have a very good connection with late Dr. John Goreng and other great heroes that has died. In the organization of SPLA, was there any committee that was formed to oversee any radical movement or any person who's trying to act so kind of radically so that we know, like, I will cause another division in that organization? And if it was, were they form of all the tribes in a southern region by then? I should say that because right now we are South Sudanese, but then it was considered as southern. Was there any kind of committee that was formed? Because all this mistake that is happening today, it looked like there was a lack of something. And there was an organization of something also that was happened through the leadership of Kir, where he was organizing things in a tribal way or was doing something in a way that wasn't making any sense today. The second question that I wanted to ask, did anybody really hurt Salva Kiir movement at SPLA Day? Because Salva Kiir has turned like Zol al-En Ahmar to the cause of a lifeless of South Sudanese in South Sudan today. I'm so very painful to this, how Salva Kiir is reacting so like Zol Domo Mahmoud Harika Khalis. Salva Kiir will just act so then like Domo Barek will never come and speak as a leader, as a head of house. And today it caused a lot of division, a lot of casualties. Ya nasar matu bada haraka na gukuna gani shakala ma Arab. Ana kuna gani fi 92, all this, like Harab ta Juba. I grew up in Juba. I left Juba only. I was born in 1979. I left Juba only in 1999. Then I went to Khartoum and I got to Khartoum, and then I went to Egypt, then I came to Western world. But we suffered in Juba. We dominated in everything to protect SPL. We listened to radio to SPL by then. And my grandfather, I'm sorry to say this, Alan Nikita, but my grandfather is, he's a very good friend of your dad, Thomas. I don't know, but I don't want to mention him publicly here. But, he's a very close, and he fought against one. It was the people that were in prison in Uganda, under the Suna, whatever, he was there. But I just want to know these two questions. Please, can you answer us? Did anybody hurt Salva Kiir for SPLA movement? And why did he revenge today to turn his back against the people of South Sudan? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. When the SPLA started with problems, as you know. From the very beginning. Nas bitana bada yibtul badrum bi kalam bita kabaliya. You know that in Itang, mashakil hasil fi ikhtiyar bita qiyada bita movement, and the Ethiopians decided to support Dr. John to be the leader of the SPLMA. That jab mashakil bi badar siyasiyin al kanu fatu fil movement, nas Akoda Tem, nas Gaitut, and all this. War broke out. Fi bidaya bita al haraka led to the killing of these elders of ours, and sabab mashakil bita kabaliya min zaman dak. And you know that hasal shaklat tigib jiddan forces bita SPLA عشان يطلع من مناطق التدريب في الحدود مع Ethiopia for them even to cross to come to the interior of South Sudan. And for those who want to cross up to Barghazal was difficult. Nas kutar mako, shaklat gabaliya. Al-jain min Barghazal musajidin al-mashil litadrib. في نوسنا في مشاكل ناس بيموتوا مسجلين بيموتوا في الشارع ده هنا براسو الكلام بتاع قبليه كان بيبقى موجود من في بدايه ده and I think دكتور جون ما قاد اللي كان موجودين they work very hard عشان الكلام ده ما كان موجود لكن كان في ظروف هم كانوا موجودين فوقه we don't know why they did not do much عشان احنا كان نوقف المشاكل بتاع قبليه but until مشاكل بتاع رياض مشار حصل ده بيبقى قسم الحركه شديد you know that رياض مشار وين رياض مشار ريبل الناس ماتوا كتار من كل الجانبين اذا كان من جانب بتاع رياض مشار ولا من جانب بتاع SPLA عند الدكتور جون ومواطنين بتاعنا ماتوا you know you remember the massacre اللي حصل في بور للمواطنين بتاعنا بتاع بور ناس ماتوا كتار جدا هناك ده كل مشاكل قبليه so المشاكل اللي استمر من زمان ده وانا بفتكر انه ربنا بيحب جنوب السودان بالمشاكل اللي كان موجود في الحركه الشعبيه لو كان ممكن ما قدره بتاع ربنا يمكن زاد الجنوب ما طلع كان جنوبين هيواصل يقتل نفسهم وجلابه يواصل استعمار بتاع الجنوب والناس بتاعنا يستسلموا للجلابه وخلاص ويمضوا اي نوع بتاع اتفاقيه وده بيكون كان نهايه بتاع الجنوب لكن بقدره بتاع الدكتور جون همانت مع باقي القاده اللي كانوا موجودين عشان هم تكب الحركه together despite القبليه اللي كان موجود في النسبه بتاعت الناس زي ما عارفين so الموفمنت اوف كورس الرئاسه بتاع الموفمنت كان عنده اليات عشان يخفف من مشاكل بتاع القبليه عشان الناس ما يكون عنده مشاكل لكن بنفتكر انه كان في يعني قصور في تدريب وطويه بتاع الجندي بتاع SPLA بطريقه يعني عدد كراهيه من جلابه لازم نشكل جلابه نترك جلابه من الجنوب كان في نقص هناك بتاع انه كيف ندرب الجندي بتاع SPLA وكل الثوره عشان نكون وطنيين بالنسبه للجنوب عشان ما يحصل لنا مشاكل الحسب يحصل. انا متذكر بعد التحرير بتاعي افتر ليبريتد يي انا جيت من الميدان ووصلت في يي انا كنت في نقاش مع بعض الاخوان الغاده لانه كان مشاكل بتاع قبليه لسه في فلوس بتاعنا كان كتير فواحد من الاخوان بتاعنا قال لي يا توماس حسن هنا طريقه حصل الحركه ماشي فوقه what is keeping us now is العدو المشترك اللي هو جلابه دي خلانا هسه بنقول مع بعض وبنشكل جلابه لانه عندنا عدو قدام بتاعنا وقال لي هسه اذا جلابه بعدين بقى ما في what will happen to us انت شفتها اذا جلابه بعدين بقى ما في what will happen to us you know هل في حاجه بعدين to continue keeping us together كجنوبيين مع بعض ده جزء من الاسئله كنا بنناقش في غابه هناك يعني لما كنا شايفين انه طريقه ناس ماشيين فوق في داخل الغابه ده ما حيساعدنا بكره يعني الحركه الشعبيه زرب فتن في نسبه الجنوبيين يوافقوا القبليه ده انت شفتها and then you start feeling انه الكلام ده اذا الناس ما اشتغلوا شديد ما حيمشي مننا. Unfortunately الدكتور جون داي جاء Salva Kiir and we thought Salva Kiir will work very hard and resolve some these kind of problems and instead Salva Kiir بدأ يعني what do you call it institutionalized القبليه ذاته يعني نظم القبليه بطريقه منظمه انت شفتها في داخل الجنوب وده ادى الى التدمير بتاع الجنوب because من اول يوم لو كان سالفا كير بقى زعيم وطني وجاب الجنوبيين دول كله وقال يا جماعه بيجينا عندنا بلد ونادى الناس بتاعنا الخبراء بتاعنا what can we do to establish this country called South Sudan what do we do عشان احنا الحاجات القبليه اللي كان موجود في النص بتاعنا ده ما يكون موجود so that we don't allow our people to cause problems against themselves. الموارد resources بتاعنا كثير جدا أننا بناكل حتكونوا زي الناس الخليج كفايه لنا ما في طمع ذات ما في زول بيجكم زول زي هسه بيجينا بننجكم نفسنا بيجينا مجرمين نفسنا الكلام ده كان ما بيحصل اذا كان علينا قدرنا نفاوض سلطات بالنسبه للشعب بتاعنا الريسورسز بتاعنا اذا نظمناه بطريقه الكويس وقدمنا خدمات انت شايف 4 بليون بتاع الدورة ساقه براو 4 بليون السالفه كير هم سرقوه من الناس بتاعه سموه دورة ساقه ده كان ممكن يعمل لنا الطريق بتاع زلط من حدود بتاع كينيا من كابويتا لغايه جوبا لغايه ملكات كان ممكن يعمل لنا الطريق بتاع زرت 2 لين سير 2 بجاي من نمره لغايه في جوبا لغايه في بور كان ممكن يعمل لنا طريق بتاع زلت من الحدود بتاع كايا لكادي في يي لكادي في تومبرا ويجي كده لكادي في مدري لكادي رومبيك لكادي واو على الأقل. وده ضيعوا بس كله في كلام بتاع الدورة ساقة والزول نفسهم أكل القروش ودمر أي شيء. وخلى من البلايين اللي هم ضيعوا. الشعب بتاعنا كان بيكون مبسوطين جدا. عندنا كل الموارد. البلد حسن انفجر بترول انفجر كل ذهب انفجر حاجات كثير جدا. خلي من الزراعة وحاجات الثانية. إنت شفتها. سلفا كير إذا كان هو قائد واعي من الناس اللي بتاعه لو كان هم بيقى ما مليانين قبلية وقعدوا في الوطن ونادى القيادات الجنوبية الوطنيين وقال يا جماعة عندنا مشاكل للموجود قدام لسان أثناء الاستراجل كنا عندنا مشاكل قبلية بناو عندنا بلد what can we do عشان نحل المشاكل القبلية عشان ما نخلي الشعب بتاعنا ما يشاكل مع بعض عشان يكون عندنا حكومة حقيقة بيخدم الشعب بتاعنا نعمل المؤسسات دي كله نستغل كل الإمكانيات ده عشان الناس بتاعنا يكونوا مبسوطين لأول مرة في التاريخ ما عملوا الكلام ده العكس هم بعد أسسوا القبلية بطريقة منظم وبدأوا يسرقوا الإمكانيات بتاع الدولة ده دمر الجنوب فجزء من المشاكل ده أخي بدأت من حتى كان موجود في داخل الحركة الشعبية كان مشاكل بتاع القبلية كان موجود زي أنت عارف الناس قتلوا بعضهم في داخل الحركة الشعبية لكن كنا بنفتكر لو كنا عندنا زيادة واعي وطني كان المشاكل اللي ممكن يتحل وكان عندنا ما قتلنا نفذنا وجنوب علينا كان وصلنا يمكن فوتنا دول كثير جدا في داخل افريقيا ده شكرا.
Thank you, General Thomas. And before we go to the next speaker, I would like to remind everyone in this room, please go ahead and donate to the rally. Our GoFundMe is up there. It makes no sense. There is over 300 people in the room, and we all want change for our country. So please support the rally so that the youth of South Sudan, they can go to New York City. And with that donation money, we also can pay hotels for those who wants to come to the rally and cannot afford. Also, some of the money goes through pays for things like banners and things like that. Also, we have t-shirts that you can order. Hit up Bambi and she will give you all those information. Please, South Sudanese, we know that Annama Basma Kalambat Marat is really late right now, so please let's respect the rules. One question only. Corruption ta Junub Sudan de Kiranna Magina Mola. We know that we always want to sneak in extra question like Kanasibu corruption. If we want change for Junub Sudan, Annazat Kanasibu corruption in okay? So one question only, so we can give chance to everyone. So I'll go ahead, Brother Simon. Are you still available, or should I go? Are you still busy, or
I'm available now.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'll just mute and listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Before Simon go, can I give a quick ajere, just clarification?
Go ahead.
Just a quick clarification. Someone on the comment section wrote that the donation is for the NAS. I just want to clarify, we are a civil servant society group. We are regular South Sudanese citizens in diaspora. We are not affiliated with any political parties when we are in the team. Some of the team members might have their respectful political parties, but within the South Sudan Peace Rally team, we are not acting on behalf of any political party team. And as you guys know, General Thomas Cirillo is not the first leader that we've hosted. We hosted also Emmanuel Ajawin, and we are also going to be hosting Pagana Moon. So I don't want anybody to think that the donation is going towards any opposition party. No, this donation is to help the South Sudan Peace Rally. As you can see our logo, and it's going to help us with the banners and all the arrangements that are going to take place leading in the next 2 weeks for us to be able to go with these to New York in September 16. I see more than 350 people in this room, and I urge every one of you to donate at least $25 or more to these GoFundMe, and we will definitely reach our target by the end of the night. So, mata takun kun garamanin wallahi. Iden krema kun koi figurush ya jamaa. Tala takun gurush for a good cause, okay? And that's South Sudanese sometimes in a bonus too, but it's hard for us to take action. And this is a group of young individuals that are taking action to try to bring a little bit of change to South Sudan. And I'm urging everyone to please support us, okay? The GoFundMe link is up there. There's only one person who donated. Haram Aleik ya Jama. There's more than 350 people. We should have had at least 200 people donated. For the one person who donated, I say thank you very, very much. For the rest of you, please, okay? More blessings will come your way when you donate. Shukran. Pam, I yield the mic back to you.
Thank you, Sister Bambi. I will go ahead and pass the mic to Brother Simon. Simon, go ahead and ask your question.
Shukran, Pam, and all the moderators and the audience. I'll salute to my chairman, General Cirillo. I will say NAS Gua, People's Power. And I actually have questions. Lakin ana bes deru, yani shukur General Thomas, le zaman bito alo wodi, le shabab bita Junub Sudan, alidera asuma minu, wa alideru asuma sod bito, SNKF begderu worile Junubin, woderu sunu SNK lasel fi Junub Sudan. Because our Junubin see a lot of yani propaganda, lakini it's good. Yani dar General Thomas jay lela clear ajar kullu alikannas ketir ma baarfu munarifin kullu lela. Fana bester kullu shukran kamale team Tarali for their invitation. The General Thomas Senbija ubonus momon ubi clear ajar ketir ali nas kan maarfu. Lakini ana ndi best wise wal akir swal bitay bigul le General Thomas. Fi zaman gereng mutu biga taban ma fi zol kan musul. Munu alkan kutu Salfakir fi sulta de itu miaka nazilu wala Salfakir ja fi sulta de kef bebe swal bidaya lan basa. Shukran. People's Power. Thank you.
شكرا سايمون الكلام بتاعك الكويس. السؤال اللي انت سالته in fact دكتور جون وكمات انا كنت موجود في رومبيك. انا جيت من خرطوم ومشيت لميشن في رومبيك. انا كنت ماشي نقابل سالفا كير ونادنا مقابله هناك زمان داك سالفا كير chief of staff of the SPLA. And then by then لسه اما استلمت القوات المشتركه انا كنت chairperson بتاع ceasefire commission that was working with the UN. So أنا سافرت لرومبيك مع جزء من الزملاء عشان نقابل سالفا عشان نناقش بعض الحاجات الفنية concerning the ceasefire. So I was there وكان حصل الحادث بالطيارة أنه كنا موجودين هناك including باغانا ممكن موجود معنا في رومبيك. وبعدك جانا أخبار أنه الطيارة بتاع دكتور جون ودر وبقينا مقلقين. اليوم الثاني بعدك جاب لنا خبر أنه الطيارة سقط ودكتور جون بقى ما فيش. of course كان ده مشكلة كبير للشعب بتاعنا وللموفمنت. سالفا كير كان موجود طبعا في نيروبي وكان بعدك سافر لنيروبي. فأنا هنا الضباط اللي كانوا قيادات اللي كانوا موجودين في رومبيك أنا هنا كان قسمنا نفذنا لمجموعتين. لأنه جوبا كان قايم نار الشعب بتاعنا انتفض بقى مشكلة جماعة قالوا الآن أنا كنت كان في أدفانس تيم لجوبا كان برئاسة بتاع جيمس واني رجع نيروبي وانا في دلتا في قياده بتاعه الادفانس بوليتيكال ادفانس بتاع حركه شعبيه في جوبا معي ناس ملاك ناس الاك سوري ناس لويس لوبون ناس جي اكورد and the rest. فجماعة قال توماس أنت تمشي لجوبا عشان تمشي تحدي الأوضاع وما بقي زملاء وبعد ذاك باقي قيادات كله مشى لنيو سايد. سو أنا كنت ما موجود في نيو سايد. أنا كنت مشغول زيتو عرفتوا أنا جوبا كان قام نار كله وأنا كنت لاقي في نص بتاع الشعب بتاعنا عشان ما يحصل مجازر لأنه جلابة دير يطلع عشان يجي ينقذ الناس بتاعهم الموجودين في السوق. I have to come out and return the forces بتاع جلابة ورا في جامعة سينيا بتاع جامعة جوبا. And I told them, I assured them أنه جلابة الموجودين ده أننا بنحميهم والمعاودين أننا بنشيلهم المستشفى العسكري. There is no need for the forces بتاع جلابة يطلع للمدينة لأن ممكن يحصل صدام وممكن يحصل شكل كبير والناس بتاعنا ممكن يموتوا كتار. And I continue talking to our people in different areas. الناس اللي كانوا موجودين في جوبا عارفين الكلام ده. I was asking our people أنه to stop the violence because جلابة كان داير يستفيد من الكلام ده عشان يكون في violence يكون في شكل وبعد ذاك أي حاجة اتفاقية ينهار والناس يرجع للشكل وكان ممكن يكون في موت كبير. فأنا مشغول في جوبا بالشغل ده. كنا زمان ده تليفونات زي ده كان موجود. كنا شغالين بأجهزة ومرات سطل التليفونز والزملاء اللي فاتوا لنيو سايد سالفا كير كام. And I think several meetings were held. And for many reasons, people decided أنه Salva Kiir to take over leadership بتاع حركة شعبية والقيادة بتاع بلد the revolution. So I was not there, but we are told later on أنه الزملاء اللي كان قيادات كل اللي في هناك السياسية والعسكرية they decided أنه Salva Kiir to take over. And of course by then Salva Kiir يا كان deputy بتاع دكتور جون. By the virtue of his position, of course, هو ممكن هو يشيل المسؤولية ده كان نائب كان بتاع الرئيس. Otherwise الناس اللي كان بيكون عنده أفكار أنه سالفا كير ما يكون رئيس بعد دكتور جون ممكن يكون كان في ناس أنا ما بيعرفهم لكن that was what happened. Thank you.
Thank you, General. We'll go ahead and go to Abango. Brother Abango, you may ask your question, and we give a chance for only one question, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Gerald Thomas. It was nice to meet you and hear your voice again. This is Abango. I think the last time I met with you was in Narus when you came with Gerald Elias Waya, the young boy that accompanied Elias Waya to you in DOT. That was me. We have been meeting several places, but I did not come close like the way we have sat down in DOT in Narus. Thank you so much and welcome to the board. We are so happy to hear your voice. My question to you is, do you think the death of the conflict between John Garang and Salva Kiir Mayardit in Rumbek makes Salva Kiir Mayardit to be so very disappointed with some of his comrades because he felt like he was betrayed by so many comrades who did not agree with him during his disagreement with with Dr. John, because it looked like he has abandoned all the comrades and he is completely not working with them, and many of them are now very disappointed. And even if people make appointment to go to him, it becomes very hard to see him, and he's completely working with the National Congress Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also to make me to know that you are to get in a rules to get General Elias Waya when I was the commander of Capoeira. Yes, المشاكل بتاع انقلاب بتاع سالفا كير في يي against دكتور جون سبب خلافات of course في النص بتاع ناس, and maybe سالفا كير شال الكلام ده في قلبه ضد الناس اللي كانوا مع دكتور جون وضده, ويمكن ضمن الناس الفشل الانقلاب بتاعه في يي ضد دكتور جون. But this is of course natural things that can happen, and it depends on personality بتاع زول. If he's still keeping these things في قلبه بتاعه and let him to destroy الناس اللي كان مع دكتور جون ضده, of course this is also another thing. We don't know, but of course zaman ده الناس اتقسموا ل 2 camps. There are those who were supporting Salva Kiir للانقلاب, and there are those who were thinking that it is not correct. ده هيسبب دمار وموت شديد في الناس بتاع الجنوبيين والحركة الشعبية وبقسم الناس. Given the situation اللي كان الناس قاعدين فوقه أخذ طابع قبلي. It took a tribal line, and of course, if that one was to happen, and that was what Khartoum was looking for. داير أنها نشاكل في غابة وناس يفرتك بعدين خلاص. You know, some people will surrender, some people will go and sign whatever type of agreement. That was the end. حتى اتفاقية بتاع نباشا كان ما بيكون موجود, and therefore إننا كان ما بنلقى بلد. But thank God that some of us kept the faith with the struggle, and we kept the spirit together, and we refused to fight ourselves during that difficult time. كان ممكن يؤدي إلى دمار بتاع الثورة, and then دمار بتاع الشعب بتاعنا, until we came home and our people went for a referendum and they decided the future to be a separate country. So مشاكل اللي ممكن يكون موجود في we don't know why Salva Kiir started hating many قيادات بتاع الحركة الشعبية, either because of this or maybe أسباب تانية هو بيعرف. We don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas, for answering that question. Then now we move on to Simon, or I believe this is Abuna. Simon, go ahead. The mic is yours. Ask the question that you have for General Thomas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for today. I have a short question, but I want to thank God so much for General Thomas Cirillo is not just a general, but is a spiritual leader. Thank you very much. It is 3 a.m. It is 3 a.m. But it is a great day for us who are in the refugee camp, that you have spoken the voice of a spiritual leader. Exodus 14 verse from 13, you are our Moses. The way that we are going to go back to South Sudan, you are the one that is going to lead us to go back home. You will cry like a Moses, but you've already found a solution for us to go back. We have been praying, and women in the refugee camp has been praying for you. And then 2, I stand by Jeremiah 23, verse 4. You are not going to be among the leaders that are going to be judged and put on those leaders as terrible leaders who have punished their people. But you are going to be in a Jeremiah 23, verse 4, a leader who God is going to has already appointed to lead the Junubin, who have already lost hope. The way you spoke today, I am ready to be crucified, to preach and to take the same message you spoke tonight. I am so grateful. The question is, what is your message to the youth in the refugee camp who have been threatened? You have a meeting of when you are gathering these youth for peace tournament, like you play from tribe to tribe, but there is a harassment from the security apparatus in the government of Museveni that we are called a rebel of General Thomas Cirillo, no longer IO. What is your message to these youth who have been harassed every day and night in a small gathering? We are called Thomas Cirillo rebels in the refugee camp, in the cities of this country, East Africa. 2, our women. What is your message to our women who go collecting firewood and they are left with these national people too? These are the women who have carried women. We are the sons of the nation, as the generals who have turned their weapon back to the women. What is your last message? What is your promise to them? because we know in Jeremiah 23 verse 4, you are the leader who God have chosen to take us back, not longer other people. Because the way you spoke today, I am so grateful. That is the only question I have for you.
Thank you very much, Abuna, Simon, for your good words, encouraging words to us. You are feeling the suffering. You are suffering in the camps, different places. During the SPLA, I saw you people of South Sudan also suffering in the camps. In 95, I came to Uganda. I went to the camps. When Jalaba took most of these positions from the SPLA, our people were scattered, including the army, and many of our soldiers decided to throw down their guns and they ran to Uganda in Kakuma, and those who went also to Ethiopia. It was a terrible time. I came from there, I went to the camps, and we started mobilizing our people with tears that we must go back to fight. And we went from camp to camp until we brought back our old soldiers of the SPLA and the youth for training. And we started organizing and training until we went for that campaign of 97, where most places in South Sudan were liberated from Kaya up to Bargazal. I know how you are suffering in the camp, how you are being harassed in the camp by Juba regime who are cooperating with some people in Uganda and harassing our people. I believe that you are a refugee. You are refugees in that country, and you deserve every protection according to the UN provisions. You don't deserve to be harassed, to be killed, to be raped, like how our women are now suffering in these camps when they go to get firewood. And this kind of things continue to happen to them. I'm following the situation very closely. Food is not even enough. And you remember that some people were killed in the camp by Juba elements. I think that we in National Salvation Front, we are following this situation very closely. And if it reaches to the extent that the UN cannot, or the Ugandan government cannot protect our people in Uganda, I think our people have a right to ask the UN to be to relocate them from Uganda to another country where our people can be safe until they return home when we achieve peace in the country. So we are following this situation very closely. We are also reaching out to the government officials in Uganda. We are also reaching out to the authorities of the UN for them to protect our people, not to accuse them, because the forces of National Salvation Front, they are inside the country. They are fighting the regime inside the country. They are not fighting in the camp. So they should not accuse our people for no reason. And of course, if it is a question of support, they cannot stop. It is a right of our people in the camp. If they are supporters of National Salvation Front, this is their right. And when they want to fight the system physically, they go inside the country. They don't fight in the camp. So we are telling the UN like this, that our people also, as human beings, they have a right to support whatever, whether they support the government of Salva Kiir or even they support the National Salvation Front movement. And therefore, they don't deserve to be intimidated. Maybe in South Sudan under Salva Kiir, they can be intimidated, they can be killed, they can be mistreated. But as a refugee, I think they should not be mistreated. They have a right, of course, to think about their own country, to think about the struggle, to think about their future. They have a right. So we are reaching out to different authorities for people and our women to be protected. And of course, this is a struggle situation. We also urge our people all in these camps also to organize themselves. They should not just sit like that. They need to organize themselves so that we protest this mistreatment against our people and against our women, and bring to the notice of the UN really to work very hard and not to allow any authority to get to the camp, which is under the UN, to mistreat our people. So I think this is what I would like to say. Otherwise, thank you, Abuna. We are with you. We'll continue to struggle for you. But it is not us struggling for you, but I think we need all to put our hands together and struggle for ourselves and struggle for our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May the Almighty God stand with you, give you strength. There is a battle and there is a mountain ahead of us. With the God, we will able. As I says, you are the Moses that is going to take us to the promised land. And the promised land is the land that our God has given to us as a South Sudanese. We are here temporarily, and God stand with each and everyone. And together, we will liberate our country. May God bless our country and bless you too for your effort.
Thank you, Pastor Simon. And then we're gonna move to, before we move to the next person, moderators, please do not bring people up. We already divided responsibility, and I announced earlier that Bambi is the only one to bring someone up, but someone keep bringing people up. It's getting late. Please don't bring anyone else up after William. We will not bring anyone. If someone is brought up, I will drop them down to the audience. My apologies, because it's getting really late. So leave that responsibility to Bambi. So I'm gonna go ahead to the next person. And please, I'm gonna give everyone 2 minutes to ask their question. And please leave the speech for the next time. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but time is against us. We have to respect the time for General Thomas. It's 3:30 a.m. his time. We don't want to keep him up all night long. So Joseph, go ahead, ask your question. You have 2 minutes.
Oh my God, you time me. Okay. Thank you so much, all the moderators and General Thomas Cirillo. I just want to say that we don't have to repeat the question that people have already said. There are so many things that people actually already said. Thank you so much. And you have responded very wisely. And when I remember, I think the last time we spoke was last month, when we were in 46 podium of opposition leaders, when unified of the opposition leaders. I think that's where actually I privately chat with you. This is Joseph Nyet. So anyway, my question is, I'm going to ask a question. I have 3 questions, but I will limit it. I want to give you overtime because here in America, we work overtime. So,
inshallah, the dinner juice in the overtime.
Yeah, we shot last time, but it's not enough.
Yeah, please, welcome.
I'm going to ask you 3 questions. This is going to be overtime for you. There is rumors that are going on that you and Fagan and Malone, they are you agree with the Salva Kiir, because I know that you guys are friends, probably, maybe. 3 of you are going back, and you are leaving the rest behind. What are you guys going to do with the rest that are behind? Is it going to be the end of the opposition in South Sudan? So that is a question I want you to respond. I don't know whether that is true or not, that you guys have already sent what is called advance team to Juba. So I don't know whether those are true or not. So, and then when I hear your speech, it's completely kind of false, a little different, that it is maybe not true.
You have 1 minute, Joseph. So please.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm sorry, earlier I did not recognize your voice because of my device. I thought it was somebody else, but now I didn't know it's you. So I'm sorry, I'm apologize if you have seen any comment like that earlier. Another question is your relationship with with the separatists. So that is the question that I want to ask. Who are they really? And like what Simon have said earlier, the refugees who are in the border. I'm not going to talk about the Nimili Road. That Nimili Road is also government are killing people too in the Nimili Road. So it's not only opposition are killing people in the Nimili Road. But what I'm going to ask is the refugees that are in the border of Uganda. They're more likely need our ideas of how we are going to bring these people to the right place. I know you have answered it already, but there is more into that because they are dying every day and they are suffering. So that is the one question that you need to respond. I know you have answered it, but you need to think about that. I think Simon has asked that, and somebody else has asked that earlier. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. The rumors that we are going to Juba, it's good that maybe through my answers to the questions of our colleagues and sisters, I think we have. I think I've cleared this issue. But again, I think what is there is about the group of our brother Malong and Pagan. There was an agreement that they signed of citizen after the training of their officers, and they said they are going to join citizen and sending that delegation to Juba. But I think that was released recently that they are not sending the delegation to Juba until further notice. I think that's something like this. But I think we hope Pagan will come and join you in this in Malong, and then I think they will give you the right answer. Otherwise, for us, National Salvation Front, we are not going to Juba. These are rumors, and we refuse even to sign anything with the citizen and all that. So these are rumors. We are not going to Juba. We are here for you, for our people in the country. Concerning my relationship with the separatists, I think the separatists, be that elements or groups in South Sudan, whether they're in Equatoria, in Apanai, in Bargaza, I think these are we need to know that these are South Sudanese in the first place, and they did not start talking about separation only when they felt that they were put in a corner by Salva Kiir regime, and there is no way for them to survive and to live in that country as people, only maybe according to them, only if they separated from the rest of the country. These are their ideas. So we respect them as South Sudanese. We respect also their views. And I want to reiterate what I said before, that we don't blame anybody in South Sudan who is now talking about separation. I want to repeat this. We don't blame anybody. And in fact, they are not wrong. The person who push our people, make them to be desperate and really to suffer, and make them to start thinking that, we better separate from South Sudan because we have suffered and we are now living like dogs, like slaves, we don't blame them. We blame the system of Salva Kiir, the government of Salva Kiir, that divided our people, that destroyed our people, and pushed them to the corner and make some of them to start thinking that they want to separate from South Sudan. We need to respect their feelings also too, because they did not commit any crime against South Sudan, other than they think that this is the idea. They think that, for them to rescue their lives, for them to rescue themselves, for them to have a future, for them to live as human beings in South Sudan, they want to leave South Sudan, they want to separate. But we, of course, as South Sudanese, of course, we have a relationship with them. Why not? They are still there, and we are talking to them, and we are trying to convince them that there is still hope in the South Sudan, in the United South Sudan. And we in National Salvation Front, we are a national movement, and our vision is providing for everybody. And we believe that if the vision of National Salvation Front is started to be implemented, is started to be the vision of the country, we know nobody will even talk about separation. because we are going to give everybody his or her right, all our regions, all our states, to the extent of states and payams and counties. So we are dialoguing with our brothers and sisters. We respect their views because all of us are the same. We are not the same, Yajama. Somebody may not even tolerate any suffering. Some people cannot tolerate any humiliation, and they will think of going away, even in the house. When you have your own children and you start mistreating them, some of them will tolerate your mistreatment, and some of them will walk out and go away and say, Baba and Mama, if this is the way you are living in this house, I'm going. So people are different. So what we should do as South Sudanese, we should create an environment that cannot allow our people now to think of leaving South Sudan or separating from South Sudan. This is one. Number two, we should come together. The rest of us, we fight very hard. We remove that system of self-care that is pushing our people now to leave the country called South Sudan. This is what we should be doing. And we really create a situation really to convince our brothers and sisters in Bargazela, Panel, and Equatoria who want to separate from South Sudan and tell them that there is no need for separation. The reason for you to go for separation is now resolved. So let us come back home. You are welcome home. We are all together. We are all one people. Let us unite and let us build our country. So you have relationship, of course.
Yeah.
What happened?
Could be that somebody called him over the battery. Because he's been here for 4 hours. 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
You just check it out.
Okay. Yeah, maybe his battery died. Too bad, man. I was enjoying the speech. All right, so let's hope General Thomas will come back. Otherwise, if it's not, then I'm glad that he was here and was able to answer most of all the questions that people have for him. I think that he did great answering all the questions that he was asked. So I'll just.
Yeah. Yeah. You're back? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, continue, General Thomas.
Yeah, I was ending my remarks that yes, we have relationship with all the people of South Sudan, be that separatists, be that unionists. I think these are our people. We need to dialogue among ourselves. We need to talk ourselves. For us who are fighting for South Sudan, we are dialoguing with them. We are talking to them. We have good relationship with them, and we are trying to convince them that you see, the hope for us to live as one people is there. For us to live as one country is there. For us to be united is still there. You know, it is a question of us removing self-care and we bring our people together and give them all the rights, and they will not think about separating. In fact, we are supposed to come together to defeat and remove this system that divided us, that pushed some of us to the corner, and to the extent that some of us cannot tolerate the humiliation, the suffering that we are in, and decided to say, if this is the situation, we are going from what we call South Sudan. So I think this is the situation, and all of us, I think we should not hate ourselves. These are all opinions. These are all feelings of our people about the suffering that caused by self-care. Let us talk to each other. Let us convince ourselves, and agree on what is good for us as South Sudanese. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas. I'll go ahead to Brother Mohammed. Actually, before I go to Brother Mohammed, I wanted to remind the people in the podium that have the question, please use your 2 minutes wisely. Don't focus more on giving speech. Just if you have a question, please give your question so that you don't waste your time. Go ahead, Brother Mohammed. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Pam Pam. Thank you, General Thomas. Been a long time. I just gonna go straight to the question regarding about the article that came out on the last week that the South Sudaners agree to contribute 750 strong soldiers, men and women of South Sudan to join the African Union with the idea to be deployed in Three Forests, which is in the border with Congo. And our fear is that knowing the history of Southern Sudanese military that are rude and they cannot even respect the human rights, what would be like to our citizens who are in the border with Congo? Are these people are not going to interfere with their lives? And if so, what is your message to our people that are in the border with Congo, the Southern Sudanese that are living there?
Yeah, thank you. Somebody want to ask to add a question? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. This is a genuine question. Yes, there is this news in the media that South Sudan is sending forces to Congo to join the regional force to fight the rebellion in Congo. We got this information. And of course, if Salva Kiir succeeded to send a force to Congo, that of course for them, they're planning, they're accepting to send a force to Congo, not in fact to fight the rebellion in Congo, but to fight the struggle of the people of South Sudan from behind. This is what we know very well. And of course, Congo situation is not an easy situation. And if Salva Kiir finally managed to send a force to Congo, the way our force, the force of Salva Kiir is organized in South Sudan, it may be a disaster. They may cause even problems within Congo, leave alone causing problems with us. And I don't think that the Congolese will allow the South Sudanese to come and cross their border and attack National Salvation Forces from behind in South Sudan. But of course, we don't underrate anything. We are also calculating in the case that South Sudanese forces under Salva Kiir landed in DRC and the Congolese allowed them, or whoever they allowed them to attack us from behind. Of course, this is a war. We'll take necessary precautions and necessary measures for us to protect our forces and defend our people and continue the struggle. So, of course, I don't want to talk about the strategies and tactics that we will apply if something happens like that. But I'm sure if they send this force to Congo, they may burn their fingers. Just in short. Thank you.
Thank you, General Thomas. And now we'll move to Toot. Brother Toot, go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, sister. All moderators, I thank you very much. And I thanks also General Thomas, Cirillo, and audience there those who are listening. So really enjoyed the discussion and the answers. So my question, I had a similar question to General Thomas. General Thomas, we are happy that you are with us. We need you, our leaders, to be with us always like that. So we've been engaging with General Pagan, and you are one of leaders that we hope South Sudan will be better if you had chance. My question is, I talked to Malaga UN on 18th of December 2013 during the war. And I called him and I told him, Malak, you, the general, why you don't take over the government? And this national army that we are talking about is your army. If you took over the government and then you talk to those of General Peter Gade, James Kong, and convince them this is government now become our government. Don't fight. Why not? You don't take the government. Do what Sisi did in Egypt. The response was he told me no, we cannot do that because if we did that, who will be the leader? If Nuer took it, maybe he's trying to read his mind because I'm a Nuer. If Nuer took it, the Dinka will say, this is our government. And if Dinka took it, Nuer will say, Kir is a leader. Why not we? And then I recommend you. I said, what about Thomas Cirillo? Let Thomas Cirillo took over. And then he said no. So I want to draw your attention. If there is something like that, you the chief of staff office, did you try to manage to take over the government during that time or no? This is a simple question. My question is now the East African countries they adopt a policy that in 2021 or 2020 there will be no rebellion will be supported by East African. Is that why you, the rebels in South Sudan, are quiet or you don't get support? That why you don't do anything because of that policy came out from East Africa? And the last one is a hope of the town table conference. This is another hope for South Sudanese looking for that to happen. If that is going to happen also, I thank you. This is my two question and Shima question. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, my brother Tut, for your questions. Of course, your questions to Malak Ayuen. Malak will not tell you that we can stage a coup and take Salva Kiir out. You know, if you are talking about coup, these are secret kind of arrangements that the military leaders always do for them to do something in terms of leadership change. So of course, Malak will not tell you. Even if he's planning for something or some groups are planning for something, they cannot disclose this. If they did that, of course, they will be stupid because Salva Kiir will immediately arrest them and even kill them. You see. Yes, before I left the country, some officers, different officers were talking about, if Salva Kiir is now betraying us, why don't we just take him out, you see, and we rescue the country. But as I said, the army was also divided on tribal basis, especially the commanders, the top commanders, and tribalism was there. So in that kind of environment, you cannot talk about a coup or whatever revolution, military revolution to take over the government, because the people will be fighting themselves, and there are those who will be protecting Salva Kiir, there are those who will be fighting for their tribe. You know, it is not a condition that you can do something. So this is my answer to that. The East Africa situation. This is not a permanent situation. You know, the international and regional politics are not static. Changes will continue to be there. Remember, in 2018, when the R-Access agreement was signed, the region was all like together with Salva Kiir and against the rest of the people. But you can see the changes that took place now in the region, and still many changes are coming. So we don't let us not really panic much about the East Africa community governments who are maybe supporting Salva Kiir for their own reasons. But I believe that the countries in the region, in IGAD countries, they know what is happening in South Sudan, the dire situation of our people, the suffering of our people, the way Salva Kiir destroyed South Sudan, they know it. And they're supporting Salva Kiir for their own reasons. We don't want to talk about the reasons why they're supporting Salva Kiir, but of course, they should have their own reasons that make them to support Salva Kiir.
And we hope that we will be able to create a situation that will make them to make a U-turn, and refuse to support Salva Kiir and the people of South Sudan to liberate themselves. So this is what I would like to say in brief. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Now we'll go to Marialdit. I think that's how you say your name. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you the moderators and the rest of the team here. And let me to acknowledge the presence of our brothers, Commander General Thomas Cirillo. It's a privilege to meet you again today. We've met several times. I'm not going to mention them, but yeah, I'm happy to meet you again. I have a very direct, straight question to you. I hope my network is working well there. You hearing me good?
I'm getting you.
We can hear you, yeah.
I'm getting you, Maria.
Okay. Thomas, General Thomas, as South Sudanese are very divided communities along the tribal lines, ethnic lines, you call it whatever the way you want to call it, and you step up as a revolutionary. You want to change to be an alternative for the future of the South Sudan, and meanwhile, there are separatists that speak loudly, associating themselves with you, and singling out one community by name, cursing them. I would like to hear from you, what will be the guarantee for someone like those who've been cursed to know that if you will take over the leadership of this country, they will be safe under your leadership? And will you stand up to condemn those separatists that cursing out one community in your watch, and you tell them as a National Salvation Front, as a future alternative to be the government of South Sudan, will you be able to unite us together under your leadership? That's my question to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mariam, for your good questions. In the first place, Mariam, I want to tell you that we should not fear from the people, the separatists, be that in Equatoria, because these voices are all over now. In Barghazal, you have separatists. In Apanal, you have separatists. In Equatoria, you have separatists. Though they are not really big number, but they are there. So I think that we should not really fear from them. We should not really disassociate ourselves from them. These are our brothers and sisters. These are our home problems. Instead for us, to start hating them, or for them to hate us, we should have create a situation where we continue to dialogue among ourselves. Why don't we ask them, you the separatists, why you want to separate from South Sudan? Let them tell us the reasons why they're angry to the extent that they want to separate from South Sudan. Let them also ask us who are fighting for the unity of our country. Why you want to keep us together? Why you want to keep us together? Let us dialogue. Let us be civilized in our minds. We work hard to convince them to leave this separation kind of path. If they get convinced, of course they will leave it. They will come and join us. You see? And also let them also talk to us, and let us convince them why you are fighting for and struggling for the unity of our country. Maria, I think we need to be talking, in this kind of way, than hating ourselves, because these are all opinions. Dekul Ara Bitana Junubin, as I said, I don't know whether you are there. The analogy that I brought here, that if you, the parents, you're not taking care of your children, if you are mistreating them, some people will tolerate mistreatment of the parents. بيقول يا كان دي طريقه بتقعد بتاع في البيت يا اخي انا ذاته ماشي من بيت يا بابا وماما انا ذاته ماشي ما بيقعد هنا تاني. You don't hate them, you talk to them, convince them, and your jamar of your bed, your yalar of your bed, ما في مشكله, we can resolve مشاكل بيخليكم دير تطلعوا من البيت, and then you bring the family together. Then killing them or even hating them, أنهم الناس ما كويسين يعني. إذا شفتها. This is one point. The other point also, being a leader of National Salvation from Equatoria, it doesn't make sense for you to say, "Wala saita kan Islam ta akuma ya Thomas, can you protect us?" Why not to protect you? Why not to protect you? You are South Sudanese. Our aims are all there. It's Agra al-Kutub, the National Salvation Front, our vision of National Salvation Front. You'll get us there. Who are we in South Sudan? You see, forget about where I came from. You forget about that, Maria. You look at me as South Sudanese, and fighting for all South Sudan. And if I'm saying that I'm fighting for South Sudan, and I'm fighting to protect our people, to protect our unity, that means, Mariel, if I take over power in South Sudan, of course, you'll be protected. You see, why not to protect you? Why not to secure your life and your future? Why not? You are South Sudanese. And at the same time, why you are doubting me not to protect you just because I'm from Equatoria? So do you think that if somebody take the leadership of National Salvation Front, or bigger Masalan Dinka, or Nuerao, it will Murtaj, it will Mutamil? So we need to be clear in mind, Maria. You want to rescue our people, you want to rescue South Sudan. Forget about my tribe and where I came from, my county, Payam, my region, whatever. Forget about that. You see our vision as National Salvation Front, as a national movement, as a national institution that we are trying to build. And therefore, we are for the people of South Sudan. All of them. Even including all the separatists, including whatever, we are all for them. We want to bring our people all home. So after the independence, all South Sudanese came home. Even for those who fought against the independence of South Sudan, they all came home, and we accepted them, and we received them with all our hands, and we said, "You are our brothers and sisters. Let us come and build this country together." So this is the spirit with us. So don't doubt, Madhab Ya Mariam. We are for you. We are for the people of South Sudan. For me as a person, our history is known in the SPLA. Asal al-SPLA, Gadat Bitan al-Mojudin, those who are now listening here, throughout our history in the struggle, Gadna Makulu Gabail Bita Junub. My close guards were not even Equatorian or even Bari or whatever. I was being taken care of Mabna Bita Junub in Kul al-Manatik, including Nuba Mountains and other communities who are with us in the struggle. You see, we respect them, and they took care of me, and we took care of them also too, and we fought together. You see, so our history is known, Mariel, and nothing is going to change us. So let us trust ourselves. Let us work very hard, and bring our people together. The only issue that we should really work very hard, and here Natali Salpa Kirman and Sulta wal Hakuma Pitao, Al Khalana has a beginning and Shuk Benefisna. You see, maybe if somebody come now to take over National Salvation Front, no, we want to be against this spirit, and whoever really working for us as South Sudanese to protect us, to liberate us from this situation, hand us over the government. Actually, we respect him, regardless of the race, sex, and all these kind of things. We need to respect that person on this basis, but not because of Minato Hilla or Minato Gebila. Thank you. So, Maria.
Thank you, General. Next we'll move to Safir Salaman Dandara. Safir, go ahead, ask your question. You have 2 minutes.
أول حاجة خلينا نحيي الناس اللي كلهم موجودين في البانل والمودريترز ونحيي الناس الموجودين دي. تحية كبيرة لجنرال توماس. بصراحة للمودريترز أنا عندي اقتراح له الرئيس الجاي في الجنوب يجي المفروض يجيبوه مرة، لأنه أنا شايف أنتوا قدرتوا تضبطوا الروم ده ضبط جميل، وخلاني أنا أحس إنه كان في مرة ذاته حكم ناس وفترة جاء بريحنا هنا رجال من شربكة بعضنا. المهم انا اقدر اقول شنو لجنرال توماس. تحيه لك كبير. عندي سؤال شخصي وسؤال لك رئيس بتاع جبهة الخلاص. السؤال الشخصي، انا واحد من الناس اللي قاعد افتخر كثير جدا انه انت قلت شرق السودان وانت جيت حكيت هنا، بيأكد كلامي اللي انا قاعد اقوله دائما انه يا جماعه نحن في الحركه الشعبيه قدرنا نحكم 3 ولايات في شمال السودان اللي هو شرق السودان وجبال النوبه والانقسنه. فسؤالي الشخصي لك انه انا سمعت من غادات كبار جدا في اسم شنو، في سوما، بيفتكروا انه المشكله بتاع الجنوب ده انه ده مشكله بتاع الحركه الشعبيه، والحركه الشعبيه مشى لمزبله التاريخ بيكون ممكن الحل. فانا ما اعرف رايك في الموضوع ده شنو. ده سؤال شخصي، ما افتكر. انا داير اعرف هل فعلا مشكله جنوب السودان ده الحركه الشعبيه، ولو الحركه الشعبيه مشى لمزبله التاريخ هل المشكله بتاعنا بتحل؟ ده سؤال شخصي. اما السؤال لك الرئيس بتاع جبهه الخلاص، انا عارف انه انتوا قاعدين تخوضوا مفاوضات في روما، وانت وقعتوا كان اتفاقيه بتاع وقف اطلاق النار في الخرطوم زمن الناس كانوا في الخرطوم. فسؤالي هل انتوا لسه ملتزمين بالاتفاقيه بتاع وقف اطلاق النار ولا في حاجه جديد حاصل؟ ده لانه انا ما اعرف الموقف بتاع وقف الخلاص حتى الان لوين. في توضيح بسيط انا بختم به كلامي. انت قبل قلت انه الناس بتاعنا ايوه موجودين في الشارع بتاع احتمال عندنا قوات في كوتوري. القوات بتاعنا من زمن وقعنا الاتفاقيه في الخرطوم القوات بتاعنا كله دخلوا الميادين، يعني ما عندنا قوات موجودين في الشارع. ده الحاجه اللي انا بس حبيت اوضحه. انا بشكرك كثير للحضور بتاعك وصبرك كمان، انه طبعا الناس محتاجين يسمعوا منك كثير، وخاصه من جبهه الخلاص، لانه غيابك كان بيشكل مشكله للناس. الناس دارين يسمعوا منك مباشره، الجنوبيين زي ما تعرفهم دارين يسمعوا من سيد الحق، ما دارين يسمعوا من اي زول ثاني. انا بشكرك لحضورك، بشكرك كثير لحضورك، ربنا يبارك فيك الصحه.
شكرا لك اخوي دندرة، شكرا لك وللاسئله بتاعك الكويسه. اذا سيد ان احنا كجنوبيين we need to dialogue among ourselves. We need to have this spirit. We need to continue building this spirit within us, because it is through the dialogue that we can get solution to our problems, so that we go home and we start to establish our nation and our country, for us to prosper and to live a dignified and good life. نفس النقطة بتاعك الأخير بتاع النملة. In fact, all of us can IO, Yatandara. All of us can IO. Maybe this is something for our brothers and sisters with IO. البر والجوع يعرف الكلام ده. And protect the IO during that difficult time. And many forces you work very close to them, and many politicians with the IO, even those who are now here. Even Riek Machar, when he was being pursued to Congo, you are in contact. This is Asrar, but you have to say these people so that people know what we are doing at that time. And a lot of things that we did, we are all IO. But of course, when I left the country, with our colleagues, we refused to be part of what is called SPLM. وانا كنت واضح انه كان ده SPLM في غابة ولا SPLM في المدينة. I'm not going to be part of that, because I felt that SPLM leadership بتاعهم كان شعب بتاعنا. But of course this doesn't mean that ما عندنا شرفاء موجودين في داخل الIO. الآن عندنا عظماء، عندنا شرفاء موجودين في داخل الIO. Those who are in the town, now in the government, for the own reason that they are, and that those who are outside, including yourself. So we respect position bitana kullu. Concerning الطريق بتاع نمولة. In fact عندنا البلد ده يتبرجل شديد جدا. بصراحة البلد بتاعنا يتبرجل كثير. حتى الفرص بتاعنا بتاع IO ذاته حكومة شغال شديد جدا عشان يشتت الناس. Our forces, the forces of the IO, are I still regard them as part of the opposition forces, despite the fact that they're inside. لكن they جزء من المعارضة. بيسعى عشان هم يجيب تغيير كويس للبلد بتاعنا وللشعب بتاعنا. هم مشتتين تعبانين شديد جدا. الناس مشتتين كله. We are talking with your leaders inside the country, be that political military leaders. الناس مشتتين. They are so desperate. Yes, كونوا cantonment areas. لكن ما في اهتمام ذاته these cantonment areas وهم مشتتين. And of course, they're there. I'm not saying that they're the one making ambushes and doing all this, but I want to say, you know what's the درجة بتاع you don't know who is doing who, because there is a lot of people with arms. You see المشاكل بتاع بقر شباب بأسلحة جيش بتاع إسبيل الشتى ذاته وفاتوا بيوت بتاعهم بأسئلة ماتينغانيور الجابوم للشكل الشتى ذاته وفاتوا بالأسلحة بتاعهم مجرمين بقى بالأسلحة حتى في أجانب حتى بالسلاح. شفت يا دندرة. So that situation is confused, and we don't know how we are going to salvage it. But of course, the bottom line is that Salva Kiir لازم يفوت عشان بعد ذاك نحن نقعد مع بعض ونشوف كيف ننظم البلد بتاعنا. I did not jot down the first question بتاعك, if you can help me. السؤال بتاعك ده كان مهم شديد. If you can remind me about it briefly, Dandara.
I think the second one was a comment, and we moved him down, but I can bring him back up. But I believe it was a comment that he has about just responding to the fact, but he's here. Let him make the second comment. Go ahead, Suleiman.
This was your contribution.
أنا سؤالي الأول ده أنا قلت أنتوا طبعا وقعتوا كان الاتفاقية بتاعت وقت إطلاق النار والآن أنتوا عندكم مفاوضات مع الحكومة في روما. هل أنتوا لسه ملتزمين بالوقت بتاع إطلاق النار ولا في جديد؟ لأنه أنا ما قادر أعرف فترة طويلة أنا ما متابع الحاصل شنو بالضبط. شكرا.
أيوة شكرا. أيوة أي حقيقة دندرة أن إحنا في خرطوم كنا وقعنا البروتوكول بتاع security sector, لكن ما وقعنا وقف إطلاق النار. في حاجتين, في حاجات فنية. واحد we have وقف إطلاق النار, وعندنا واحد بيسموه وقف العدائيات. وقف إطلاق النار which is a ceasefire always when there is a complete agreement like between IO and the government, they decided to sign peace agreement, and of course they sign now ceasefire, complete ceasefire, like what happened before between SPLA and the Hakuma Bita Sudan by then. في وضع بتاعنا في روم أننا وقعنا what we call cessation of hostilities agreement اللي هو إنها بوقف العدائيات, ودائما بيعملوا temporary. يعني أننا وقعنا وقف العدائيات, مش وقف ما وقف إطلاق النار, ما ceasefire. This is وقف العدائيات. معناه أننا we started the negotiations, أننا we want to create a good environment for negotiations. أننا ما ممكن نكون في مباحثات ونكون في شكل مع بعض. فأننا قلنا mediators they said you have to have cessation of hostilities عشان حتى المواطنين بتاعنا يتحركوا بحرية بدون مشاكل, وحتى نحن ما نكون في قتال على الارض في نفس الوقت في مفاوضات لانه الجو ما بيكون مظبوط. سو علينا وقعنا وقف العدائيات. ما الحكومه على حسب الكلام بتاعنا دائما بنكتبه, السبوك بيرسون بتاعنا دائما بيكتب في الريليسز بتاعنا. But unfortunately of course the نظام في جوبا هم اساسا كان بيوقع وقف العدائيات عشان يغش الجنوبيين انه الناس كله خلاص قبلوا السلام وبقى في السلام وحاجات. How they're deceiving the people of South Sudan. And they went, of course, attacking our forces of National Salvation Front. And by attacking our forces, automatically, خرقوا الاتفاق بتاع وقف العدائيات. And of course, we have a right to fight back and to protect ourselves and defend our people. So this is what is that. So this الاتفاق ده موجود هنا, but of course, خرقوا وصل جوبا and National Salvation Front forces continue to protect itself and defend the people of South Sudan. You see, but we continue to say we are committed to this وقف العدائيات. إذا كان جوبا جادة عشان إحنا نوصل المفاوضات. But you know that Juba is not جادة في المفاوضات بتاعه. Juba is trying to come with mentality بتاع positions. أخي دندرة, they think that of course كلنا جنوبيين باعتبار انه احنا بنحب المناصب. حتى الجزء من الميدياتors they think that the people in the region and other international people, international community, they think that the جنوبيين ماشيين ورا المناصب and we just give them manasib and then they go in. Juba started also believing maybe Jamaat they were no manasib they will come, but South Sudanese are not the same. Few of us may go for positions, but I think we are human beings. We are also fighting for these ideals for our people to live with it. Anina kalam now, no, we are not for any position. We are not for anything, but we are for the people of South Sudan. أنينا دارين دندرة المشكلة في الجنوب لازم يتحل من جذور المشكلة لازم يتحل لازم نحل أسباب بتاعت الحرب عشان نحن ما نكون في مشاكل كل وقت ما نكون في حروب كل وقت ونطحن كل وقت لأنه أمورنا كله في حروب من أجدادنا لأبوهاتنا لأننا هسه and we are going to die in this wars and we don't want our children to die also and suffer like us. So we want to end this war by real addressing the root causes of the conflict until we achieve really peace that is accepted by our people. في آخر معلش نديك زيادة توضيح بسيط. People are surprising. أنا لما نمضي what we call declaration of principles. In fact, we decided أنه قبل ما نمشي لأي مفاوضات حاولوا root causes of the conflict. Let us have declaration of principle to guide us. To launch us now to go and discuss the problems in South Sudan. We discussed with Juba. Niall was there when he was a minister, leading the delegation and the rest. واتفقنا لبعض النقاط لكن فشلنا في 4 وانا قدرنا نقول للجنوبيين في اللقاء ده وفي الاجتماع المهم ده لكل الناس بتاعنا النقاط ال4 ده هو كالاتي. هنا في الاوبوزيشن في السوما we said يا جماعه هنا لازم يكون عندنا تعريف صح للصراع. We must have a proper definition of the conflict itself. الصراع ده شنو ذاته؟ We in Soma we are saying الصراع ده political ethnic conflict. مشكلة سياسية قبلية لأنه الجنوب وقع لمشاكل قبلية رهيبة جدا and we are now killing ourselves on tribal basis. Not even tribal, up to the ethnic, to the Kashmir even basis. Delegation بتاع جوبا رفض التعريف ده. Delegation بتاع جوبا is saying no, this is just a political problem. ما في tribal problem in South Sudan. الكلام ده يكون كيف يعني؟ يا أخي we are killing ourselves. In Juba, the Nuer community were killed, by the Dinkas. You see, this is tribal. The Dinkas were also, the Nuer were also killing the Dinkas in Upper Nile and other places. And later on, now, now other communities in Upper Nile, Western Bargazal, in Equatoria, in all these places are being now killed. People started killing themselves on the basis of the tribalism. So انت كيف تقول الصراع ده بس صراع سياسي ما في قبليه فوقه في قبليه فوقه. So اختلفنا مع جوبا في النقطه ده نمره 1. يعني هنا حتى اختلفنا في تعريف بتاع الصراع. And we are thinking that إذا ما عرفنا صراع صح هنا نلقى حل للمشاكل. نمره 2 اتكلمنا كلام بتاع حدود. لانه هنا عارفين على اساس انه نظام بتاع السلفا ما جزء الناس بداخل النظام بتاع السلفا وما عايزين يغير الحدود بتاعت الكوميونيتيز في داخل الجنوب. ما الحدود الدوليه بتاعت الجنوب but our boundaries inside the country. For the reason they know some people with Salva-Kiir they want to take land of people. انت عارف انه الجنوب حاسه في جزء من communities are suffering because other communities are now grabbing lands of other communities. بيطارد communities من اراضي بتاعهم بيقتلون and so forth. And this is not a secret. Our people in different parts of our country are suffering because of this. You see. فأنينا قلنا لا. أنينا لازم you have to abide مع reference بتاع الحدود بتاع 1156. ده الحدود من زمان بتاع الإنجليز ما فاتوا لغاية زمان بتاع جلابة وكل اتفاقيات بتاع أديس أبابا بتاع نيفاشا حتى اتفاق بتاع الIO مع الحكومة في 2015. Even the دستور الموجود الانتقال للما تمام ده هو it is the reference بتاع 1156. Delegation بتاع جوبا under نيال they say no ما بيعترف بالحدود بتاع 1156. فقلنا يا اخي يعني يا ديليجيشن بتاع جوبا متى الحدود المعترفه دوليا الجنوبيين كلهم معترفوا. انت حاسس تقول انتم ما دارين تعترفوا بهذا الريفرنس. طيب يا تو ريفرنس you are going to use. You cannot believe that there are, when delegation of Juba is telling us and Arlian انه يا اخي يعني ما بيعترف بال 1156 والريفرنس بتاعهم قال الزعماء بتاع القبائل قال اعرف الحدود مو بيعرف يقسم الحدود. Just imagine this. Just imagine this. I don't know how we can call it that. دي اتو زين بتاع القبيله ولا السلطان زي مش يقسم الحدود. ده معناه ناس نيال عنده استراتيجيه تو تك اراضي بتاع الناس الثانيين. Using القوه بتاعت الغابه الناس اللي عنده سلاح ويطرد الناس الثانيين ويشيلوا السلاح. I want to be clear here to the people of South Sudan. And this is not accepted at all. We cannot allow any community in South Sudan to encroach ويطرد قبيله ثانيه ويشيل المناطق بتاعهم. We cannot accept that. Our fathers did not accept this throughout our history. Why we mistreat ourselves? Why we started chasing ourselves out from our tribal or let me say community territories, and we take it by force? ليه أننا بنغزو المناطق بتاعنا؟ Why بنغزو the brothers بتاعنا and sisters in their own territories, بتاع communities? So ناس رفضوا الكلام ده. أنه سلاطين whatever leaders بتاع community قال بيقسم الحدود. الليدرز بتاع community ده يقسم الحدود كيف؟ بيعرف القصة بتاع ده كلام فني يعني. كلام علمي وفني زي انت عارف. So this is number 2. Number 3 is about security sector. أنا أقول يا جماعة عشان نأمن الجنوب لازم يكون عندنا national security sector. National security sector that includes of course the military forces, the defense, the national security, and then the national armed forces, the national security and organized forces from the police, prison, wildlife and fire brigade. دي كل القوات بتاعنا الموجودة في داخل البلد. فقلنا لازم نكون القوات بطريقة وطنية. To reflect all of us. عشان ما في community بيكون مسيطر على القوات بتاع الجيش والnational security like what is happening now with Salva Kiir. And بيستخدموا هذه القوات عشان يقتلوا الناس التانيين ضد النظام والناس اللي ما بيتفق معهم. ويستعمروا البلد using these communities forces. أنا قلنا عشان نأمن المستقبل بتاع الجنوب لازم يكون عندنا تكوين بتاع جيش وطني. And my argument during the negotiations, I said we never had a national security sector. أنا دولة جديدة ما عندنا قبل كده يعني security sector الوطني يعني. إسبلي جاء بالميليشيات بتوع من النضال أو brothers and sisters جاء من الكانتابل ومر بشير رجعوا كل البلد. And we said from all these forces بكل أبناء بتاع الجنوب we organize them and we train them, we make them as a national force in a very balanced way عشان ما بيكون في قبيلة تاني بيسيطر على القوة بتاعتي لأنه ده سلاح بتاع الدولة. You cannot allow واحد قبيلة يسيطر عليه عشان يضربوا الناس التانيين. أنت شفتها. Or for politicians or tribal leaders as I said يستخدموا عشان هم يقدموا المصالح بتاعتهم الخاصة. ده ما بيكون بلد. شفتها. So we said we want to organize these forces. What we said we need to organize, to establish in fact. We are saying we have to establish because ما عندنا الكلام ده قبل كده في الجنوب. So أننا درنا أساس قوي للnational security sector. أساس قوي، أساس وطني reflecting all of us. إنت شفتها and to be professional trained ما يكون قبلي ما يكون مسيس. إنت شفتها يا دندرة and to adhere to the civilian democratic governance of the people of South Sudan. ده كلامنا. شفتها عشان السياسيين كان بدأ يشاكل هناك ما بيقدروا يجاري كان في سياسي جاري لقيادة الأمة وقال يا جماعة انتوا ساعدونا هسه طردوني من المنصب بتاعي بنقول لا ده كلام سياسي انتوا امشي ناقشونا ويحلوا وهنا بيكون مسيطرين على البلد ماسكين البلد مؤمنين الشعب بتاعنا كل زول ماشي للشغل بتاعه بدون ما يخش المشاكل يسمون شايفين في شغله في برلمان ان شاء الله يدوب نفسهم بعصايه بنجيب بوليس شوفوا يفرتقوم ناس في مجلس الوزراء بيشاكلوا هناك بنفس ده يفرتقوم يقولوا اقولوا فلوتا الى المشاكل بتاعكم كون لنا حكومه and with this way دندرا ممكن نأمن البلد بتاعنا ونأمن المستقبل بتاعنا. الجماعة دي رفضوا. delegation بتاع جوفا بتاع سالفة فكر رفض. هم عاوزين كل القوات بتاع opposition يستوعبون في الجيش القبلي بالكالتشر بتاعته القبليه. it is a tribal culture الموجود في مؤسسه بتاع الدفاع والامن في داخل الجنوب. هم عايزين يعملوا استيعاب. ما انت ممكن يستوعبوك ذاته للنظام ده، ما انت هتكون في نفس الكالتشر القبلي الموجود في داخل الجنوب. And that means it will not bring any change. It will not bring any change. وفي كلامي يوم ده معهم في اديس ابابا وحتى في خرطوم، الكلام الحسي بيخشوا الناس في جوبا كلام بتاع مارو يونيفايد فورسز. ديس يونيفايد فورسز دندرا يا اخوي، دي بيخشوا في الناس ساكن. يعني نكون عاوزين يكون عندنا ارياس بتاع التجمع بتاع القوات، نجيب القوه الاولى هيسيطر على العاصمه زي 3000 ولا 5000. يعني هنا نجيب ابناء بتاع الجنوب من المناطق المختلفه من القوات بتاع اوبوزيشن بتاع حكومه، يعني بناخدهم هناك. And then we train them really nationally. They are to be real oriented. ونجيب القوة دي الملخبطة دي كله من الجماعة وفصيلة زي كلام أنا قلت، ويستلم العاصمة. ما هيكون في حاجة اسمه مديانة، ما في حاجة اسمه دود كوبين، ما في أي حاجة بتاع أنه النون government، وما في سياسة ولا سالفة even to use this force against any قبيلة ولا against any سياسة ولا أي تنظيم سياسي. هم يسيطر على البلد بعدها، والناس بتاع بينون قفاه، لأن القوة الماشي في الشارع ده ما بيخاف أنه دي قوة المسيطر على القبيلة الفلاني مناطه هيقتلني ولا هيعمل لي حاجة بطال، لأن كل مختلفين. شوف ده كان الرؤية بتاعنا الدندرة. الناس رفضوا القصة ده. دي النقطة نمرة 3 بتاع الديكلاريشن بتاع برينسيبلز. الأخير الرابع اتكلمنا عن الدستور الدائم بتاع البلد. هنا قلنا yes, اتفقنا على البروسيس. We agreed on the process of making this permanent constitution. But at the end of the day, أنينا قلنا يا جماعة, this constitution is the law of the land. This is the law which is going to govern our people. ده قانون بتاع الشعب ده. And therefore, we need to allow our people to endorse this law of theirs, which is going to govern them. قانون جاي يحكمنا. أنا لازم يكون السيد على القانون ده. أنا ما ممكن نخلي قانون بيجي بخطوة في راسي جاي يحكمني وأنا ما عندي صوت فوقه. So we say during the referendum we allow the people of South Sudan to decide their future. لأنه the people are supreme, and therefore we allow the people of South Sudan to decide whether they want unity of the country of Sudan before, or they want to separate from the rest of Sudan. We gave them. It was not the SPLA that decided. It was not political parties in South Sudan who decided. It was not civil society or whatever that decided the fate of the country. But we gave this authority to the people of South Sudan. And the people of South Sudan decided that we should separate from the rest of the country. This is the power of the people. So أنا أقول الدستور أيضا ده الدستور بتاع الشعب بتاعنا. أنا هنا إذا شغلنا في البروسيس ده كله, this draft must be put in the referendum. وخلي الشعب بتاعنا يصوت على الدستور القانون اللي ماشي يحكمهم. إذا عندهم تعديلات هم يعملوا حسب الحاجة بتاعهم. And then let them endorse it. عشان يكون حقيقة قانون بتاع الشعب, يكون دستور بتاع الشعب بتاعنا, which is going to rule our people and govern our people. جوبا رفض الكلام ده. جوبا دير البرلمان الحسا what they call rubber stamp parliament الحسا موجود في جوبا قال they how to endorse the دستور. انتوا عارفين الوضع الموجود في جوبا, انتوا عارفين الطبيعة بتاع البرلمان والأعضاء بتاعنا الموجودين هناك. حتى زول الكويس خايف ما بيقدر يقول حاجة, ساكن. وخلي those who are working for the system. So زي الدستور يوم ده القانون بتاع national security ما it was endorsed, which is against the people of South Sudan. So دندرة ده 4 نقاط ما اتفقنا مع الجماعة وإن رفضنا. وإن ملام إذا كان جوبا ما بيقبل هذه الأساسيات بتاع بناء دولة بتاع بناء مجتمع بتاعنا that can bring us together. يبقى جوبا is not after really us to resolve the problem in the country. وده لسه declaration بتاع principle ما بدأنا حتى مباحثات. شوف ده. So من قالوا لنا مراجعين جوبا ماشيين for consultation in Juba. They are going to consult the government and Salva Kiir. ولقد يوم الليلة ما رجعوا. انت شفت الدندرة. So just to go back quickly. أننا ما وقعنا وقت لقنا وقعنا وقت العدايات which government continue to to violate it. I think this is the point. I don't know whether there is another point that maybe I forgot.
لا ما في حاجة. شكرا جنرال، ما في حاجة. شكرا جزيلا، ربنا يباركك. انت وضحت كل شيء اللي انا داير اسمعه، وكتر خيرك. شكرا كثير.
لا شكرا لك، ربنا معك. شكرا.
سلام.
Thank you, General Thomas. We have one last person, and then we'll let you free, I promise. And we apologize for keeping you up so late. I feel so bad.
Yeah, no, don't mind.
Don't
mind. You are in a struggle. Yeah.
Yeah.
I regard myself a lela na didibani yani. So
yeah, I can hear from your
shukran.
We appreciate it, wallahi.
Yeah. Welcome.
Okay. Sister Bambi, I think you say you wanted to say announcement before we go to Brother William, and meanwhile General Thomas can drink some water while you're giving the announcement. Go ahead, Sister Bambi.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you for moderating the room so smoothly. We were nervous earlier because we were just nervous, okay? We get nervous every time we host a leader in the room for our segment of town hall meetings, but you're doing such a great job, Pam, so we appreciate you for that. I just wanted to make a quick announcement, just a reminder for you guys. We have more than 300 people in this room. I'm urging everyone to click on the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe, I just want to clarify one more time, it's not for NAS. And we did this GoFundMe. We had it up there, the link with all the rooms that we hosted. So for those who are thinking this donation is going to NAS, please stop the propaganda. This donation is going to the South Sudan Peace Rally team, and it's going to help us with the planning of the rally, making our banners, and also helping those who are coming to New York. Maybe they need transportation, or they didn't have enough of hotel. Emergencies can happen at any moment, so we want to be prepared. So I see a lot of people down here that are supporting the rally, and I urge all of you, if all 300 of you donate at least $25, I promise you we will close that GoFundMe today because we would have reached our target. So everyone, please pull out your wallet, click on the link, and donate. Donate 25, donate 50, even if you don't want to donate 100 or 500, go for it. We really do appreciate that. And for those who are who have not booked their flight yet, I urge you to please do that. We have 14 days left. And for those who have, I do appreciate all of you for coming out and standing with the citizens of South Sudan here in diaspora. As we know, there is no freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression back home. We are the voice of the voiceless here in diaspora, and it will be a shame for us that have this freedom and are protected within this freedom to let it go to waste. We need to take advantage of that. And one way for us to do that is to go to the United Nations, where they will be holding the UN Assembly that week. The assembly starts from the 13th until the end of the month. And we will be there to raise our voices, to air out our grievances, to show the world leaders that we are not okay with what is going on in South Sudan. We reject this regime. We want them out, and we want them out now. Okay, we want Salva Kiir gone. We want them all out of that office, and we want people who care about education, about health, about roads, about food security. As we all know, South Sudan is going into famine this year. So we really need to work together here in diaspora to also bring awareness to our country. And with that being said, I urge all of you guys to go ahead and book your flights and book your hotel. If you need help booking your hotel, please reach out to me. Follow me on here. Follow me, Bambi, and go ahead and shoot me a back channel message and I will be able to help you. Also, make sure you order your t-shirts from me so I can get it to you on time. You can wear it even if you're not going. You can wear it on Friday, September 16 with us and stand in solidarity with the people that are going to be in New York as a way for supporting us. Take pictures of it and post it in our Facebook page, South Sudan Peace Rally. We will really, really, really appreciate that. And I thank all of you guys that are here in the audience today. And I'm very overwhelmed that we have so many people in here today to listen to General Thomas Cirillo and also for all your wonderful questions. So I'm challenging each and everyone in this room to take out their wallet and donate $25 to the GoFundMe up above. All right, thank you, Pam. I'm going to hand the mic back to you.
Thank you, Sister Bambi. We'll go back to business. So we'll go to Brother William. Brother William, you may go ahead and submit your questions to General Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Pam. And thank you, all of you. And thank you, General Cirillo. My name is William Goldit. That is my second time to attend the room you are talking in. The first one was last time when you were talking about round table. So from that moment, I started to know a person called Thomas Cirillo. One thing I went out of the meeting was what you said, that the people who are called the people of Southern Sudan, who live in that part of the land, need to sit down and ask themselves, how can they coexist in that country? That sentence means a lot to me because it will not come out from a person who really has a poor leadership. I used to talk about social contract, that we in Southern Sudan, we need to sit down and do that. So I was relieved when I heard it from you, when I hear it from you. So therefore, whenever there is a meeting and you are there, I feel obligated to be there. So I have just maybe two questions, and after maybe it will be advice. Riek Machar has been victimized by confinement because of the East Africa. And of course, America don't know they supported what East Africa have to say. So in order for you as a leader, another leader like Pagana Mu, whoever, like what I heard now is that East Africa don't want any rebellion. So for us to avoid a reputation of confinement, or like what happened last time in Khartoum, do you have or did you establish a network with the Western world to educate them about the root causes you are talking about, so that when our neighbor do their dirty job, and then we can have people who can listen to us? This is my first question. And the last one is about the graduation of unified forces, which Chan was talking about it. Will this unified forces graduation bring peace, or 2013 will repeat itself? And we see it as a child born dead, because the hope for the people of Southern Sudan is to form an army that will reflect the people of Southern Sudan. And we waited, but when it happened, it looked like, as you said, there is identification of army in Southern Sudan. So will you, because now you are the hope, will you consider this as one of the root causes, as you said it in the beginning? Because this one could be added to your menu. What happened on 30th of this month? So these are the two questions I have. And in 1 minute, I will take just to repeat what Uchan said, that you need to be connected with people, Thomas. You need to do that. You need to do that. There is a saying that government of people, by people, and for people will not perish. Your people, whether young Mishar or whoever, people of Southern Sudan, they need you to listen to them like they are all here. Is very, very important. So if you keep doing that, that will help you and it will help everybody. And the last things I want to say, and I say it many times, when I came to defend, many people calling Equatorian as a coward. When I came there, I do not go there to defend the Equatorian other than the truth. I used to say there is a difference between a person who grew up in civility and a person who grew up in organs. So if you are living your life savagely, another person is so courteous, you cannot call that person a coward. If I have to go to the party with my girlfriend or with my boyfriend, the environment there is to dance and have fun. So if a person have a knife, that is totally a different thing. So I am already educated to enjoy life, to behave good. Don't call me I'm coward. Cirillo, you are the legacy of Lago. This is what I have to say in front of you. If Lago, Nemeri didn't play a dirty game, we couldn't have this war now. And we see it from that time until now. We didn't have a good leader who can only focus about the problem of Southern Sudan as you are now explaining it to us. So what you're doing now is a revitalization of the legacy of the Equatorian. Do it. Many people fail to do it, and we know why. And the last thing I will shut my mouth is there is a wrong or misrepresentation about the people of Southern Sudan in diaspora. I don't know who started it. We are known as a one tribe in Southern Sudan. And sometimes you can be asked, are you from this tribe? No, we have 64 tribes. The world must know that in that country, there is 64 tribes, not one tribe. And you and others who are in the leadership, they are the people who will correct that. And thank you very much. I'm so happy to listen to you today. And thank you for a chance, Pam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother William, for your questions. The first one about Riek Machar and the East Africa. Yes, there was Muammar, of course, against Riek Machar, after he left Juba and until he was confined in South Africa. And I remember we in Addis Ababa, we wrote a petition to IGAD and AU and the UN for him to be released to come and continue with the negotiation. So muamarat fil harb موجود يعني. And then of course every country is struggling to achieve what they want. ممكن يكون في ناس في God countries they want self-care for their own reasons, and therefore they work against Riek Machar or a NAS في African Union or others in the international community. So في الحرب المؤامرات موجود يعني والناس بيقوموا بمؤامرات عشان to advance the cause of their interests. Network for us to make the international community understand what happened. We did it about the root causes. And when I left Khartoum, I came to Addis Ababa, ومشيت أمريكا 2 times. I met different authorities in the US, including the think tank strategic centers in the US. أنا مشيت to Europe كذا مرات, and also I attended and met different policy centers in Europe, including the European Union and so forth. وفهمناهم, and from there, from 2018 to 19, the rhetoric about this agreement started to change. We managed to talk to many personalities in the world about اتفاقية مع الشعب بتاعنا ووضحنا لهم الأسباب why this اتفاقية is not good for our people. So the rhetoric started changing. The only problem, some of them are saying, really this agreement is not good. لكن ده حاجة الموجود في ترابيزة يعني. This is what is on the table يعني. So I told them, are you telling me أنه ده أكل الموجود في ترابيزة وأكل له مصمم يعني فوق السم. So you are telling me أنه الأكل ده أكل موجود في ترابيزة, and because المصمم فيه سم, and because this is the only food you want the people of South Sudan to eat الأكل المصمم ده, ما أنتوا هتقتلوا the people of South Sudan. No, we will not eat this food, even if this food is the only food on the table. لأنه هو فوق السم أننا ما بناكل. We will continue to look for a good food that can give us a good health. So Anina, we are working hard. My brother William, we are roaming the world, telling these policy centers, explaining to them about our country, about the suffering of our people, so that they also support the people of South Sudan in their struggle to achieve their aspirations in their own country. So we are doing that. The other question is about these unified forces. These unified forces will not bring peace. To be clear, ما بيجيبوا السلام لأنه هم زادوا ما منظمين. زادوا ما منظمين في بعض. إنت شفتها القوات ما منظم ما مدرب بس هم جابوا كاكي ولبسوهم جابوهم في طابور عشان يقولوا من خرجوا ناس. هم والناس حسب الجدائين. هم مجدين ما عنده ماهية ما عنده أي حاجة غير الكاكي الجديد اللي في الجسم بتاعه ده ما عنده حاجة. And they are not properly trained nationally. هم هيسحجوا بعد شوية وجزء منهم بيكونوا مجرمين ويبدأ يقتلوا في ناس في داخل المدينة وخارج المدينة. So they will not bring peace. Other than هم هيزيد التين بلة يعني هيلقط البلد زيادة because they are not under control and they don't have any service from the government. Yes, connection with my connection with the people. I took your recommendations seriously with my other brother, Gibel Algal. Let me make more effort. عشان يكون عندنا connection مع شعب بتاعنا. I will work hard on that. Is ناس بتاعنا بتاع إعلام كمان وقيادات بتاع movement موجود في this اجتماع. You also take it seriously. Let us have a strategy of us reaching out to our people and to be in touch with them. فأنا بشكرك كلاخ ويليام للكلام بتاعك وللادفايس بتاعك. I thank you very much for that. Concerning كلام بتاع some people are cowards وما cowards. In fact, ما في زول جبان. ما في زول جبان. I think we South Sudanese we have a history, to have a heroic history to fight against oppression, to fight against استعمار, to fight against injustice and all this. All of us is South Sudanese. لكن في الحياة ما في زول جماعة. إذا في سبب بيخليك تشاكل لغاية ما تموت أنت بتشاكل. كان ما في سبب of course you not fight. إذا كان شفت في ال Arab speak when Surat started happening the Arab world, you know, we think that maybe nas are guiding for mukayifat, murtahin, then nas jubana, uma bishakil. But you see the young people of the Arabs, they came out. الدكاترة خلى المستشفيات بالجنس بتاعهم بفنايل بتاعهم شالوا السلاح ركبوا المدافع وشاكلوا because there was a reason for them to fight. See in Libya what happened, you know, in other countries. So if there is a reason for you to fight, you will fight. ما في حاجة بيقول له جبان يعني. شوف حتى أنينا جنوبين أنينا دائما بنحقر الجلابة أنو جلابة يا أخي جبنا وأنينا أقوى من جلابة وأنينا تقيانين من جلابة وأنينا شجانين من جلابة. شوف الجلابة عملوا شنو؟ جلابة شوف الجلابة اللي بنقولوا من خوافين دل شوف عملوا ثورات يمكن ما حصل في أفريقيا وفي دول كثير في العالم. شفته؟ بالبيانات بتاعهم. بالثقافة بتاعهم مفروض النسوان ما بيطلعوا برا لكن طلعوا برا بالثياب بتاعهم أي حاجة بتاعهم. وشاكلوا من الرجال وقفلوا من البشير بيموتوا وبيغتصبوهم وقاعدين وقفلوا الناس لغايه ما قبضوا الرئيس وخطوه في سجن ولغايه يوم الليله ماشيين له 3 سنة وال4 سنة نازل في شارع في مظاهرات ما حصل في دول بتاع العالم يعني شجاعه courage that you cannot believe it. دي الناس اللي بنقول لهم الناس جبنا والناس خوافين يعني زي بطريقه بتاع الجنوبيين دائما بينادبوا جلابه خوافين. شوف الشجاعه بتاع الجلابه هسه شوف الشعب في الشمال شوف الشباب شوف النسوان طلعوا برا ونزلوا نفسهم because there is a reason for them to fight for their freedom. So that time is coming. ما في زول Japan. I think all of us as South Sudanese you have history بتاع الشجاعة من أجل الحرية بتاعنا and that time will come. We will find ourselves as South Sudanese together في خندق واحد fighting for our freedom and we respect ourselves. But of course in every society الناس اللي بيتكلم كلام سامبل